T1 fighting
เฮ้ยก็พี่ว่าไฟติ้งไฟติ้ง
คุณเมื่อกี้น่าเหมือนพี่บิ๊กเลย
KRX
2-0ไหมครับ
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. It is the beginning of yet another week here as it is Wednesday. We're going to start off with T1 versus KRX. Certainly with T1 on a red hot streak here with their win over Gen G. Feeling pretty good about their chances tonight. And if they do win, they will make it into Legend Group. I'm Valdez, with me as Wolf. How are you doing today, Wolf?
I'm feeling pretty good. KRX were able to stop the streak of the bros. They were able to shut down Hanjin Breon on their tear. They were almost on the west side confirmed, but they were stopped by KRX, who have gotten a lot of momentum themselves here. Beating Gen G in a close series was a really cool comeback game, or beating Hanjin Breon, which one is more impressive? You know, that's a tough question.
สวัสดีครับทุกท่านสวัสดีค
Difficult
รับ
to quantify. You know, who's really coming in with the hot streak here, Valdez?
I mean, it does feel pretty good to take a win against the Bros, maybe the hottest team here at the LCK. So you do have a good point, Wolf, as it's two teams at fate's crossroads. If T1 wins, they make Legend. If KRX lose in a 0-2, they are locked into Rise Group. But KRX has always been that team that just kind of gets in there and gets wins when you least expect it. Taking wins off a Nongshim, they just beat Bro. They get random games here and there against strong teams. They took a game against KT. You never really know what to expect from these guys.
It is hard to know, but one thing we know for sure is that T1 have found the consistency that they were lacking early on in the season, which is why they come in as big favorites here at the start of the week. The dawn of a new patch, a minion aggro change, one that we'll see if it makes a huge difference. Did not feel that different in EWC over the weekend, but we'll see what sort of matchups we do end up seeing, and if maybe here on the big stage here at the offline venue here, teams have had a little bit more time to prepare. If something interesting does occur, we see more melees coming through, etc.
มาครับผม
We've seen KRX, like you said in the past, rise to the occasion, play up to stronger opponents a lot of the time. They took that win over Life Esports in Hanoi, took that game off of KT recently, and a lot of their losses against weaker teams brought them to 3. They are a team that usually does not just go quietly into that good night, even if they haven't found that strong form that makes us believe they could challenge for the Legend Group. They have such a tough strength of schedule left for the rest of the season as well. Not only do they need to make sure they get at least a game win here, but they have really, really tough opponents moving forward to try to get a spot in the Legend Group. It would be an insane story if they could pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, anything is possible. We've seen crazy runs before, and, you know, it does feel like this team is certainly kind of finding their footing just a little bit. It feels like every time I see them, Lazy Field gets just a little bit more comfortable
วันนี้ทีมต
on
ก
the
เด็กมาตก
stage.
ท้ายตารางอีกแล้วหรอครับ
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, they definitely struggle in terms of laning. I would say that T1 is one of our best laning teams. So if we are going to, you know, have a bit of a matchup diff, I think it's really going to come into the laning phase. We might see T1 getting some massive leads early on in these games. KRX, though, very good at team fighting. You know, maybe if they're able to get through the laning phase, we can have more of an even footing.
เดี๋ยวนะเพิ่ง
That
ต
is
ก
the question
เจนจี
always.
มาเองนะ
I think FaZe showed up in a big way in
พวก
that
นี้
Gen
ไม่
G
ถูกต้องนะครับผม
matchup last week, in a way that we haven't seen him always step up, you know, to really be the hard carry, to be the one who can take his team and say, I've got this late game, I'm going to outperform, I'm going to pop off in team fights, every single one of them, and bring the team back, which was really cool to see. Faker has been unlocked with a lot of utility picks like the Twisted Fate recently.
ทำไมอ่ะ
First loss on it against
มัน
Chovy's
ก็
Rumble
อันนี้มันก็ผ่านไปแล้วไม่ใช่เหรอ
same matchup, but is looking really good right now. Looks like he's found his comfort zone as well with the picks like the
เฮ้ย
Akali.
แชทดูพี่ไปให้ AI เจนมาแล้วก็แบบทำเป็นคลาวอ่ะ
He's making it work.
เอาเป็นหน้าพี่
You
แบบ
count his opposition here. I think finally starting to figure out where he should be realm warping, where his globals need to go. But I think it's still going to be a tough
เดี๋ยว
one
จะมา
here
เป็น
in
ติ้ง
terms of
ติ้
the
งติ้ง
global
ติ้ง
god
ติ้งติ้ง
of
ติ้งติ้ง
Faker. And in the bottom
เอาหน้า
lane,
พี่
you know,
เอาหน้าไอ้หน้าแดงอ่ะ
like
ที
you
วัน
said,
อ่ะ
really big powerhouse. But we're talking about the guy who just put T1 on his back and
มันมี
carried
มัน
that comeback win
ถ้าเหมือน
against
น่า
Gen
กลัว
G.
มินโฮ
Yeah.
ถ้าจะเอาแบบหน้าเหมือนอะพอมันทำเจนออกมาปุ๊บแม่งน่ากลัวไงไม่รู้บอกไม่ถูก
KRX and T1 where KRX actually had a pretty nice
เนี่ยถ้าเหมือนหน้าเป็นอย่างเงี้ย
and then you Cal sent a realm warp in between two turrets to try to catch phase
มันน่ากลัวพี่เลยบอกว่าเอาอันเดิมดีกว่าเนี่ยมันเหมือนมันเป็นอย่างเงี้ย
that one on the space when it did happen and
มันน่ากลัวเลย
replay and trying to break it down what he was thinking
back then
มันเหมือนมันน่ากลัวไงแต่อันนี้มันก็เลยแบบนี่พี่เอาหน้าพี่กับไออันนี้ไปใส่แล้วมันก็เจนออกมาปึ้มเป็นนี้แล้วพี่บอกให้เอาหน้าเหมือนหน่อยมันก็จึ้งไปเป็นอย่างนี้
This is also a matchup that, unfortunately for Andil, he does not really hold a candle to Keria, who is currently the best support here in the LCK.
Yeah, funnily enough, Andil's actually one of the other guys that always gets Bard banned against him.
แต่ให้มันแบบมีหลับตามีอะไรด้วยปะ
Obviously, Keria was the original, the OG. We got a
แชทเลือกเอาแบบไหนระหว่างแบบนี้กับแบบนี้หนึ่งอันนี้หนึ่งอันนี้สองอ่ะ1 กับ 2อันนี้1อันนี้2โหวตไปกดเลขมา1หรือ2
I've seen Andil pull out picks like the Alistair.
เอามาทำเป็นกิฟต์ไงแล้วก็แบบเวลาคนซับก็คือแบบเป็นแบบติ้งติ้งติ้งติ้งติ้งติ้งติ้งติ้งติ้งติ้งติ้งติ้งติ้งคืออันนั้นคือกิฟต์จะเป็นอย่างเงี้ย
So this has been a new common choice. We move into this draft here. If you go for blue side and you end up getting the second pick, then you can get your bottom duo together. The first pick goes over the other side, and then you have blue side with a strong 2v2 lane that allows your jungler to play through that. So that's why blue side is being picked a lot right now, because you get the side selection and you get that 1-2 punch.
Yeah, it does feel very strong. Also, you get the ultimate counter pick as well on top of that. So you get the 1-2 punch for the bottom lane, but also you're able to potentially get a good matchup either from mid or top. Or sometimes jungle. You know, sometimes we do see jungle picked towards the end, but generally not the case. As Bard and Karma going to be banned here against T1.
Even with KRX having first pick, they always prioritize Lazy Field's pick. And even with first pick, we've often seen like first pick Ezreal for this team. I wonder if that will be the case here once again. They've banned the Karma, but see what this final ban does look like here, as the Cassiopeia, which has also risen in first pick priority a lot, is also taken away. Ashe with some nerfs, but the buff to Doran's bow also helps her out a lot, and she's still incredibly strong. So no Ashe Seraphine here for T1. No Karma lane for T1.
โอเค no Ashe Seraphine แล้วเริ่มจับทางน้องทอมได้ว่ะ
In terms of the ban from KRX, Rumble still sticking around, and T1 has been one of those teams that
แต่ตอนนี้แม่งเพิ่มคือมี Ashe ใช่ป่ะ
well, you can have Ezreal or Rumble, we don't care. Forgot about Varus actually, so that definitely has to be the ban here.
T1 has recently given the Rumble over to Genji, right? That's the one exception recently to the rule.
มีแบนบาทอันนี้ทุกทีมต้องแบนแอชเพิ่มมาแล้วเลือกไลฟ์ว่างงี้เอ้าแคสซี่ไม่มีมีลัมโบวะมีลัมโบกับเจโฟนะมีลัมโบเจโฟนะโอ้ลูเซนมิลิโอเอาเลยล่างก่อนเลย
I think you probably do go for either the Rumble or a Vi pick here. I think if you're T1
or Melio, I guess.
แต่มันจะได้เจโฟกับ
I don't think necessarily you
มันได้เจโฟกับลัมโบนะ
LazyField and Andil to be able to find the right answer there on that bottom lane.
ได้เจโฟลัมโบนะ
So Rumble
โอ้
Vi
โห
will
เอาเป็น
actually
Y Lambo
go
ครับ
over to KRX as a result.
ไม่แต่ว่าจริงๆเจโฟ
We end up having a
ดูแจ่มกว่า
very
เยอะเลย
strong setup here for
แบบนี้ก็
KRX
J4
after the
วะ
Rise gamble. And now they have the Rise, so feels pretty good. Faker will match with the Nivea, which is nerfed on this patch substantially.
Yeah, could also be played in the top lane. We've seen that a little bit. I think Kingdom played that recently, as he does. So nice flex pick, but as you mentioned, I think generally you'll see it into the Rise.
Yeah, I mean, that's normally what it's picked for, but it is a good thing that you pointed out that we have seen a lot of flexibility with this in the past. So bottom lane here for LazyField and Andil. You know, it's going to be tough. There's no Caitlyn anymore. The Bard and the Karma are gone, and you're laning into Lucian Milio. They might just ban Lulu. as the final ban and say there's no Lulu opportunity here, even though Zeri is very strong on this patch, could have been a pairing there. The Yunara also can somewhat go toe-to-toe with the Lucian Milio. And I think that is likely to be the case, and it might just force LazyField and Andal onto like Nico Ezreal here. You could also ban the Ezreal for comfort reasons and take that away from LazyField instead.
Yeah, it could be an option. Lucian and Milio together, as they're going to go for the Corki, actually. We have seen a bit of Corki Nami resurgence.
Right now,
suppose so.
LazyField prefers the Ezreal, but like that was his almost like one-trick pick. He played it more than any other AD carry for so long. So another great choice here by T1. See where we're going to see this Anivia confirmed, but first a jungle pick, likely for Owner, as can go for the Lee Sin here if he wants to. Jarvan is still up this late into this draft, so that could also be an option here.
We have seen Nefiri into Vi sometimes, but also did get nerfed alongside of the Cyclosword nerf as well. We are going to see Cassante, actually, so...
Surprised to see that pick first, but I guess they want a little bit more information about what AD carry Owner is going to be engaging on before they lock the jungle in. And it looks like they had no intention of flexing that Anivia, even though it's a possibility. And Yunara Lulu, looks like it's what's left, it's what's on the table since they left the Lulu up. I don't think you want to play an Ezreal lane here with the supports that are banned away. And this comp does do really well. It's got a lot of engage. In fact, I really like
Mr. K Sunday.
Instead of Lulu and looking for the all-in opportunities with the Vi pick that they have already, just gives you so much more setup rather than trying to kind of lose less in a Lulu lane and look for engages. Like Lulu follows up on Vi really well, but Nautilus just point and click.
Oh, Lee Sin here for Owner.
This is what I thought he'd be going to, very likely, just because it's Owner and this is the meta. Both Lee Sin and Nefiri getting changed a little bit on this patch, but not functionally too different. And the Wukong, a little bit less common, I think, in a draft like this because it gives you a lot less power in the early game. And you're still playing an Anivia, you're still playing a Cassante, right? So you've got the Lucian Milio that you can't play through very easily with the Wukong. And I'm quite surprised by this, actually. I do think it's one of the best jungle picks into Yunara specifically because it's really easy to get on top of her and stay on top of her since she only really has that one big dash.
Yeah.
But the early game can get a little bit
พอดี
weird. You know, with this draft here for
กิฟ
T1,
เดี๋ยว
it's very much Lucian Milio is your power point, but it's hard to actually utilize it here into the Vi. That's much more
มาครับผม
powerful at level
วู
3.
คอง
Yeah, absolutely. I do feel like, you know, if you kind of ignore the opposite side and all of the shutdown and lockdown that Team DRX do have, you get Lucian for a
แต่น้องทอมชอบดับ
80
วูคอง
carry
มา
player
เจอ
right
กับ
now in Pays and Milio to back him up
กับเวท
area.
2 ตัวนะ
This is the best duo lane on the patch, and we've seen it just take over games and
มาครับพลัง
destroy teams
เจอพลังความโกรธโอเนอร์ที่ไม่ติด
or
เอเชียนเกม
dual-handedly, I suppose.
อย่างนี้โอเนอร์
with the
ต้องไป
Milio included, so
ต้องไปนั่นด้วยปะ
curious to see how that
ต้องไป
Nautilus is gonna get to the
ท
lane
หาร
as
ด้วย
well.
ใช่ปะ
Yeah, I am as well. I'm also curious, maybe they just think they can win the 2v2 as a 2v2 or even 2v3 and the Wukong won't be as necessary there. Maybe they're just that confident.
I'll have to wait and see as we're ready. Let's hop into the rift for
โอ้
game number 1.
แสดงว่าโอเนอร์ต้องพยายามว่ะ
ทำไมไม่ซูสเปเกอร์กูมาอยู่ที่เซีเรียและแคนยอนน่าเศร้าแทนนะพี่
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Here we go, game number 1. As it is match 71. Very sad we you know we had our
แต่ยัง
match
ได้หลาย
67
ปีอยู่
and it's gone
โอเนอร์
now,
ก็ต้อง
but
พยายาม
we'll have
คือโอเนอร์
7-6
ต้องได้
at least.
MVP เวอ
That'll
ร์เว้ย
happen this week.
สักครั้งเว้ย
Let's actually take a look. That's actually KT Gen G, that one. So another great matchup.
แต่พี่ก็คุยกับไฟเมื่อวานก็
We
ถาม
had,
ไฟก็ถามว่าแบบเอ๊ะทำไม
which
แบบ
was KT Hanwha, I
ทำไม
believe, as well.
แบบนี้เขาทำไมโค้ชถึงไม่เอาโอเนอร์ไปวะ
Nice
ทำไมถึงเอา
ones,
แคนยอนวะ
coming across.
อะไรอย่างเงี้ยพี่ก็บอกว่ามันคือแคนยอนอ่ะ
Moving into
มันเล่น
70s,
มันไม่เหมือน
you
โอ
know,
เนอร์ไง
it's a
มัน
little less fun,
มัน
but
แบบเหมือนมันลีดแบบ
77
ป่าลาย
lucky one?
แบบ
I don't know what
มันเหมือน
it
มัน
was.
อ่านป่าฝั่งตรงข้ามได้อะมันรู้ว่าป่าฝั่งตรงข้ามทำอะไรแล้วมันก็แบบคอยบอกเพื่อนแล้วก็คอยแท็กให้อ่ะ
It's also Saturday Showdown, just like 6-7 was, as it turns out.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, well, the Lucian
มันเป็
with
นแนวแบบนั้น
the
นะ
Doran's bow start, actually. Pretty interesting to see. A little bit more attack damage, just +2 on that.
ทำไมดีอะ DX ทำไมเปลี่ยนชื่อส่วนใหญ่ถ้าเกิดชื่อมันเปลี่ยนแสดงว่าสปอนเซอร์ครับ
You know, when you're double tapping people, You know, you get the double the
คือ
AD.
มันก็คือมันด้วยแพทอะมันไม่ใช่แพทของแคนยอนจะแบกเว้ยลองเป็นแพทแบบนิดาลีคาทัสอะไรพวกนี้ดิหรือไซล่าดิคือแคนยอนมาแบกให้เลยแล้วคนก็จะแบบไม่กังขาเพราะมันเป็นป่าแบกอะป่าเวทแบกแต่ป่าแพทจุบันอะมันเป็นแพทแบบเป็นไฟเตอร์แล้วก็แบบเป็นตัวแบบเปิดให้อะไรอย่างเงี้ยป่าแทงแคนยอนยังเล่นได้ดีเลยแต่ว่าแพทนี้ไม่เป็นแพทไฟเตอร์เว้ยแต่ก็น่าเศร้าตรงที่แพทไฟเตอร์โอเนอร์ก็ยังไม่ติดอยู่ดี
It's a nice hook actually. Kind of got him through the minion wave, so pretty interesting angle there. UCal has been playing a lot of Rise. I think that's part of the reason why they pick it up alongside of the Cassiopeia ban, just to get him some big comfort on this pick.
Yeah, you can see the win rate on a lot of these champions is quite high for a 4-10 team. Like, these are really good champs for them. Rich is undefeated, 1-0 on the Rumble. So
แต่ก็เข้าใจได้คือถ้าพี่เป็นโค้ชพี่ก็แบบลังเลจัดเลยคือถ้าสมมุติว่าถ้าแบบได้ป่าที่เป็นแบบแคนยอนแล้วก็แบบคอยแบบบอกเพื่อนร่วมทีมว่าแบบเฮ้ยมันหยุดประมาณตรงนี้นะเราต้องเล่นอะไรอย่างนี้นะแบบคือมันเราไม่รู้ว่าหลังแบบหลังไมค์แบบแคนยอนพูดยังไงอะไรเงี้ยโค้ชพี่ว่าแบบเขาคงเห็นอะไรอะที่แบบแคนยอนพูดอะไรเงี้ยแล้วก็อยากได้คือการเล่นเกมคือการทำทีมทั้งหนึ่งทีมอ่ะมันก็ถ้ามันมีคนแบบคอยแบบเป็นเหมือนมันสมองให้อ่ะเอานึกภาพสมมติว่าเราเล่นกันไปว่าเก่งเลย5คนแต่ไม่มีใครพูดเลยอ่ะมันก็จะแบบว่าเอาละทำอะไรต่อวะแต่แบบอาจจะแบบว่ามีคนแบบเฮ้ยเลือกเปลี่ยนแล้วคนนี้เป็นคนพูดอ่ะมันก็แบบมันก็จะแบบอีกคลิปที่เหลือมันก็แบบเป็นมันสมองให้มันก็ดีนะแต่พี่เข้าใจว่าแบบว่าถ้าสมมติว่าเป็นโอเนอร์คือพูดตามตรงนะน่าจะเป็นแบบคนดูน่าจะเยอะแบบมากๆอ่ะคือถ้าเป็นโอเนอร์ก็คือแบบทีวันรียูเนียนคือยังไงก็คือแบบนั้นคือคนแบบไม่ว่าทำอะไรอยู่คือมึงต้องขอมาดูสักรอบอ่ะมันไม่ได้มีให้ดูบ่อยๆอ่ะ
See exactly how this went down. Looks like just a wall here. Lots of damage coming through. UCal flashes. Owner follows. Good wall from Faker.
Yeah. You can see the timing of the stun and the wall comes in kind of right before Owner, like right before UCal realizes Owner is there. Because if he knows Owner's there, he's going to flash the stun, right? But the second that the stun hits, Owner shows up and he's like, oh crap, I'm in a lot of trouble. And then he tried to go for the late flash, but did not work out.
I personally am a big fan of continuing to use Electrocute on Anivia for plays like this rather than the Deathfire Touch. Both are pretty good, obviously, for different reasons, but Electrocute is so valuable in short, bursty ganks like this. As level 6 is reached for Faker here, we do have, you know, a lurking Willer there in the mid lane, but Faker didn't flash for that kill in the mid lane, so he's relatively safe here.
แต่พูดตามตรงนะว่าจะเปลี่ยนตัวยังไงอ่ะแม่งก็คือเกาหลีแม่งก็คือแบบปีศาจแบบนรกแบบปีศาจแบบว่าโคตรแบบไลน์อัพแม่งคือปีศาจจริง
Yeah, I do wonder about LazyField's ability to play this lane once Paze decides to press his buttons, as you can see.
แต่ในใจอ่ะพี่อยากเห็นสักครั้งมันอยากเห็นแบบว่าเป็นก็คือเซตที่วันเก่าแต่ว่าตรงกลางเปลี่ยนเป็นโชวี่อ่ะอยากเห็นชิปเป่งเลยโอ้เคเลียแต่ว่ามีแฟลชนะชิวๆรอให้เปิดไฟให้ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่ละ
To get that flash Q in, and Paze will die.
So many things happening at once there in that bottom lane. They could see how Owner was reacting to the situation. Like the second they stepped back, he pressed his clear key. Like he opened his scryer because he was like, okay, well obviously they can see me. Clears the ward, and then he kind of backs away as Paze and Keria go in. But this is exactly what we're talking about. We talk about pre-6 jungle power between these two in the 3v3. It's always going to be Willers. He has the flash available here, so is able to get in there. Keria gets hooked initially while Owner is still clearing that ward, and there's nothing Owner can do to prevent this from happening, right? There's just absolutely nothing he can do. He's just Wukong watching it. And it's tragic for him because he was in the right place, but his kit does not allow for any recourse there, and it is a dead Lucian. And suddenly, LazyField with a slight lead in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes, you know, just having tons and almost too much CC can really work out for you. You know, sometimes you fall behind, you're not really able to utilize it, but just having the Nautilus there to auto and then the Vi right there,
พี่เต้ออก
follow up
ผ้าคลุมมา
look,
2 อัน
like
เลย
you
ว่ะ
get hit by one,
ส่วน Rumble
you're
ออก
gonna get hit by
Sweetness
all of them. As we're going
ค่ายาก
along
นะ
the
มี
top
Sweetness
lane,
อะ
Rich in a bit of trouble. Does have his flash, and he's just gonna
Okay.
walk it off instead. So it's good that he does survive.
Yeah, not going to commit any further here. Doran just will grab this overgrowth and then back out, using most of his mana there. Really, that moment there for Andil is why I really like this Nautilus pick. Just so
แชทเป็นไงแบบนี้
powerful
แช
in
ท
these types of exchanges with a Vi. Speaking of, he has exhaust now, and he's looking for an angle. A bit far ahead, though.
Oh, here we go again. Hiding on bush is Doran.
โอ้
And now he
ได้
is
แฟลช
going to get the flash out of Rich.
ชัวร์
So Rich saying, oh, I guess the Cassante is gone. He wasn't gone.
Now, it's always the power of the
Lord.
Cassante there to force the flash. It's a reflex
มันหน้าคล้าย
test
พี่ป่ะ
there. If Rich doesn't flash instantly at the same time, he dies no matter what. If Doran gets
คือ
on
พอ
top,
บอกให้นะ
Doran
หน้า
kinda
คล้าย
walks
พี่
towards him and
แม่ง
says,
ทำแบบ
"Guess
แก้ม
what? I'm
แก้ม
saving
แบบ
mine."
แก้มเป็นแบบ
Rich has
มะ
the
เขือเทศ
flash
เลย
to
อะ
respond.
พี่เจเรามาดูดิ
Really
พี่เจ
clean play there from Doran to get the punish. And Andil wasn't able to turn that push into anything.
เนี่ยตอนแรกพี่ให้มันทำหน้าเหมือนพี่อันนี้ใช่ป่ะพี่เจ
Before,
แล้ว
Lazyfield had level 6, but
แล้วแล้วมาบอกให้มันหน้าเหมือนมากกว่านี้มันคือ
and both supports are getting closer to their big ultimates here, so we might have a little bit more attention as Willer is coming down. But I don't think this is the wise time to try to set up a dive. And think being happy with being even in this
ใส่แว่น
lane
ด้วย
as
เหร
a
อ
Yunara is exactly where QMDRX want to be right now.
And it's really
โอ้
all
ใส่แว่นมันยากแล้วว่า
can hope
มัน
for or ask for at this point. You also consider, you know, the two ults of the Vi and the Nautilus, both uncleansable, right? They're just kind of one's a knock up, one
ในขณะที่แรมก็คือแพงขึ้นเรื่อย
the Vi either
ๆ
way.
แล้วคือ
Um,
มนุษย์โลกก็คือแทนที่จะเอา AI ไปเจนอะไรที่มันแบบมีประโยชน์ กลัวมาเจนแบบกลัวมาเจนอันนี้ช่องแชทเอาไปเจนพี่บวงจูบกับพี่บิ๊กแล้วก็เจนอะไรอีกแบบคือแม่งทรัพยากรโลกเราแม่ง
Owner's going to get
หมดละ
these
กับสิ่งพวกนี้
which are
Holy shit.
really strong, actually. I feel for the Rise composition almost more than they are for T1, but just good in general for anyone to have. And because the Dragon went over to QMDRX, it is important for him to get something back in return on the other side of the map here. And he is not on vision. Like, they don't know where he is, but they're going to find out very soon. It's kind of been a timid passage of play here for Will recently. Now they know.
It's just in a lot of trouble. He doesn't have his flash here. The Cyclone comes
This
in.
means that
Owner just flashes to make sure that he can pick up the kill. And yeah, just unfortunate timing there for Rich.
Yeah, poor Willer, like he just wasn't doing anything to prevent this or to contest the grubs. He was just kind of passing through his own jungle, farming it out. Owner was making a proactive play and should be able to secure the final grub after this as well. As he dropped it to look for Rich, there's control vision in this brush. Cyclone second activation hits, he flashes, has flash advantage that Doran's conveyed to him from the last exchange. So all those small things add up. If he has flash there, he probably gets away, or at least has a little bit more wiggle room to do so, but not without it.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate for Rich to go down there. Does feel like, you know, with the
Owner ล่างอยากแข่ง Asian Game
Cassante into Rumble matchup, and just the fact that it is Doran versus Rich, even though Cassante doesn't have a very high win rate, he's been slowly being played more, and now with the Doran's helm,
คือด้วยความที่เกาหลีมันแบบนักแข่งมันแบบโหดหลายคนอะทุกคนมีมุมมองที่เล่นดีหมดอะแล้วแต่สไตล์ของแล้วมีแบบมันแล้วแต่สไตล์จริงอะเพราะแบบอยากได้แบบไหนอะมีให้เลือกหมดอะเลือกอะไรก็น่าจะมีปัญหาแบบ
Barrier will be forced here by Lazyfield to make sure he can get the recall back, but like this vision I've noticed has been a consistent thing from Ando in recent games. He just always sets up a line of it no matter where you know, where he is. If it's before Baron or before Herald, he often takes a trip up there and often even risks his life to set up that line of vision. He's been doing this very consistently. It hasn't led to any success here, unfortunately, but they'd get a lot of power and denying some farm here on the
อ๋อ
bottom lane
คือ
is absolutely a big win. Now let's see if
เป็น
Rich
นะ
can
ช็อต
survive
นี้ครับ
this
ดัน
one.
ออกมา
Yeah, we got a TP coming in,
Oh,
but I think they just have the damage to kill Rich eventually. As in comes Pays, and this rotation comes up. Aldo's like, wait, I thought it was just two. And even though it is just the two hitting him at the moment, he is going to just
Buffer ได้
buffer and get out.
ก็คือเกณฑ์
But
ที่
isn't
ฟูเซน
going to
เขา
have much effect. He
เขา
went
เขียนมา
essentially
คือ
giving
แบบ
over the second Drake
ดู
to
ดิว
get
เกณฑ์
Pays more money.
KDA Solo Q KP Number อะไรอะแชมเปี้ยนที่ถูกหยิบดาเมจเปอร์เซ็นต์ดาเมจ13 ข้ออะ
Comes at a trade-off, as LazyField is ahead pretty significantly on gold and is getting more plate gold all the while this is happening. The Rich Rumble being behind this far is a significant problem for the side of QMDRX though as well. I mean they are behind.
แต่มันเป็นอย่างเงี้ยเอาจริงเหรอ
everyone else.
แบบใส่แว่นแล้วเป็นอย่างเงี้ย
This is going to be an opportunity in this pick comp when it gets to the mid game for them to really
เอาแบบ
try
ใส่
to
แว่นหรือไม่ใส่แว่นดี
accelerate
วะ
push, for some early skirmishing power with this Yunara that does do well. Glutinous Greaves online here, 12 minutes. So we'll see if
ไม่ใส่อะ
LazyField
โอเค
can
โอเค
do that thing he does, where he gets out of the laning phase and then kind of pops
ใส่กับ
off.
ไม่ใส่อะ
If you're
ตัวอะไร
a
นี้
DRX fan, you're like, well, this is best case scenario that he's the guy who's coming out of lane stable because he's our main character. In this draft,
เป็น
for
เป็น
sure,
ไฟล์นี้สุดท้ายละ
the Rumble Vi isn't going to be as potent as a combo if Rich is this far behind.
มันตัดปากพี่มาใส่ด้วย
One thing I do worry about for LazyField is that it's definitely going to take him longer to spike
ใส่แฮร์รี่เลย
compared to
เดี๋ยวให้พี่เจมมาเลือกกัน
just the Lucian who can get
รอพี่เจม
one, even two items and
พี่
just
เจ
really make your day hell.
มันดูหน่อย
in
ว่า
the mid
แบบไหน
lane. Like LazyField is you know, he's on the Unari.
เห็นพี่เจแบบ
He got through the lane
ใส่
phase.
ใส่แว่นกับ
He's
ไม่
going
ใส่
to
แว่
be
น
strong eventually, but do they get
ต้อง
there?
ใส่ดีกว่า
I think those
ทำไม
two early Drakes can help them out.
เออเหรอ
but what is the next Drake fight going to look like with T1 and a 2,000 gold lead and a Lucian that is
อ่ะพี่เจเลือกใส่แว่น
at
ละ
least
อาตาแชท
online
เลือกบ้าง
enough, even if he didn't, you know, absolutely wreck the lane.
My thing is, I think
ใส่
Owner
กด
has a
หนึ่ง
huge
ไม่ใส่
role
ก
to
ด
play in
สอง
these
อ่ะ
upcoming fights,
กดเลยครับ
especially
แชท
since Dragon fight or
ใส่กดหนึ่ง
potentially
ไม่ใส่กด
Arrow
สอง
fight even faster. Because if no one peels for Pays,
ใส่
he's
กด
got
หนึ่ง
Amelia,
ไม่ใส่กด
there's
ส
a
อง
lot of hard CC in this draft. If Pays dies first, if LazyField can burst him down with all that CC, then Faker can't kill LazyField, and if Owner isn't able to do it, then he just wins the team fight, even if he hasn't hit his big spike yet, because he's Yunara, and he's going to clean up, and he does a lot of damage. Rich is once again in danger, and that's
Yeah. I mean, trying to save that turret
นี่เกมมัน
was
ชิวๆไง
pipe dream. I don't think that was ever going to
คือ
happen. And then he
T1
sticks
ตอน
around
นี้ก็
long enough to also find out what it's like to get walled by the
ดูจะ
Nvidia,
ชิวๆครับผม ฟอร์มดีจัด
especially as a melee champion without a dash. So just gonna be forced to flash away. And there's the engage
Pace,
from
แต่ว่า
Billy is going to land the
โอ้โห
stun with the hook as they
คิว
throw everything in the kitchen
มา
sink into
โอ้
Pace.
มิ
But
ลิโอกับลู
unfortunately,
เซียน
the
แม่ง
follow-up was not quite there.
คือขนาดวายนอติลูสคือนอติลูสดึงโดนวายต่อยอันตินอตอันติซีโคตรเยอะแม่งยังไม่ตายเลย เราจะปัดรอบนี้ไม่ดี
Yeah, Lazyfield has to flash away.
จบละโอเนอร์คุณจบละ เอเชียนเกมคุณไม่มีภาพละคุณทำอย่างเงี้ย
ซัดแต่
คุณไม่ได้เว้ยเนอร์
Willer's just trying to posture here. We got a TP down to the bottom lane, and this one is out of Rich.
บ้านแม่
Now, UCal does have Realm Warp to try to maybe sandwich here, but I think they kind of missed up the window that they were looking for. Now Faker's just like, I'm chilling with TP up here. I don't really care. Herald is also the next objective, so having UCal running back to the top side here to catch that wave with all this prio here for T1, I don't
ทำ
think
ไม
that
โดรานไม่มี
Rich
ดราม่าครับ ชนะกินแท้
as Doran also still
ๆ
has.
เอาจริงถ้าเกิดโดรานฟอร์มแบบเนี้ยทั้งตั้งแต่เปิดมาเลยนะ
Yeah, of
ปี
course,
เนี้ย
Doran not known
พี่ว่า
for
ไงก็
stopping
ติด
teleports, if there was
แต่
to be
แบบ
a fight.
Yeah.
คือฟอร์มแกเพิ่งกลับมาดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆ
I
ไง
don't know if there is going to be one because there's just too much
ตัวเนี้ยที่ว่าแบบ
top side control and QMDRX
สู้
is not able to
สู้
play
ได้
the
หมดละ
map as well. And it's because of this Rumble has been kind of pushed down, and it's been every time, you know, T1 look for an opportunity on the map to like, well, it's the Rumble again. You know, he doesn't have flash. Let's go push him out, see what we could do. And because of it, you've seen this Faker's had such a free time. Speaking of, Rich, fortunately for Faker, is going to be on this side as well as maybe a catch
พี่เหมือน
on
ซับ
Keria.
ขอบคุณดอลลาร์นะครับซับ1 เดือนขอบคุณนะครับ
Better to flash as Emilio
ขอบคุณมากค
especially
รับ
than to die. Even though I think if he dies there, he should get back for the fight, but maybe he wants to be out on the map and laying down wards and stuff like that. And of course, supporting Pays getting some pressure in mid by staying alive.
Yeah, unfortunately for LazyField, he also doesn't have that gold lead anymore as he had before.
เมื่อวานแม่งคือแมนซีไหนๆก็แบบว่าจะไม่ได้แชมป์แล้วน่าจะยอมหน่อยน่าจะยอมแบบเสียแบบไม่ต้องตีเสมอหน่อยจะหมดเวลาอยู่แล้ว
unless you kill Pace first. You can kill Faker if you kill Pace first. That's the rule.
ถ้าเกิดสมมติว่าปอดมัดชนะนะมึงเอ้ยเมื่อวานนี้คือแบบลุ้นนะบอกเลยคือมีลุ้นละลิเวอร์พูล
I see what's going on here. I'll just play this very defensively. And Faker's getting a little bit low on mana. That's really the only issue for him, is that he couldn't necessarily extend for a kill, perhaps, but he's still trading pretty well.
The Drake is live, and Willer is on it right now. TP is going to come
โดน
through
TP
here
มา
for
ว่ะ
Doran first.
แต่มันคือ
Not
เคซันเต
here. It's a really awkward fight for KMDRX. He does have Realm Warp, and he's going to need to use it to get here if they want to contest. They could look for a
เฮ้ย
punish here.
เกอโอ้โห
This TP
วางเตารอเลยว่ะแต่ว่าเฟเกอร์แฟดออกมาครับแล้วช็อตนี้น้ำแข็งเรียบร้อยฮะแอนดิวตรายคือลิชแม่งวางอีโคไลเซอร์รอเลยเอ้ยโอ้โหเฟเกอร์ทันโดนเลซี่ฟิลเกือบตายโดรานครับตัวนี้จะตายไหมโดรานยก2โอ้โหไม่ได้ไปครับผมโชว์ฟอร์ม
and begins to do tons of damage. A very one-sided fight to T1.
Yeah, I really think KMDRX have some angles with this comp, but that setup was not even close to it. As you mentioned, the Yanara is so cut off. Yukal is basically not even in the fight, and he might be the last one to die. And if it's part of the fight, I guess you wouldn't really call this part of the fight. He's forced to flash away.
ปีไก่อ่ะ
And the T1 are just like, cool, thanks for the dragon and the extra kills. As once again, I said it, like Faker.He's right in the front of them because he knows you can't kill this guy. He's so difficult to kill. He has passive now. He flashes instantly.
แล้วมีพาสซีฟเลยอ่ะแบบไปวางรอก็แบบ
uncontested. No engage onto this guy. He's got him, Emilio on top of him, right? And then when they engage onto him here, he just pieces out. By the way, there is no follow-up to kill him there, even if he doesn't get out, because Rich doesn't have Equalizer, and LazyFeel's on the wrong side of the fight. Yukal doesn't do enough damage. And Paze just gives Yukal a back massage here before they force him to flash. As Paze...That was really cool looking, very fancy, but I feel almost not even fully necessary in this fight for them to win it.
Yeah, it almost felt like, you know, I'm gonna do this because it's here. Let me just style on them and make them look silly. And
it's a reflex, right? You see a Vi ult on you, you jump in the Herald.
Yeah, that as well.And yeah, I do agree. I feel like KMDRX had some angles in this one. They even got through the lane pretty well.
ปล่อยเพสยูโคไลเซอร์มาแต่ว่าลึกแล้วครับอันนี้ไม่ไหวละโอ้แต่ว่ายูเคลมาโอ้โหไม่ไหวว่ะเพสตายอะเพสตายว่ะต้องถอยโดรานอยู่บนครับโดรานไม่มีทีพีมันไม่ควรเล่นเพลงนี้แบบเพราะว่าแบบไม่มีอะไรเลยข้างล่างอะแต่ว่าโดนเขาเปิดครับแล้วเขามากัน5If
you link those combos together, you lock down that 80 carry, and Faker has to run. You know, he can't actually long-term carry the fight. He doesn't have the same damage. The Cassante doesn't either.
จะเอาป้อมล่างแหละ
Frankly, a pretty aggressive play from the side of T1 at this point, as Andil is dead in live. But look, they get on top of Pace here. There's no one to bail him out anymore. His owner's cycling on the wrong side of the fight. There's no peel.And so they get him really well played here, but in live, it feels like all of this just washes away as Andil is caught backing by Faker. Oh, he actually went for the dredge line.
เดี๋ยวนะ
Yeah, greedy.
Oh.
Let's say that. Let's say greedy.
อุ้ยเรียมวอลมาดักหน้าตรงนี้เฟเกอร์เราจะโดนไข่เราจะระเบิดเพสยิงอยู่เฮ้ยไข่ไม่ระเบิดเลยเนี่ยลิชิพยายามตีแต่แบบไม่ไหวครับผม
Here on the Wukong as he's 9 out of 9 for kill participation as he has been everywhere this time around. Owner going to go pretty deep there but gets a nice trade onto Yukal.
I think no one has told QMDRX. I mean, look, LazyFeel's not originally, you know, he's I guess he's always been in this region, but he's not, you know, an old school LCK player. He doesn't know about unkillable Demon King. That's kind of in the name. You can't kill him. He has egg in this situation. They tried. Like, Rich, I know you come from another game, but you should know by now. It's the second time they've tried to kill him in the beginning of a fight. And Pace is just like, I'm right here, and I'm going to kill all of you instead. And
เมื่อวานน้องชิมชนะเฟีย X 2-1 ด้วยแล้วแบบ
I think this game
โอ้โหแล้วแทยูนเพิ่งแบบว่าโยนเสื้อทิ้งแต่นงชิมไปเจอฮาวอะไรก็หนักอยู่ดี
Yeah, trying to
อ่า
hide
Faker ตาย
in
ข
a
องจริงอั
side
นนี้
lane and wait for Faker to come up here, which is generally where Faker likes to go. Nice little play from them.
เล่นด้วยกัน3คนตลอดเลยวะ
Malhouse, even Faker can be caster Cruz.
There's all the
ใช่ป่ะจะน่ากลัวแต่แบบ
right
เป็นแบบนี้
there.
นะ
I feel like generally, you know, when Faker would die in that scenario, you know, they would look to push elsewhere, but actually T1 were just grouped in the top river, kind of next to
ดูน่ากลัว
Faker,
ไงไม่รู้
but not close enough.
He's immobile, doesn't have his passive. They didn't have a teleport to jump onto him there. Like Doran wasn't going to commit that.
มีเพลง
This
ไม่
type
ค่อย
of
น่า
situation
กลัว
with too many KRX members. So it is a win, right, for KRX. They get the kill onto Faker.
เอาจริง
Some
ป่ะ
money in their coffers,
ตัว
but
ตลกอ่ะมันควรจะแบบพอเราเห็นมันควรจะเป็นแบบสิ่งที่เราดูแล้วตลกแล้วแบบฮาอะไรอย่างงี้เนาะแต่ทำไมมันกลายเป็นแบบว่าทีมมันกลายเป็นแบบทีมผีได้วะ
Surprise, surprise. As that dragon, which is only a second ocean for them, is a lot less appealing at this moment in time. In fact, I think if T1 could get mid prio, or if KRX try to start this dragon, T1 are just going to leave the Cassandra down here and probably try to take Baron.
ไปแล้วเพสมีโอเนอร์รับให้อยู่โอเนอร์ปั่นแล้วก็
It's going to soak up a lot of the damage, nearly takes
ออก
out
มาได้ครับ
Ontil. Doesn't have
KRX
that depth
โอเนอ
charge
ร์ปั่น
just
หมดละ
yet, so he's going to have to back.
Are used here before the dragon spawns for T1. They end up getting control over the area, but even Doran committed his TP. I feel like this is kind of a net negative for T1 overall. They played that very differently than what I expected. But again, it's a successful play in terms of getting the map control. And now KRX don't even get to have that conversation about starting Dragon first. Willer has flash and ult here, but he is very outnumbered. Very, very outnumbered. Here comes a Realm Warp. He's trying to change that.
Yeah, they're just trying to reposition as they were kind of above T1 and now they're below with the rest of the team. Owner still on the flank. He's not actually in the pit just
เฮ้ยวิลเลอ
yet.
ร์อยู่ข้างใน
but on vision
โอเนอร์เห็นครับผม
here is
มีวาดอยู่ไง
Willer.
ตึ๊บ
Doesn't
ตึ๊บ
have
ตึ๊บ
his
ตึ๊บ
Q, and he's just
ต้องแฟด
isolated.
ออก
Has to flash away.
เดี๋ยวนะมังกรตัวนี้ตัวที่2หูทีวันอยู่ในโดนเผาเคลียร์โดนเผาเฟกเกอร์พยายามไล่อยู่ครับลิชออกไปลิชต้องแฟดอู้ได้นะอุ๊ยโดรันตายครับผมแต่ว่าน่าจะชนะไฟชนะจริงหรือเปล่าเพสตายไปแล้วเกอร์เลซี่ฟิลตาย2-2แต่ว่าตรงนี้อย่างไร
And very much ready to party if you
น่า
would
จะโดน
like to.
ล็อกขา
As they're looking for UCal, the stun comes through. And
Faker!
setting up Faker very nicely. One more wall. We'll get it done into the E. And Faker
อารีนามีผลจริง
get it done
ๆใครจะบอกไม่มีผล
Rich trying to set fire to ice
ผลจ
there.
ริงๆเว้ย
Faker will maintain his life as fortunately for Willer, he's on vision here. Otherwise, a pretty tricky spot. Like his angle was cool if there was no ward there, but there was. Doran really sends it here, and I think if this game state was a lot more even, T1 might have just gotten crushed in this fight. Because Doran actually puts himself in a position here after the Lazy Field fire kick doesn't really get any follow-up to just get blown up. And now Lazy Field is in free position, and FaZe is trying to push UCal. He flashed forward and burst him down, and now the damage is really, really low here. Faker is able to get his combo off, but man, if Lazy Field is in a position to actually avoid that, then I think they win the fight, right? But Faker plays it incredibly well, knows exactly what he needs to do there, put the wall up, burst down the Yunara, and they win the fight. And Rich is just not going to be able to do anything about it after that. It ends up being an ace. A little bit messy, like I said, but with the gold lead they have, they can kind of play it like they want. Faker, top damage in the game, 21.6k here on this Anivia. Save the day by snapping up a flashless Lazy Field.
Yeah, feels pretty good for the side of T1. I mean, they have this really big gold lead as this is going to be a bit on vision. In comes Willer, but he just gets fire kicked away.
เมซี่เตะโอ้
Now he's not going to be around
แฟ
for
ด
very
เลยว่ะ
much
โดราน
longer. Down he will go to Pace, who picks up another kill. And the Realm Warp comes out from UCal. But yeah, T1 are very far ahead. Feels like some of these fights are a little bit closer than they have to be. But still feels like T1
อยากเจอฮาวาไลวะ
they definitely should be after picking up a nice Baron here at this point.
Yeah.
คือถ้าทีวันที่25นี้ทีวันแพ้ DK ได้เจอฮาวาไลเร็วเลยครับผมคิดว่านะคือฮาวาไลคงไม่แพ้นงชิมหรอก
very quickly and then start to threaten the inhibitor turrets as we're even going to see a TP here from Faker as they'll leave Doran to mid and put this massive wave clear to the test right on top of this inhibitor turret. Clear these waves, let the Baron siege do its work. Waves just disappear.
Yeah, I mean, eventually you see that Rich has to TP back into the play as he was pushing bot. Doesn't get a lot of value there. As he does come in, and this top turret is definitely gone, the inhibitor as well. The wave in mid at least is cleared for now, as T1 still tons of time here on this Baron. Might just go for a
แต่
little
ทัวร์
reset,
EWC
another
เดาอะไร
push.
ออกยากจริงเพราะว่ามัน
reset here and go send someone mid.
มันก็
Thought they'd send Doran because
มัน
he
ด้วยความ
has
แบบ
teleport. Faker does not,
เล่น
but
ที่
Faker
แบบ
has
มัน
the
ไม่มี
better
คนดู
wave
ไม่มีอะไรไม่อาจจะไม่กดดันนะเล่นแบบชิว
to push this one and then push mid out. But getting the one inhibitor feels great when it's the one that's on the opposite side of the map of the dragon. You already have such a lead in this game. It's pretty hard to mess it up from here, but it does feel like T1 have really played this very textbook. And I mean, Lazy Field can't really hurt Doran right now. Needs a lot more setup, a lot more time. So I'm going to leave him in the mid lane and just push this inner turret to basically leave all inners off the map. Inhibitors will be under threat at a moment's notice. So it gives T1, they just win one team fight, so many different angles to end the game. And there needs to be a response here. I mean, Rich does have his equalizer. May need to use it.
Yeah, it just feels like for Rich,
ๆอยากเจอ G2 อ่ะ
even if you do use it, maybe the cannon minion doesn't die, and then you don't have your equalizer for the fight. There's really no good answer for KRX at this point, other than trying to force a fight and layering some CC and damage. That's not exactly what I meant, Kium, but nice try.
ตอนเนี้ยต้องรีบเจอทุกทีมก่อนที่เมตาจะเปลี่ยนเว้ยที่วันเหมือนจับเมตาได้แหละแล้วก็แบบว่าออปติไมซ์เมตาให้เข้ากับตัวเองได้แหละคือแอชแล้วก็ไอ้ลูเซียนมิลิโอเนี่ยแอชซิลฟีนลูเซียนมิลิโอแล้วเกอร์ก็เล่นไก่ไปไก่แคสซิโอเปียโอ้โหชงให้น้องๆเพนต้าว่ะอุ้ยน้องเพสคือแบบคือที่วันคือแบบว่ามันชงให้กันแบบให้น้องอ่ะฮัลโหลอะไรนะเดี๋ยวเพสจะมาลองเทสหน่อยเหรอเดี๋ยวเผื่อทีมชาติเปลี่ยนไลน์อัพเหรอไม่ได้ไม่เอาครับเดี๋ยวผมอยากได้ทีมทีวันเก่าอยากเห็นทีวันรียูเนียนอ่ะโอนเนอร์ไปได้ปะน้องเปลี่ยนแคนยอนเป็นโอนเนอร์ได้ปะครับอ๋อไม่ได้ประกาศไปแล้วอ่ะ
Says our bottom is so perfect. The Faker sign that left. I guess it's child photos of Karika and Pays. I'm not 100%
แล้วเลื่อนอัปเดตแพททั้งหมดจนกว่าที่วันจะได้ไปทุกงานอินเตอร์เนชั่นแนล
I also made a meme
หรืออะไรนะครับวันอะไรจะซื้อน้องเหรอ
Pays is 90 damage on the Caitlyn, so I'm with you, fan out there. The bottom duo pretty perfect right now. Faker was ahead of Pays in damage for a lot of this game, but Pays does in those final moments. Rocket ahead. I think back to the drawing board here for KRX. Execution of the draft was not always there. They had a few moments they were able to seize on, right? But otherwise, Owner just completely gapped Willer in this game, and the rest of the game is history.
Yeah, kind of felt like the laning phase was all right, and then once we hit mid-game, it was like, oh God, KRX, oh no, please. Let's fix that one up for game 2 because they definitely need to if they want to have a chance to take down T1 as it is T1 1-0 here as we head into the break.
Well, he's kidding out. I'm putting it to work. Yeah, let's take a look at how it worked out here in this one. And now this fight over in the mid-river, this was after all of the bullying that was happening on the top side of the map by Doran against Rich. So the big play here is Pays. The Nautilus Assault comes out initially, doesn't get a huge amount of value, but the Nautilus Assault and the Vial are there to combat Pays.
พอเมื่อกี้พี่กินข้าวใช่ป่ะแชทแล้วแบบมันก็มีข้าวแบบหกจากชามใช่ป่ะแล้วพี่ก็เหมือนออโต้รีแอคด้วยกันพี่ต้องหยิบข้าวขึ้นมาแบบอยากจะหยิบข้าวขึ้นมากินอ่ะทั้งที่พี่อายุจะ36แล้วแต่ว่ามันเป็นเพราะตอนเด็กๆอ่ะพี่อาจารย์อ่ะคือตอนประมาณสักประถม1ประถม2อ่ะอาจารย์เขาพี่กินข้าว6ใช่ป่ะแบบ6จากชามอ่ะและอาจารย์อ่ะบอกว่า ดุพี่แล้วบอกว่ายืนแล้วบอกบังคับให้พี่อ่ะต้องกินข้าวที่แม่งหกจากจานคิดดูดิผ่านมากี่ปีอ่ะ25 ปีอ่ะ25 ปีอ่ะมันอยู่ในใจอยู่เลยไม่ถึง5 วิกินได้มันน่ามหัศจรรย์นะมาสมองมนุษย์
I love the angle Ona's taken here, like wrap him around from behind, and he uses this.
ซึ่งที่ว่าอาจารย์ตรงนั้นก็เข้าใจบริบทอาจารย์แต่ว่าสิ่งที่อาจารย์ให้แก้ไขมันก็อาจจะ
I think a big aspect of this fight is it's a lot closer than you'd expect given the lead that T1 had.
คือตอนนี้ทุกคนไม่มีใครพูดถึงเรื่องอาจารย์หรือเรื่องข้าวที่6เลยมึงพูดถึงเรื่องอายุพี่แทน
setting up the Wukong to go in, but Faker's just hitting all his skills, so he's making the Anivia serve the purpose we often see from the Annie. They're moving in together, just cleaning out targets one at a time. Here, even there's a numbers advantage, but Lazyfield gets locked down, and they just keep moving forward.
So whenever I watch Faker plays,
ไม่ใช่เรื่องหลักเหรอ
his zone control with the wall is just on other level. Like for example, in that fight, I think the equalizer kind of rips it in the half, the T1 comp, but I think. He just managed to cut the rumble by himself with the wall, and then that makes the T1 in the comfort zone with their positioning. And after that, Xante jumps in, like Honor jumps in. So I think the T1 just neutralizing their draft so much better than the other team.
This is why they've been so great for so long. This core is able to make the adaptation in ways other teams aren't. There was a bit of a moment there where maybe Lazyfield was going to get going on the Yunara. Wasn't meant to be. Let's see what they have in store with game number 2.
แต่ตอนเด็กคือแบบโรงเรียนแม่งโหดมากนั่งโหดมากนั่งเรียนอยู่แบบกดปากกาก็แก๊กแบบใต้โต๊ะก็แก๊กเบาๆเงี้ยจานแม่งเดินผ่านมาแบบเดินผ่านพี่ไปแล้วอ่ะพี่ก็นั่งอ่านหนังสือแล้วก็แก๊กอ่านมีวะจานแม่งหันมาขวดหลังพุ่งแบบ
And hoping that game 2 is a little bit closer, because I also wasn't there for the 6th gamer on Sunday, just like Ox, and it feels like we missed out a bit.
แต่โรงเรียนผมทำข้าวหูปุ๊บโอเคตัดนิ้วเลย
I was there. It was great. So for me, I'm like, give me a 2-0. We'll see what happens. Wow. QM often bring us a 3, but we'll see if that happens here. We do see the Caitlyn ban pretty early on in this draft. See if they are going to ban Varus as well, or if perhaps there's a bit of an interesting angle for that one. It will be once again the Ashe ban, and I think T1 will likely ban Varus again, and then maybe this time Lazyfield goes for the Ezreal pick early. Oh, Varus is up. I'm going to ban Jarvan instead. Now, Varus is such a strong flex pick right now. I think it would be wise to get it.
ไม่ได้เห็นเคทลินไม่ได้เห็นแอชไม่เห็นบาทเลยคาม่ามาครับผม
have problems with this. Even if it's Ezreal Karma, I feel like the Varus lane could do pretty well into this. Like T1 are like,
Wallace.
Okay. They're just gonna blind the Varus top. That's how confident they are in this.
ท็อปเลนเลยโดรานทอมมั่นใจมาก
I feel like part of the reason
ทอมมั่นใจกับวาลัสท็อปเลนมาก
it scooped up here as first pick is just to be honest. I feel like Rich isn't one of those guys that can really utilize the Varus top as well as some of our other top laners. Such as Doran. So
now you don't even get Karma Ezreal because they just slam this like this. So I'm not sure what Lazyfield will end up with here.
รีซินมาเลยว่ะ
Karma Sivir,
เฮ้ยหรือว่า
those picks are likely
วาลัสนี่เป็น
the second phase now that you
เอสเดียวซัพพอร์ตเหรอ
Lee Sin Annie, which is a strong combo in its own right. And you do need a lot of engage with this Karma pick, and the Annie can shore a lot of that up. We have also seen Keria play Ezreal support. I don't think that's happening in this case, but it would be very funny if it did happen again.
Yeah. There is a world. Faker, he is smiling, which doesn't always happen, but when he is,
Speaking of flexes,
is this bot lane for the Scar?
เนี่ยโอนเนอร์ก็ต้องมาชงให้ทุกคนเห็นปะเลือกเป็นแทงท็อปเลยเป็นแทงป่าเลยเพราะว่าท็อปเป็นแบบ ADC อะไรอย่างเงี้ย
There was a time.
Yeah, there was a time. And no one enjoyed it.
Good old,
it was gone.
What was his name? Haru?
Yes, Haru was the guy.
From Gen G.
So, Sivir's gone. Jin will follow, I think. And then we really have to see what Lazyfield's got planned here. As on the other side, what do you do? Like, it's really tricky. Do you ban Galio here? I don't think so. Really just have no idea what is... Okay, they say, like, yes, okay, I guess that's the only thing that comes to mind. It feels good into the Annie. Empowers the Varus top. It's great with Ezreal. Great with Skarner. But there's so much available here that
พี่จะร้อนมากเลยพี่ปิดหลังบ้านหน่อยได้ปะ
You got the Galio. That one's the obvious
Oh
one.
my
but
god.
What if he plays Skarner mid?
Honestly, even playing Jhin into this comp looks so miserable and doesn't seem to work well with Q's comp at all. They're not even going to ban it. They're like, I don't like that. I don't want to deal with Yorick into our Varus top. I'm going to take that away instead. I actually like this choice a lot.
Rich did not like that choice.
No. Rich was like, oh, I was kind of hoping I was going to get my hands on that one.
Yeah.
He may just end up playing a ranged top of his own. Of some kind like a Tristana, but
พี่ดู2 คู่เลยครับ
it's not gonna be good. It's not
คือ
that fun.
ใน Discord จะเป็นอย่างเงี้ยนะถ้า
Akers
ใคร
is
เข้า
gonna
ไป
play
จะเป็นอย่างงี้
Victor, which
เห็น
is
ป่ะจะมีรูป
also
ดวง
very
ตา
strong on this patch.
ก็จะบอกว่าเราดูคู่ไหนครับ
Loss streak
นี่
and the LCK stats dissuade
แล้วก็มีบอกว่าวันที่24เนี่ย
pretty
ไป
big
แบบสตรีมไหมแม่นั่นก็คือดู
in terms of
2
what it does and its functionality, especially in a draft like this.
อัปเดตแท็ก
Victor, on that note, 1-8 so far.
So I said, don't look at it. Okay.
Well, when you said don't look at it, what did you think I was going to do? Immediately look at it.
This is the thing that people keep saying to me when I say don't look at stuff. They're like, well, I'm going to look at it. I'm like, but that's exactly what it commanded you not to do.
Don't look at the elephant in the room.
LCK
He's definitely not, he can't hurt you.
LCK play-by-play is just not good at following directions. We're just going to go MF.
That's true.
MF
Very true.
MF Karma. I prefer the MF. But I let's see what they got. Is it Gnar? I don't think so. I think it's miserable. What else? Where's the other setup for the misfortune? It's got to be something. Camille into Varus sounds like a bad time, but
Yeah.
maybe desperate.
เอาอย่างไรครับมอไฟปะ
Here that you're playing into
แจ็ค
Varus
ว่ะ
top.
Jax has been one of the
Jax.
answers we've seen from a few top laners here in the rare occasion that Varus
เอานา
has
ฟิลี่เว้ย
left up.
นาฟิลี่ดีสุดนาฟิลี่ดีมาก
And
เอ้า
it is good for setting up misfortune if you can get the backline. 100% win rate. I think it's like 2-0.
Wow.
Wait, what?
Carry what are we
โชว์เมเกอร์เหรอ
Like,
เฮ้ย
what are
No, don't be
It's
fooled. He's
real
playing
AP.
Skarner support.
โอ้ my god เอสเรียโอเคมันแบบงงไปหมดเลยคือแบบ
Ezreal.
คือไม่รู้ว่าทอมจะคุกกิ้ง
What
อะไรอะ
year is it? That's so strange.
That is strange, but like Nico was banned, and they're playing into Karma, so
Tom's like, oh, I don't know about this one.
Yeah,
boys.
this is like you. I do think that even though I wasn't a huge fan of the Karma misfortune as a setup here and what it does in this draft, it bonks basically everything that was left up for Keria to play here. I think they're just gonna kind of sack this lane a little bit. Maybe we'll see a ton of jungle attention from the Skarner instead, and they'll be able to
สุด
play
ท้ายเป็นทำเค้นครับผม
It's going to be a
เอามาเซ
really
ฟตอน
tough
แจ็คกระโดดเข้ามา
phase. Like whenever you see a pushing lane into Tom Kench, you know you're getting a lot of great health value, and you're going to just kind of get through it, and then you're going to be a big supportive catfish later for your double 80 carry and hyper scaling Victor comp, and it'll work out fine because Keria, if you guys have been living under a rock for like the last 5-6 years, is a really good Tom Kench player. It's one of his most iconic picks, even though it's been out of the meta for a really long time.
Yeah.
For me, like second.
ไม่ได้แย่มากเลยเหรียญล่างเพราะว่า
I remember his
จริงๆราคาเหมาะกับการเคาน์เตอร์แจ็คมากกว่าแต่ว่ามันไม่มีสกิลไปตอดเลย
Well, Keria
ไอ้อันนี้มันยังพอมี
made
เลย
it so. And then
Tom
Tom
Kench
Kench got changed and nerfed, and the bottom lane meta got reformed by many a player, including Keria. So anyway, guys, let's jump onto the rift here for game number 2 as we are ready for T1 versus KRX. Here we go, game number 2. Definitely got to keep our eyes on that top lane because Varus did get through the draft and Rich is playing Jax into it.
I'm worried about that top lane. Exhaust is the summoner spell of choice for Varus toppers. Again, we don't see this pick because it is permanently banned.
ทิชชู่จับพี่กัน
And Varus does a lot of damage.
มาดูครับว่าอุ้ยเดี๋ยวนะท็อปเลนอ๋อ
He's very
เป็น
safe
เฟส
in
ลัส
terms
เฮ้ย
of
แจ็ค
team
เว
fight
ทเหรอ
damage later on.
Are you kidding me หรือว่าแจ็คมันต้องเป็นอันนี้วะ
Draft that already has two
เล่น
strong
แจ็คเวทเหรอ
threats in the Ezreal and the
แต่แจ็ค
Victor.
เวทไม่ทัน
And
วาลัส
Carria's
นะเว้ย
Top Kench can protect all
ต้อง
three.
การเลือดปะ
In the last game draft,
แจ็คเวทนี่คือน่าจะ
I
หาย
was
เลย
like, all right, well they got the Nautilus pick. I thought that was really
เพราะว่า
cool.
ถ้ามันจะ all in มันก็
Nautilus
วาลัสมันก็กด
and
แบบ
Andil was
Exort อะ
almost able to set up some picks on
แล้ว
the
แจ็คมัน
base.
แรงแค่ท่า E วะโอ้
They're winning.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, gonna get knocked up here. Andal has to flash away.
สวยจัดเลย
Gonna get level 2 first, which
ทำไม
is
คำถามคือทำไม
interesting
แอดดิว
to
ไม่
say
แฟด
the
ตอนที่
least.
แบบ
Pace is like, oh, you wanna
โดน
trade?
คิดไอ้
Let's go.
ท่าไอ้นั่นแน่นอน
I have lethal tempo.
Whoop.
And here we go. Once
Whoop,
again,
whoop.
the engage
Oi.
comes in from Carrier.
โอเคแอดดิวตายแต่ว่าตายสอง
It is
ตรง
the
นี้
jungler of
T1
KRX. They're looking for the kill on a
ตายสองหรือเปล่า
but Willer
ตายสองก็ได้
gonna pick up
Yeah
one and make it two as level
ลี
3
ซิน
Willer gets down
เริ่
there
ม
and
หมา
saves the
จบ
day.
กบแล้วก็ลงมาหาเลย
The words
อ๋อแรปเตอร์เริ่มแรปเตอร์หมากบ
in terms of the follow-up there that we saw from Carrier and Pace, like they could have just been okay with their tempo lead that they had. They were winning the lane, they were kind of crushing it, got a kill, and then went a bit too ballistic. Well, I mean, the kill part,
Dead
I
Fire
think was the
ไม่
right
ไอ้
choice because they were kind of caught
ไอ้
in that
แจ็คนี่
situation,
เล่น
but
เฟสลัสแหละ
they got it as well. Jump scare on that Jack, so I guess we'll find out what happens later.
เอาเดสไฟแจ็คมาคง
As
แปลกๆ
from
อ่ะ
here, you're in a winning position. From here, you're in a losing position. Because Willer is coming down. They didn't know
แต่
that.
ได้เฟิร์สบัตรครับผมก็
And Lazyville's forced to
ไม่
flash.
แย่มากแต่ว่าปัญหาคือ
And
ลีซินมันรวย
they end up getting
สอง
the
คิว
kill
อะ
onto the
มี
Karma.
ชัตดาวน์แล้ว
That Lazyfield survives. And the lane state there on the bottom side, fairly gankable with this Lee Sin that is now significantly ahead. See what he is able to do here to Doran as well. Doran still has his exhaust. The
Yeah,
ward.
I mean, the Jax at least has good setup with the counter-strike because he gets in melee range. The exhaust
Bye.
does come out. I think Doran's too far away from everything, just dies as Willer says, you know what, I will just put the team on my back and try to make this an interesting game.
Yeah, the position there was great because he knows there's likely a ward on that brush.
เสีย exhaust
He's
ด้วย
able to hide himself
แล้วตาย
there,
ต่างหาก
let Rich do the engage. Because as Doran, you're pushing up thinking like, well, if Rich all ins on me, I
เฮ้ย
have exhaust, it's fine.
วิลเริ่ม
But
3-0แล้วนะ
calculate Willer, which is kind of
แย่แล้วว่ะ
the
โอ
story
เนอ
of
ร์
this
มันจะ
game. Again,
4-0 แล้วว่ะ
the third time, did not
4-0
calculate for
ว่ะ
Willer.
แต่ว่า
Doesn't
รอบนี้
flash anymore, but
อ่า
Yeah, he was just top. I mean,
Eh.
they're not expecting Willer to be going crazy solo
แต่ว่าด้านข้างล่างครับ
queue
Lazyfield ไม่มี
level,
แฟลช
of course,
ลาก
as
มาเลย
well.
ครับตรง
Here's
นี้
Owner in the bottom lane, and Lazyfield will die to Pace. So a nice little win back here for Owner after he farms his whole jungle. But yeah, Willer's basically skipping a lot of his jungle to just go get
ปัญหา
every
คือ
single
ตรง
lane, and
ตรง
T1
กลาง
not
เมื่อกี้
expecting it.
ยู
yeah,
เคลไม่
he's
ได้แฟด
also
ด้วย
still got even farm with the Skarner. With
คือตายได้เมื่อกี้
Rico on top of
แต่
him,
ขอ
so
ให้ได้
feeling
แฟดแอน
very
นี่
good
อะ
about his position in this game.
และแอนนี่ไม่ได้แฟด
wonky and low CS
คือลิซินมันก็เดินโผล่มาแล้วแอนนี่ก็
down there and all the aggressive
ชิว
killing. As Carrier, yeah, we mentioned that he's really good at this pick.
38 games and a 5 KDA. Definitely quite impressive on the pick.
I just think some of his most impressive games, like I know that win rate is really high for that many games, but I think
แต่ว่า
he's probably had some
T1 น่ะ
higher win rate
ดาเมจ
chances in
เยอะ
his
มาก
career,
เลย
but, like the
คือ
eye test was always
วาลัส
god
กับ
tier, even
วิ
in
กเตอร์
losses
เอสเรียล
for me. I
แล้วก็
was
มี
always
แทง
most
สอง
impressed by next to his thresh is Andil is baiting here, and Willard still doesn't have flash, but if he can land a kick,
I mean, they know that Willer's down here. They saw him actually go
โอเนอ
off
ร์มา
of the
แต่ว่า
ground
ไม่
to just run
ค่อย
straight
น่า
bottom.
จะได้
It's
เท่าไหร่
immediately going to ring alarm bells.
โอ้
in your
เสีย
head.
เวฟ
It's
ด้วย
like, oh, he's not farming the jungle. He's coming bot once again. They're trying to set up for a dive, and you can see that the T1 bottom lane plus Owner, who was coming over, are able to get in position to
ฉีกแปล
deny
ก
it. So Yukal going to
อุ๊
hit
ย
level 6 first by a small margin.
โอ้
As there comes the storm as well. Faker just going to use
ตัด
that
รถ
to farm the
ส
wave.
วย
Faker has
Get it
team
back.
advantage, so this doesn't mean all too much.
มีทีพีอยู่
Just
เฟ
comes
เกอร์
straight back to the lane.
กลับ
as
บ้าน
you
ได้
were
ปะ
saying.
โอเค
And I don't think Andil sold that very well either.
Willer
Bottom
รวย
side
มาก
going for the very aggressive route, but what he was trying to look for. Even
นี่
though
นี่เป็นเกมแรก ๆ นะ
3 kills on this
ที่พี่
Lee
เห็น
Sin,
ว่ามันมีชัดดาวน์
you
ของ
know, the CS advantage
เห็นว่า
is
มี
still
ชัด
there
ดาวน์
for
ของเอส
Lars.
เรียลเนี่ยเอ้ย
Rich
ทำไม
is
พี่กด
forced
คลิก
to
ไม่ได้อะ
back here. We'll lose some of that wave as Yukal.
Yeah, kind of baiting Owner in here as Willer was waiting for it. The flash comes out. Faker was very low, trying to bait Yukal.
มี
into
ชัดดาวน์
diving,
เอสเรียล มี
which
ชัด
led
ดาว
to
น์
Owner
ลีซิน
coming in,
ด้วย
but Willer knew that, so he was also there.
แล้วเขา
And
คุก
he's the
กิ้ง
one
อะไร
who
อ่ะ
eventually wins in the end.
Very high action.
มัน
game
เป็นไป
here.
ได้ด้วยเหรอ
Obviously, a lot of advantages picked up for Lisa. His flash.
Yeah, I mean, he has flash, so if you're in
เรีย
flash
บร้อย
range, you're going to die.
อ้าวชัดดาวน์หายไปแล้วเอสเรียล
Faker did not respect that. No flash on the Annie now, I suppose, is what he'll post. Is now a 2v2 in the jungle. Willer is quite strong. Doran trying to get the kill on Andal, but he's just gonna flash away and get out of that one.
กูแปลกๆแล้วว่าน้องจริง
And Willer gets in.
ๆจริงๆเนี่ยพูดตามตรงนะมันแปลกมากละ
Make it number 4. Carrier is here as well. We got a TP in from Faker. And Faker is gonna have to flash over the wall. Monster W comes in, but no follow-up there from Team DRX.
Valdez, it's been a while since we've had this level of T1 happy gaming.
I feel like they got a taste in game 1, but they didn't. It wasn't enough.
Like this passage of play here.
It's like having one potato chip.
It's so bizarre to me because remember Willer is massively ahead, but also like you're a Varus, you can't do that much damage yet.
Speaking of, he is still a Varus, and under the turret, Willer is going to make their lives just a living hell. As he does pick up his 5th kill.
I mean, like, now they can just kind of, I mean, they are just camping him, frankly, and he can't actually be the threat he's supposed to be, even in the lane anymore. He doesn't have a CS
5-0 มาวิลเลอร์แล้วน่าจะไปเรื่อยๆด้วยโดยเฉพาะแบบเลนบนโดรานน่าจะไม่มีแฟลชแล้วอะอีคลิปว่ะโอเนอร์เจอกลางป่านี่ไม่ไหวแน่นอนอะ
which is not the first time this series he's done that, but a little bit riskier this time because he's not in Anivia with a passive available. And so now he's 0-2, doesn't have flash, very gankable. You know what? I'll say it. I think anyone's gankable with this.
แต่ว่าเมื่อกี้พี่เข้าใจอยู่เพราะว่าถ้าไม่เลือกวาลัสอะเขาเลือกคาม่าแล้วอาจจะเจอคาม่าวาลัสได้แล้วถ้าเกิดไม่เลือกเอสเรียลก็จะเจอคาม่าเอสเรียลมันเลยเป็นแบบภาระจำยอมที่ต้องแบบต้องเลือกเอสเรียลกับวาลัสอะ
Yeah, just kind of has to hover around
เข้าใจได้
the bottom lane, I suppose, as they finally cleared
ที่เหลือก็ต้องเป็นดับแบบดับช่วยสองตัวนี้
And I think when their Lee Sin is this strong, you just get the dragon by default, and that's what they're going to do. They go ahead and take this objective down. It's not like on spawn or anything, but it's still relatively early, 8.5 minutes, and maybe he just goes up and picks up the objective. I mean, at this point, you know, his farm is also ahead of owner, but he also has 7 out of 7 kill participation with 5 of those being kills. So he's just been doing everything in this game.
ต้องฟิตเลนแต่ว่าไม่มี TP.
Where fairly soon, Lazyfield will have his Bloodthirster and will be able to hold his own in lane. Obviously, he has a Karma to back him up, but he's just going to be very comfortable there. And we're looking at Rich's side lane power, which is getting better and better, which I never thought was necessarily going to be a thing in this game, but with the attention he's been given. He will be a threat. As we saw in that last trading pattern, obviously he still has to deal with Varus things.
เฮ้ยเลซี่ฟิลเฮ้ยแอบยังไงถึงได้ค่าตรงเนี้ย
I guess he was just hiding on bush. I mean, that's really the only explanation.
Yeah.
แอบพุ่มกลาง2 คนเหรอหรือไม่ทำเคนไปแอบคนเดียว
Did have his ult? We'll find out. But I think you're probably right. Carrier probably just hiding either in the tri-brush or in the river.
มาละ
Was not respected.
รอเคาน์เตอร์แกง
Saw him backing and thought he completed it, but he didn't.
โหแต่เขามากัน4ว่ะไอ้มา4
This time, just one. Carrier's coming up though.
ผมไม่สนเลยว่ะ
We'll see if it works out.
ได้ชัดดาวโอ้คาม่าไม่ทันโหเมื่อกี้คาม่ามีแฟตนี้น่าจะลำบากแน่นอนเพราะมันจะแฟตมาฮิวแล้วก็ใส่โล่ให้
And yeah, not going to continue on that adventure.
รวยใช่ไหมครับคุณโอเนอร์ดีเลยครับได้ชัดดาวใช่ไหมครับดีใจด้วยครับคุณโอเนอร์ผม0-4แล้วครับคุณโอเนอร์ถ้ามีอะไรช่วยได้ก็ช่วยผมนะครับไม่มีแฟตแต่ว่าแบบล็อกหลบเฮ้ยจะแกะเอฟจิบครับ
Couple more autos and one lick could get it done, but under the turret, I think Carry is going to have to give up on now this adventure.
และเป็นคังคกที่ตายด้วย
I'm having a really happy game.
คังคกหิวสุดท้ายตายเอง
I think T1 might
Holy
lose this game,
shit.
though, if this trajectory doesn't change. Like yes, Lazyfield did die in a
0-4
quite
แล้วครับคุณทอมขอบคุณนะครับ
but this still doesn't
แม่
solve all
ดี
the
จ
other
ริง
problems
ๆเลย
around the map here.
ลีซินมาถึงได้ค่าข้างล่าง2
Already.
แล้วก็บนมาค่าข้างบนเป็น3แล้วไปตรงกลางเป็น4แล้วก็ไล่กระทืบผมครับข้างบน
โอเนอร์ก็โดนกระทืบในป่าเหมือนกัน
We were going to see the Victor push the Annie out. We're going to see a lot of Skarner attention both bottom and mid, and that Doran would be, putting the pressure on. Maybe if Willard goes up there, then the bottom lane goes a little bit pear-shaped. But instead, it's kind of been Paze and Keria got a lane lead, but kind of messed it up. So okay, just did a tricky thing and got behind LazyField. Wow, LazyField didn't expect it. I guess LazyField. I mean, I don't know what LazyField thought actually, but
like dove past the wave outside of vision. Yeah. Pretty funky tech there from Keria.
ไม่งั้นโดนฟีดเลนพยายาม
Willard does give a shutdown over the owner, but it's a Skarner, so I guess it doesn't matter that much. But the silliness that ensues afterwards, where Faker tries to stop Yukao from getting a wave, definitely does not favor T1. Anyways, let's go back to the normal, exciting gameplay that's happening in this game, where we have 13 kills at 12 minutes, and who knows what'll happen next.
Yeah. You see Doran, if you look at the scoreboard, he's 0-4. He has Swifty boots and red crystals. It doesn't look great, but he's only 300 gold behind the Jax. So it's actually not that bad of a spot. And eventually, he'll pick up Hexblade. He's going to pick up Dusk and Dawn. He's going to be very annoying to deal with. I think the Varus is fine. I would say that giving all those kills over to the Annie and the Lee Sin is the bigger issue.
Yeah. Owner. Yeah,
just gonna flash on in, just doing
โอ้
Skarner
โห
things
สวยมากโอเนอ
nicely
ร์
done. And
เรติว
once
ตาย
again,
อีกแล้ว
game 1 it was Rich. Game 2 here it seems to be LazyField. They find the weakest target and they just repeatedly gank him.
I mean, this is really a bunch of shenanigans, right? Like what we're seeing, like hiding on bush from everybody.
เฮ้ยโอเนอร์ก็เล่นแบบสกาเนอร์เดินแก๊งได้เลยเนี่ย
100% expect this situation. If you play like that, Skarner's hiding in the bush and can flash it, push you into the wall all the time, then you just can't even be in the lane, right? So this is a really good play from Owner. As Doran's ult is back up, so Rich has to be very careful with how he trades here. It's really hard for him to push advantages, even with just Swifties and 2 health crystals.
ไอวิลเลอร์เหมือนแบบหิวเมื่อไหร่ก็แวะมาแบบเดินมาเล่นซ้ายบน
limiting factor. If you get caught and rooted under that, then you're not going to have a good time. He is using the new upgraded rune, the buffed rune, on this Jax as well. I just only
เดล่ามันสู้ยากเหรอวะ
as Willard
ลีซินเลยไม่ไป
see if we can find an angle on a
โอ้โห
Paze.
เฮ้ย
Gotta be careful when you're going in onto an Ezreal that has
ถ้าเมื่อกี้เคเลียมีแฟดโดนแน่นอนอะมึงโดนแบบ
since we've seen this duo, but basically
แฟด
unkillable.
ตีคิวตีกิน
It's Ezreal who by himself is kind of unkillable, and then you have a Tom Kench behind him with Devour. It's like
And lock it.
Yeah, we used to see this all the time out of, I think it was Ruler with Core JJ. They used to just sit in mid and Ruler would just like play underneath the enemy's turret, it felt like. And it was just kind of
โดนรันที
unpunishable.
พีไปแล้วmy god มังกรสู้ไม่ได้แน่นอน
Angle to challenge this dragon, but Owner doesn't have flash, and I think they're just gonna have to let this go. LazyField clears the wave, and there's no cross map here now for T1. So double
ยิงเป็น
dragon
ตัว
here
แบบตัว
for
X เลยเมื่อกี้
KRX. Unfortunately for them again, not the highest
สกิล
roll
ช็อตกันแบบ
they could have
เป็นตัว
been
X
on
อะ
Soul.
Yeah.
เฮ้ย
No ult
X
for
ซอส
Doran.
Zoss does come through and another
Doran
counter strike.
die.
Flash
Yeah.
forward from Ridge. He gets the solo kill. Nice pickup from him. As that
05
Varus
แล้ว
is
ครับ
still just not online, and Storm played a little bit too close.
Yeah, like
ผม
I said, if you're
05
playing on a
แล้วครับ
turret, there's no way that Jax can do anything there, but you're playing out of turret. And when Doran flashed, I guess he was like, I guess I'll trade flashes, because Rich follows 100% there, and he's going to get the turret here, I think, as well. This is a pretty huge wave. A lot of denied minions. Doran, that CS advantage is gone. And the gold lead has tripled here for Rich with a kill on that turret. Kind of quintupled, really, from 300 to 1,500. And suddenly this Jax is a huge side lane. 3 isn't backed in a while. He's got
เวลตาม
big
2
items
เวล
here.
โดราน
And Faker is still in the hole as
เงิน
well.
ตาม
So
1,600
it's on the Kench Ezreal.
เฟกเกอร์ตามเวล 1 เงินตาม 1,400
Now we know that
โอเนอร์ก็ตามเวล 1 มีเลนล่างที่ได้แอดเวนเทจ เลนเดียวที่เหลือคือตามแบบเยอะเลยอะ
Yes, Misfortunes isn't scaling that hard, but they have so much engage into these squishy targets here. It feels like they can almost just skip the Skarner, as Doran's just way too far up, doesn't have his ult. Exhaust is not going to work out there because Rich can flash on him. But it is T1, right? They're great at playing the map. So I wonder how T1 gets back in this game if they do. And it's going to start with a bit of a contest here.
Yeah, I mean, TP available, and now we got the flank coming in from Rich. The follow-up is there, but it's on to a Tom
โอ้
Kench.
โอ
Now
เนอ
they're
ร์
going to have to
โดนเตะ
set their sights on Owner,
จับมาแต่ว่าไม่มีดาเมจครับ
who's
โอ
going
เน
to
อร์
have
ตาย
everything thrown
เฮ้ย
into him, but eventually the Devour
อมมา
comes through
อมแล้ว
as
ตุ๋ย
Keria comes back in.
ฮึ
The
บ
shield is
ตาย
there,
เคเลียตายแทน
but Keria just essentially trading his life for Owners. And Faker, he TP bot, so
Yeah.
I'm kind of confused why they were so aggressively for that.
Because Faker TP's bottom, and the second that happens, Yukal is like, well, I'm going to TP to the Herald, and we're going to win this fight. And T1 were very aggressively contesting there. And Skarner is pretty tanky.
พยายามทำสุดความสามารถแล้วคือพี่เข้าใจทอมดับเลยคือก็เลือกเขาเลือกแอนนี่ก็เลือกวิกเตอร์มาแล้วอะแล้วน้องก็คิดว่าแบบถ้าวิกเตอร์มันได้สักเลนหนึ่งกับเลนล่างมันก็ยังแบบ2-1เลนอะไรเงี้ยโดรานน่าจะโดนอยู่แล้วอะเพราะมันเป็นแจ็คกับลีซินแต่ว่าลีซินมันมาแกงกลางได้ด้วยไง
They can buy some space here for Doran to do the damage, for Pays to show up and chip away, but the fight is just over when Rich goes in. They're way too far forward. And without the victor here, it frankly just is a little disrespectful. Faker just showed his TP right to the face of Yukal, and Yukal was like, cool, I guess you can have this turret, we'll win the fight. And our gold lead is now 3,000.
The TP itself is fine if the team isn't, you know, super aggro at the Rift Heralds and vice versa. You know, you can be super aggro at the Rift Heralds if you have the TP available. So you got to choose one. And even then, you know, from behind, even if they do have Faker, it's like, I don't know, guys. Like, do you really take the Rift Herald away from the 6-kill Lee Sin with 2 items? My money would be on no. But T1... They said, you know, maybe the owner gets a little steal, a little cheeky steal. Does not work out that way. It's now up 3,000 gold looking for Faker as the flash comes in. Willer kind of flashing ahead of the play, and he just has so much damage. There you go. Yukal eventually does have the flash to get the kill.
And Lazyfield has ults. It might be like
2 เลน 2 เลน
It's going to have to be very careful about how he does it.
Yeah, I mean, owner's definitely going to go into this
ซอจากน้องเพลสครับผมเลยที่ฟิวเดินไม่ออก
And it's going to come to great effect as they're able to dive as 3 on a little journey themselves. But KRX are on the chase. They do have Rich going over the wall. I mean, this Jax is just too powerful. They don't have the damage to cut through them. As the CC's there on owner,
มันแบบละลายเวฟเร็วไปหน่อย
take out Ondil, gets over to Keria. As now we have the
โดนลานช่วยหน่อย
coming in as they are really trying their best to skirmish
ไม่มี
from
ภาพเลย
behind.
no picture
As Willer's going to go in, look for a bit more on a Doran.
มันโซนิก
As another
เวฟ
Sonic
มา
Wave
อีก
going
แล้
to
ว
land, and eventually with the stun coming in, the Lee Sin can comfortably go down.
Valdez?
Yes.
I think it's going to 3.
Yeah.
This one is done. Like, Lazyfield cleared
ผิดแผนไปหน่อยเพราะว่ามันเคลียร์เวฟไวเว้ย
only 1 minion left, so they went ham on trying to get him. 2 flashes were used to kill Faker, right? So if you could make something happen on the cross, look at what's happening on the main map right now. Both the Skarner
ใช่ตอนนี้ลีซินกำลังซัมเมอร์อยู่
we're making a play on Lazyfield because there's no way we can bail you out here. They get Yukal's flash as well, and they make the play in the mid where this ult is available. Skarner goes through, Tom Kench looks for the knockup here. Lazyfield buys some space with the barrier, but then because they're between 2 turrets here with no wave, they go up. And I think they could have just taken a left at the Raptor camp, but Willer was cutting that approach off. Ondil shows up too, and there's just no way out. Like, they committed so much to killing Lazyfield. And in the moments like this is why you pick this comp, right? Because you're Pays and Carry, and you're like, we're going to show off our mechanics, but you're super far behind, and you're not having the good time you thought you were going to have. A Soul Point will go over in the interim.
Yeah. Especially, again, you're playing into really fed Lee Sin, who's very strong on this patch, and a Jax, who's really good into 280 carries when that is your main source of damage in that weird skirmish that you opted into. Because now they're looking for Faker once again. The Sonic Wave into the kick, and the follow-up is
oh
easy.
My god.
And a lot of T1 was kind of in the area, just did not matter, as that is the power of Willer on the Lee Sin.
It's funny how when I looked at these 2 drafts that Q and DRX put together, I was like, oh, like game 1 draft, I mean, there's really something there. Game 2 draft can be a little tricky, you know? It's going to be a little bit tough. I don't know if that
เหมือนที่วันแบกหลายๆอย่างด้วยเรื่องมินิชวอชเรื่องแบบว่าแอร์ไทม์อะที่วันแบกเยอะอยู่
little happy gaming and Q and DRX are just so
เหมือนแบบ
far ahead.
แกไม่ยอม 2-0 ยังไงแกก็แบบ คือถ้า 2-0 มันเป็น 2-0 ที่ไวแกไม่ชอบเท่าไหร่แกต้องแบบต้องเติมให้มันเวลาต้องถึงอะไรเงี้ยเหมือนแบบเข้างานแล้วมันมีเวลาเลิกงานอ่ะมันแบบมันเลิกก่อนไม่ได้เลิกก่อนมันก็ไม่รู้ไปทำอะไรมันก็เลิกตรงเวลาเลยดีกว่า
You know, I do agree. I also feel like the Tom Kench pick at the end of the draft
คือแต่พี่เข้าใจแล้วว่าแบบคาม่ากับวาลัสมันก็โป๊กแบบจน ADC อีกฝั่งหนึ่งเล่นลำบากคาม่า S เดียวก็ลำบากก็เลยแบบต้องดาบอย่างเงี้ยเข้าใจได้อะแล้วมันกดรีซินมามันก็แบบอาจจะเลือกตัวไปเคาน์เตอร์รีซินก็ได้แต่ว่า
hands. I mean,
มัน
they
ไม่มี
are
แทง
very
ได้หรอ
far ahead as Rich
เลือก
does
เฉา
have
เงี้ย
the flank here, but the Impale
ได้
goes
เหรอ
in on a
โอ้
UCal, and he's
UCal
just gonna die for free as the trade is there for owner at least. Doran does have to flash away as
มันก็ไม่ได้
Lazy
ปะ
getting some value out of that one. Carrier trying to go 1v1 versus Rich is not going to win that trade. And you see that T1 do have to back off, but they do stop the Baron at least.
Yeah, they do kill UCal and stop the Baron, but they lose 2 in exchange. I think that at
แล้ว
this
เฉา
point,
มันก็เลยโดนแบน
21 minutes into the game, it's pretty tough for
แบบ
Lazy Field Crew to just start this one up again. They don't have the turn tools anymore with no Annie. But this fight initially looks like it's kind of going to
ถ้า
be
วันละ ซัพพอร์ตได้น่าจะ
T1
น่าจะ
as
แจ่
Rich
ม
really saves the day. And Doran here is layering a little bit of damage on the side, but ends up getting a bear drop. So he just gets pushed out of the fight, and now Lazy Field's in the
จริง
position
ถ้า
to
เกิดจะ
actually
เป็น
cut them
วันละ
off
ซัพ
as
พอร์ต
Rich
มัน
is
ก็
pushing Carry
ก็
out.
พอ
The
ได้
fight is
แต่ว่ามัน
so
ต้อง
incredibly
ต้องลาส
split
พิก
here
มัน
for T1, and Faker doesn't have that much damage at this stage, and that's the
ตอนนี้ก็ลาสพิกเนี่ย
MF 1.2 thousand gold behind, actually still doing more value in that fight than what Pays could do because the fight was broken, because QMDRX have this massive Jax in this game that's sitting on 2 items, and we don't see the Baron yet, but QMDRX's gold lead remains the same. Given a really long time in this game or a big error in a team fight, there is a world where they could come back, I suppose, T1 in this game, but
Yeah.
Honor is 2 levels down, as the observers are showcasing here. Willer is almost the most experienced player on the Rift. He has the highest damage.
And he's just
ซู
like,
โน่
you
ครับ
know
โด
what,
ราน
guys?
ขาดตัวเดียว
We can just do the Baron again. We have our buttons back. UCal's about to get his flash back. I've got kick flash.
แล้วถ้าแพ้เกม 3 ก็
It's gonna
ก็
be
คือ
really difficult. I mean, Skarner can find
ก็
ways to get
เป็น
into
ไป
the
ได้ครับ แล้วก็
Not as easy from the blue
ไม่แปลก
side
ใจครับ
actually. When you consider
เพราะเราคือ
Skarner's
ติง
kit.
ติงติงติงติงติงติงติงติงติง
It's
ติ
going
ง
to be
ติง
difficult
ติ
to
ง
stop
ติง
him
ติ
with
ง
just
ติง
a kick, but a little bit easier because Owner's on the blue side. Just trying to go in the front door as Rich goes in, straight into the back line, flashes away, but the kill's already there.
โอ้
Everybody
ตัน
going
สี่
by UCal in the box,
อ๋อ
and the follow from Rich is
ป่ะ
beautiful as well.
เกม 3 ก่อน
As at least the Devour comes
เกม
in.
ค่อยว่า
Some
กัน
more help bars here on the side of KMDRX as T1 barely hanging on, but still a very good fight here for KMDRX.
Absolutely massive stun there from UCal. Rich gets into the back line and flashes left there, which puts him into safety, but also prevents any real retreat from the rest of the T1 members. There's no way for them to kite it out. As QMDRX, like any good LCK team do, aren't really trying to get the Baron. They're trying to use Baron as a tool to force a team fight here, and they do exactly that. 4-man here from UCal as Rich is ready to close the door, gets on top of Pays. Pays has to be devoured, and QMDRX are like, that's enough. We don't need to force this. We don't need to chase further. We can just go straight back to Baron, which they do have now in live. Already 1,000 gold on the Red Bull power play here. And this lead has moved up to 8K. All right.
Thanks, Wolf. At this point, you know, maybe that's what we need in this game number 2. Just a little bit of role-playing a stomp.
Carrier went in. He saw what he saw, and he said,
Blech. Gross.
And I think that's what a lot of T1 fans are probably feeling about this draft right now. KMDRX are going to bring us to 3. Taking this Ocean Soul now. Wasn't the greatest soul, we mentioned it earlier, but a soul is a soul, and it is very strong for side lane Jax. Just in general, when you're ahead, any soul feels good, just more power. And it spawns the Elder, in case you haven't won the game by then. He's trying to farm his little heart out right now. Does have Spear Shojin, trying to get to a point where he could carry this game. Faker is just so far behind and went for the tankier build here, so just isn't able to do the damage back. Doran has Rage Blade, but like, all of these members are just so squishy if they kill the Skarner first, which has consistently been happening in these fights, or he just hasn't been there and they've circumvented the Skarner and gotten backline access with his Jax that has so much mobility. Doesn't have flash right now, but very, very powerful. Just went for the standard AD build as well. No Dusk and Dawn this time for the Jax. I think not required.
Gonna throw some stuff at QMDRX, but Ondil pretty fast on this Karma.
Almost death cap for UCal, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, you know, this game started off and Willer was getting a million kills. Like, really great play from him in this game, honestly. You know, T1 had their whoopsies, but like Willer was like, no, I'm just going to warp this entire game around the strength of Lee Sin and his ability to gank early on. And the fact that T1 were not respecting it, and he got so far ahead. And if he were the only one fed, it would be okay. But he got the Jax fed, he got the Yanni fed, couldn't necessarily help Lazy Feel all too much. Got the early gank though.
คือหรือว่านี่เล่นโหมดท่ายากวะคือ 8,800 แล้วกลับมาชนะอะไรเงี้ยจะแบบท่ายาก
It's going to be nice at this point in the game too.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think a lot of how this game was played for Willer was sometimes when you're in a kind of unstable game state and you have a really high power early jungle pick that has a lot of mobility, you can basically call out every lane and be like, will they assume I'm there and play safe, or will they test the waters? And if I'm there every time, I actually crush them every time. And he did that in all 3 lanes. And that was enough to get the ball rolling here for KRX, but he was the one who picked up the kills, and then he just kept pushing those buttons.
Yeah.
And the Skarner was not able to match, unfortunately.
สูตรนี้สนุกดีนะ
And when the Victor
พี่ชอบ
falls
แล้วก็
this far
Terminus ต่อ
behind, and the Varus
Terminus
is just
แล้วก็
paperweight,
แจ็คโช
it's
อะไรอย่าง
really
งี้ก็ได้
easy for KRX, even though their comp doesn't necessarily scale that
มันจะดีทุกอย่าง
well.
ยกเว้น
It's
เจอ
really
แบ
easy
บ
for them to just keep
แจ็ค
putting the pressure on the whole time. Like, they don't have great siege in this comp, but they're like, we could just use Baron to go for a turn because our comp does that really well.
แจ็คมาทีก็คือแบบสนั่นนะบอกเลย
choices this time around with the lead that they have, and it just goes to show, even if you are KRX in 8th place in the LCK,
โดนฟีดเลนแล้วก็เพสเอาไปแทน
just took out Genji. If you disrespect, you will get punished in this league, and KRX are bringing us to 3 as a result of it. I don't know if T1 is going to be able to pull a miracle defense out of their hat here like they did against KT with Aces of Felios.
You know, I was just thinking, you know, that was the game I was thinking about. If you're a T1 fan, you're hoping for this to somehow be a miracle.
ได้แล้วแชทแบบนี้แบบนี้ได้ดี
flip,
ดูดิ
right? And that's what happened in that game against KT as well. I think there were some shenanigans prior to directly that Elder Flip happening in that game, but a slightly smaller lead in this one. And another spawning Elders, so maybe, just maybe, there's an angle. I feel like T1 sometimes they get themselves in this position just to see if they could work their way out of it. And they're certainly going to have to dig themselves out of this hole.
The thing is, you know, a lot of the time when you're in a situation like this as T1, you're like, all right, who do we need to kill? We need to kill the AD carry. How can we find an angle onto Lazyfield? If we can kill him, maybe we have a fighting chance. He's not the main problem in this game anymore. He's kind of just extra damage layered on top of all the other problems. Like this Annie that has death cap, does massive damage and basically one-shots anyone she interacts with.
They're really giving Pays every single little bit
ยังยืนต่อไปครับที่วันแต่ยีน่าจะไม่ได้นานเท่าไหร่ตอนนี้
Even Doran, who's also playing an AD carry, is like, no, Pays, come over here and farm my wave. Even Owner was like, here, there's one ward here for you to take. They really want him to hit that 4th item.
And he will likely hit it this game. Does it solve all the problems? If given enough time, maybe. As Rich also still a big problem here in the side lanes. 2 levels up on Doran, was 3 levels up for a brief moment. I think he's got it. Okay, maybe not quite. He's doing a little fountain dance here before he locks in that 4th item, which we normally see as Endless Hunger, which it is. A huge spike for Ezreal. Get a ton of AD the longer the fight goes on. And that with Shojins, I mean, this is the Ezreal build, right? It's high skill cap. If you hit all your shots, the longer the fight goes on, you were just pounding the enemy team with damage. Yeah, it's no longer like poke, it's just brute force almost, late game Ezreal.
Owner's just going to go ahead and face check, looking for the Hail Mary there, not going to quite hit. The root goes in on a Rich. He goes golden at exactly the right time, otherwise in a bit of trouble. And, you know, this is the other part of it is that, you know, some of our better teams, you consider like Genji or T1, HLE, they get a lead, they know how to end it. KMDRX still somehow, I mean, I guess they're just waiting for the Elder to spawn, and, you know, they don't have the greatest siege, as you mentioned, but it is a bit like pulling teeth, as Pays is the main character. They're trying to take him out. As just going to go over the wall.
มาได้แต่ว่าจะไปทางไหนอ่ะ
with the wave, and I think eventually
ปาเถอะน้องๆมันแบบ nice try ว่ะ bro.
That T1 gets back in this one is immediately stamped
Nice
out.
try, man.
SkirmishingDRX are going to get a kill on both the bottom laners. Rich still hanging around.
I don't think you need to kill Elder to win this one if you just push right now. They've got 2 waves to push in. Owner, no flash. We'll get away because he is Skarner. And we'll see what they decide to do here. I mean, I think they have enough to just end it before Faker and Pays respawn. There's 30 seconds to go. There's an Annie here with Tibbers out. I think you just take this out. GG.
Yeah, they don't quite have the wave clear even with the Varus as the stun goes in onto Rich, but eventually they just kill the Skarner. They're like, yeah, cool stun, their Owner. As it's not going to be enough, KMDRX will clean up here as they get 27 kills in a 31-minute game to take out T1 and bring us to a third.
T1 DRX have done it again. The rare one-game win they get against
It's
the
okay.
team that no one expects them to
It's
beat.
okay.
No one expects them to take a game off. They're able to do it. I think the draft had a big part in this for T1. A little bit risky, a little bit greedy. They did play Tom Kenshin to Karma. Still got a lead early. Still got level 2 first. Still played it really well. But they disrespected Willer. And Willer took the game into his hands, and he shook T1 out of it. Faker, some questionable fights, like that fight around their jungle was super bizarre near blue buff. He TP'd and had to flash. They just never had any ins in this game. Pays and Keria killing Lazy Field and pushing into the jungle, getting caught there and dying as well. Faker just never getting online, and Rich having a phenomenal Jax game here as well that Willer set up. DRX, you give them the position that they had in this game, and they know how to close it out. Yeah, they played very safe, but they won in the end.
อุ้ย
Absolutely, and I suppose that's a graph of the Kium stock. As, after that game number 2, absolutely going to be going way up. But it's a best-of-3 league. You got to get one more win if you want it to really count up here against T1. But they buy themselves a chance as we now have a series on our hands as we head into the break.
Let's find out, as this could be a
คิดว่ายังมีสิทธิ์ที่2ไหมครับมีครับผมมีครับ
Thank you guys on the space.
มี
I'm
ครับ
gonna go with
เพราะว่าเดี๋ยว
option number 2.
KT
I think it's just
ต้องไปเจอกับ
another day at the circus.
Gen G
I think
ด้วย
T1 had a bit too much fun and Willer sat them down, and sometimes you need a little bit of a reality check. I think
สัป
it's
ดาห์นี้
fine,
KT
you know,
เจอ
T1
เนี่ยคู่
they're
2ใน
like,
KT เจอ
"No,
นง
we could
ชิม
just do whatever
แล้วก็
we
เจอกับ
want."
Gen G
Willer's like, "No," and then T1
ส่วน
will be like,
T1 น่ะ
"Oh,
ต้องชนะสัปดาห์นี้แบบ
well, we'll come back
ต้อง
for game
ชนะสัปดาห์นี้
3, you know, player
ห้ามแบบว่า
real
ห้ามรู้สึกว่าเฮ้ย
If you've been following the LCK at all,
แพ้ไม่ได้แล้ว T1 ต้องชนะรัวๆถ้าอยากจะเป็นที่
years, you know that this roster,
2 และถ้าเกิดแพ้คู่เนี้ยมันเผลอๆเป็นที่3ด้วยซ้ำนะ
every year we get
ใช่
a
เปิด
game
เผลอ
like
เป็น
this
ที่
or
4
two
ด้วยซ้
games like this, or sometimes like 5 games like this.
ำและ T1 จะได้เจอ KT ด้วยครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยมันมีโอกาสที่จะแบบถ้าตอนนี้นะถ้าเป็นสภาพเนี้ยถ้าเกิด T1 ชนะรัวแล้วชนะ KT ด้วย
and then win game 3
ก็คือที่
close out
2
the series, and most people don't remember the game 2 the following week. But we'll see what happens because DRX
ถ้า T1 ชนะที่เหลือทั้งหมดและชนะ KT ที่
but they very rarely win the third.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I also think, you know, KMDRX
2 ยังไม่รวมถ้าฮาวาไล
have
แพ้
an opportunity here to do
Gen G ด้วย
the funniest
ไม่แน่อาจจะที่
thing,
1
just to get that meme out of the way. But yeah, they might just be able to get game number 3 if they play like they did there. They're not gonna have the Lee Sin again. It
แต่
is
ว่าฮาวาไล
fearless,
มันต้อง
so,
แพ้
you know,
2เลยมัน
you're gonna
ลำบาก
have to
เกิน
see
อ่ะ
something
มัน
new,
ต้อง
and
แพ้แบบ
already the bans have switched up here
เอาง่ายนะ
for T1.
จะมี1ทีมวันสุดท้ายด้วยของการแข่งขัน
Zion gone, Jarvan
ที่
gone.
อาจจะส่งให้ T1 เป็นอันดับ 1 ของกลุ่มได้ ทีมนั้นก็คือโบรครับผม
Might be a little bit of a hint for what Doran wants to play.
คือสัปดาห์สุดท้ายถ้าเกิดฮาวาไลแพ้ 2 เกม
See if the
มันก็จะ
chase is gonna be high prio here or not.
คะแนนเท่า T1 ที่ชนะมาตลอด
Jarvan and Nocturne bans here. Orianna still available. It could get Orianna first pick here. Like the
ซึ่ง
Rumble
โบร
is
ต้อง
already
ชนะ
gone,
ฮาวา
the
ไล
Forest
ให้
is
ได้
already gone, so I think you probably just ban the Orianna here as KMDRX.
Yeah,
But-
Cassiopeia as well.
Cassiopeia could be a very strong first
แต่ขอ
pick.
ที่
There's
2 ก็
no
พอแล้ว
Ryze, there's no Anivia.
ขอที่ 2 ก็พอแล้ว
They'll ban Caitlyn.
ที่ 2 ได้คือแบบสุดยอดละ
So looking for a more stable laning phase here for Lazy Field. Probably just a
ก็คือตอนนี้ต้องชนะทั้งหมดแล้วก็ชนะ KT แค่นั้นเลย T1 แค่เนี้ย อีก4 เกมต้องชนะทั้งหมด
Cassiopeia in response, but do they get the Lulu with this, or what is the plan here for QMDRX?
แล้วก็วันที่ 25 T1 ก็ต้องชนะ DK เพื่อไป EWC ให้ได้
Option on 3 to get the full duo. Instead,
โอ้ T1 ได้ครับผม
more
เกอร์
classic
ครับผม
approach here to pick the Xin
Orianna
away from owner. It is owner's favorite
โอ้เจอ
these
แคสซี่
days.
สวนว่ะ
Yeah, he's played it 9 times. He's 8-1 on the
เฉา
pick.
ปะไม่ใช่ทันเดิลปะ
KMDRX have in the
Okay,
past
Tando
generally
กับ
picked pretty early for
จิน
Lazy Field, but that's not what we've
ทัน
seen today. It's
Nocturne
been
ไม่มี
Inara
Tando
in
กับ
second phase and then MF in second phase.
ทันเดิ
A
ล
lot
กับ
more
จินน่าจะ
focus
ดี
on
นะ
picking the top side of the map. In game 2, they picked Karma because Karma's OP, and then they picked their mid jungle. So it's kind of an interesting swap up in terms of draft strategy from KMDRX, especially when a lot of teams are saying that it really is kind of all run by the
จิน
bottom
ไม่
lane.
ดีว่ะว่ะ
Jace that I was alluding to
แบนไซออน
earlier
ไปแล้ว
that kind
JS
of
ดีกว่า
set up by mentioning those bans is going to come through here. This draft is a little weird for T1. Like, it doesn't have a great ball setup for the Orianna, and it gives Rich the opportunity to just counterpick this Yorick here, even though they got the Scion. Doesn't necessarily mean you win the lane. It's a strong counter pick, but if you mess it up early, the Jace can just run
ไม่
away
เจ
with
พี่ว่าโอเคนะ เพราะว่ามันมีช็อคบาร์ที่แบบติดเซอร์เพนแฟงอ่ะแคสซี่มันจะเกาะน้อยหน่อยโอเคแล้วแหละ
flashed in with the ball on him, and it's like, okay, I guess he's a ball carrier, but for the most part, setup here is a little bit difficult for T1, and the Cassiopeia and the Xin very, very strong. Sivir ban with the setup here we have with these bans. The Jarvan was taken away. It does make some sense. And Corki, Nami no longer an option. Lucian is also banned fearlessly in this game 3, so a little bit more open-ended with no Caitlyn here, no Ashe.
You know what is open is Mel and Camille.
True. Pillar synergy.
Yeah.
Jin ban.
แบนจินเองว่ะ
I mean, we might be looking at just like some unusual.
จัดเลยคือทีนี้กลายเป็นว่า T1 จัดจะแบบ 2-0 แล้วกลับบ้านชิวๆกลายเป็นตึงแบบทุเรศเลยอ่ะ
No Nautilus.
ต้องชนะไม่งั้นมันไม่ใช่แค่อันดับ 2 จะไม่ได้ลุ้นมันจะเป็นอันดับ 4 ได้เลยเพราะเจนจีมันจะแซงเว้ยแล้วหมายความว่ายังไงรู้ป่ะหมายความว่าถ้าเกิดอันดับ 2 ไม่ได้ลุ้นแล้วกลายเป็นอันดับ 4 อ่ะคือหมายความว่า T1 อ่ะต้องเจอกับทีมอื่นก่อนแล้วไปเจอกับเจนจีแล้วไปเจอกับกว่าจะได้ไป MSI คาลิสตาว่ะ
Like that's something we've seen Guma carry.
อาเฟกับไอ้นี่ได้ป่ะอาเฟกับเทสใช่
It's
ป่ะ
not a bad idea, actually.
I think
อาเฟเทสป่ะให้เพสแบก
They're just gonna opt for the Ziggs instead. It looks like here hasn't been locked just yet, but Ziggs Leona might just be what they go for. Also, could see a Ziggs Pike, but blind doesn't feel very good. Ziggs is such a niche pick, but you could see it's normally with 7 out of 10, I believe. 7 and 3. Sona is not really what I had in mind. Seraphine
แบ
also
น
available.
ADC ไป 4 ตัว
Yeah.
KRX
Okay, Camille Pillar Synergy.
Ziggs Camille. You drop an ult, and then you drop another ult. There's the Pike.
I think the Pike
คามิลหรือ
feels
ไป
scary blind in a
ให้
lot
ซิก
of
อยู่คนเดียว
matchups,
แบบ
but
กู
when
มา
you
ยู
know
ชี
they're not as
แล้วก็
certainly
ไปก็ไปเดินเกม
doesn't feel that blind. It feels kind of okay. It feels fairly safe. It's going to really be a big test here for Ondil and Lazyfield in this laning
เรือ
phase,
ต้ามาก็ได้ครับ
where
ผ
they
ม
have
มา
been often weak. And
Oi.
he's just going to pivot to Leona. I actually really like this. I think Leona Callista is still very strong. No bailout value, but great into Pike, can punish, and the damage output of this Callista is going to be higher than the Ziggs is at all times in the early laning phase. If you don't get burst down, you always win as Lazyfield. And the Leona locking the Pike in place makes Carrier think twice about going in for those combos. So this is a pretty interesting draft setup here. I kind of favor KRX. They have one of the strongest mid laners on the patch. They have the counter pick in top lane.
อ่า
They got
เสียวๆเลยครับอันนี้ต้องตั้งใจแบบลุ้นแล้ววะ
synergy with the rest of
ไม่
this
ได้แล้ววะ
draft isn't fully there.
MSI อยู่ที่อันนี้เลยพี่บอกให้ว่าตั๋ว MSI อ่ะอยู่ที่ตรงนี้เลย
Kind of left a little bit puzzled by what we got in the end from them, whereas I see a pretty robust, strong.
ไม่งั้นนะมึงต้องไปเจอเจนจีในโรทู
Yeah, I feel
MSI ดิมึง
sometimes, you know, we haven't seen a lot of game threes and Fearless, but you gotta pull out some weird stuff sometimes, especially once we eventually get the games.
เล่นล่างดับอะไรวะเนี่ยเฮ้ยมันเป็นดับปกตินะนี่
At least for the LCK.
คือเอา
But, yeah, I
ซิก
feel
มา
like
แค่
KRX
เคลียร์เวฟ
did a really good job of
ไม่เอาอะไรมาก
navigating, especially
หนี
the
รอดตายให้ได้
strange
แล้วก็
situation that was in the bottom
ให้ไป
lane
ไป
with
เดิ
all
น
those
เกม
AD carries gone.
เพื่อดึงซัพพอร์ตที่มันอยู่กับเลนาต้าไอ้เคนไอ้คาริสตาออกมา
Lazyfield's Callista is very good, by the way.
แต่ว่าคาริสตาไม่เล่นกับเลนาต้าอาจจะ
He's a Callista player.
And I think the Renata just
แต่
didn't
ว่า
really
ตอนเนี้ย
make sense
ปัญหา
of
มัน
this
คื
draft
อ
at all. Glad they just were like, no, absolutely not.
ชิน
We're
เฉา
gonna play
อะ
Leona.
Yeah.
Great call.
Much better call here for
ชินเฉาอะ
KRX. Curious to see if T1 can get across
เพ
the
ราะว่า
line
ทัน
with
โด
this
มัน
draft. As we
ดับ
head
มาเคาน์เตอร์
on
จริง
the
แต่
rim
ว่า
for
มัน
game number
ง
3.
งๆหน่อยๆว่าแบบยังไงดี และแคสซี่ก็เก่งด้วยแพทนี้
Alrighty, game number 3. Not
That mana
exactly
flow.
expected when we did come into today, but also exactly what we expected. It's both simultaneously. It's like
The normal.
Schrodinger's T1.
Yeah, or
right?
in this case, yeah.
It's like they're definitely going to 2-0, but also simultaneously they're definitely going to happy game 3, and you never really know until you open the box.
Yeah, that's why when my wife asked me, as she often does, before I left the house,
When are you
สวยมาก
coming home early tonight, I
ได้
said,
เลือด
"Don't
ไป
ask
ก่อน
me
ครับผม 20% ลุ้นแล้วว่ากูตื่นเต้นละตอนแรกกูนั่งดูไปด้วยแล้วนั่งทำนู่นนั่นนี่โอ้ชิวจัด ชิวจัด ตอนนี้ไม่ได้ละ
The answer is that it doesn't look like we're coming home early tonight, Valdez.
ต้องตื่นเต้นให้ได้
Also, even for
พระเจ้า
second series as well, where it's KT versus Nongshim. It's like, in theory, KT should bop them. Like, it should be a 2-0. Like, you look at the standings, KT's in a really good spot. But we know how KT is, and Nongshim are just coming off of a big victory against being KRX and the road
ก็
to
ฟาร์มชิวๆดีนะ
EWC.
ซิกนะผม
I think absolutely we could go
ปกติ
3.
ซิกจะเล่นแบบตัวจับให้ไงอันติจะได้ใช้ได้ง่ายๆนะ
Faker is not enjoying laning into this Cassiopeia early on, as most champs are not.
Yeah, I think a lot of our mid laners, especially Chovy, who feels like he's always on the cutting edge, they realize that
ลืมปิด
เร
Cassiopeia,
ทแต้ม
no,
นี้
she's
ส
just good
วย
now.
ๆกำไร 5
Doesn't
เท่า
have
นะ
to be played into Rise. Doesn't have to be played in a certain matchup. She can just own lane as she does.
I think
get a nice lead.
A lot of our mid laners who are relatively newer to the LCK, like more like postmodern. I don't know what the term is.
Postmodern era mid laner.
Let's say like 2019 and beyond. Haven't necessarily played Cassiopeia that much. She was never like a standard mid pick. She was often a niche counter pick. Players like Quad, we all know, right? He's going to pull that one out. But for the most part, it's your Fakers, your Chovies, the big
ว้าว
champion Ocean
โดนรัน
players
W แล้ว
who
เปลี่ยนเป็น
have mastered it. But now
ตะกี้
everybody
ถ้าได้
knows
ลิ
how
ส
to
ต์ด้วย
play
น่า
it
จะแจ่ม
really
เลย
well because
อ๋อ
it's been so
2 สกิล
standard
ไม่โดนเลย
in this meta for so long as a counter pick to
ไม่งั้นได้
Rise
เลือด
has
ครับ
been
แต่ว่าได้เลือดก็ไม่มีประโยชน์เท่าไหร่มาก เพราะว่าเดี๋ยวมันก็ทีพีกลับแล้ว
Despite a lot of bursts and phase rush being removed. And so I think that's part of Cassiopeia's mastery going up. But then she got this new rune, and it's like, oh, wait a minute. Like, this pick is broken.
ได้แฟดทันดูแบบได้แฟดโยลิกจะดีมากเลย
That's
ข้างบ
kind
น
of interesting thing with all these big patches we're seeing nowadays from Riot is that
เว็
some
บ
of the
ดันนะครับ
picks,
แต่โย
they
ลิก
just
ไม่เอา
like
เหรอ
ride
เฮ้ย
the
โยลิก
meta wave
ข้างบน
so quickly, or they just get revived by it essentially. Really nice Ghoulie wall here from
ว้าว
Rich, but he's still gonna have to
สวยมาก
flash away.
โฮเนอ
And
ร์
another
ตี
pick that might
กูริวอล
benefit
ไว
big
แล้วก็
time from some of the
ได้แฟดครับ
patches is the Jace.
สวยแล้วได้แฟดนี่
Storm
สวย
Raider
ละ
surge buff that comes in on this patch, and he was already played a lot. We never really liked this matchup of the Jace into the Yorick, but what does it look like now?
We'll just have to wait and see. Might be a little bit better here, especially as Doran starts to get a few more levels in.
อุ้ยก็
But so far, it's just been the pressure that you normally see from Jace applied. Oh, no. Ow.
ไม่น่าเลยออโรราไม่เห็นอีกเลยอะ
I kind of want to go back to the area Tom mentioned.
ไม่เห็นออโรราเลนกลางอีกเลย นับตั้งแต่วันนั้น
That's how I feel about that. It's what we
กระ
do
แส
as
มันแรง
professional
เกินอะ
commentators. Yeah, just make silly noises.
Speaking of Keria, he is going to match Andil's Roam here, which is wise choice. Actually, I don't know about making a play here. This Leona's face up.
อุ๊ย
Oh,
ไม่เห็น
but
นะ
if
ไม่
they
เห็น
pass like this,
I mean, he could definitely try to burst him down, especially with the ignite, but the flash comes through, and now Keria has to flash away.
นิดเดียวเองครับ
Keria's still going to take that trade to
แลกแฟดครับกับ
gain the flash
เลนกลาง
out, but now no flash, no ignite for the
ส่วนมาก
fight.
เคเลียตะกี้
absolutely worth. And Faker wanted to turn this into a larger advantage here, but we'll
ต
also
อนนี้
have
เลน
to
กลาง
back
กับเลนบน
safety.
ไม่มีแฟดทั้งคู่ ต้องหาเล่นทีวัน
Both mid laners will run back as fast as they can. As Rich is
เนี่ยเห็น
starting
ปะ
to
พอเลือกไปปุ๊บอะมันทำให้เลนล่างอะเขา
Doran's fairly low on mana. I think that's part of this.
ก็จะเป็น 1-1
Neither
อะ
of these
แล้ว
top
คาริส
players
ตา
have
มันก็
back
แบบ
Yeah.
ทำอะไรไม่ได้กับซิกอะมันก็แบบ
Did go for the Doran's helm as well.
ซิกมันก็ฟาร์มของมันไปได้เรื่อย
Jace.
Pet items are OP, especially in special game
ๆ ดึง
modes.
ซัพพอร์ตมาเลนกลาง
sometimes,
เห็นไหม
depending on what augments you get. Aram Mayhem and Arena.
Keria lurking again.
6 พอดีครับตรงนี้เฟเกอร์โอ้
The overgrowth and just
ถ้า
walk
ถ้า
away.
ถ้า
And
สมมติ
I
เค
love
เลีย
how
แย่ง
Ondel's like,
เวฟ
no,
ก็
no,
น่าจะ
no. I know how you play
no
this. It almost
เคเลีย
feels
เมา
like
รถ
Ondel is Keria's
Faker
like,
ไม่
biggest
หก
fan. Like, this is just some like idea I have in my mind where he just follows exactly what Keria
ไม่เอาก็
does,
ได้นะ
studies all of his play, and he's like,
ให้เคเลีย
no,
ได้
I
รีเซ็ต
got you red, and also I'm going to play all
ของ
your
ซับ
Exactly. No, I actually have had this vibe with
หก
Andil
ละ
before in other series he's played against Keria.
ดีครับพี่
that
ดีครับ
I think he's even
เนี่ยว่า
said
มัน
that Keria is a
Kalista
player
มัน
he
ต้อง
takes
แบบ
big inspiration from. Frankly, most supports have said that at some point.
มันต้องได้
If you don't, I'd be like a little bit
มันต้อง
confused,
early เกมดีๆ
to
อะ
be honest.
Yeah.
ซิกก็ชิวๆครับ
But like I do see what you're talking about here in that KRX has just not been able to get any sort of extra edge
กำลังจะ
just yet.
ไฟต์ตรงนี้ครับสเกิร์มิชมาแล้วแต่ว่าเปลี่ยนใจ
Now, this is a scary
Ow.
trundle.
ยังไม่หกไงโอเนอร์ยังไม่ค่อยอยากเล่นนะ ดึงปูมา ค่อยๆต่อค่อยๆต่อค่อยๆเล่นครับเฮ้ยช็อคเวฟสวยมากแต่ว่าต้องไปละ
Shockwave come through from Faker and Ondel and Lazyfield. I think we're just like
Yeah, well, Willer has level 6, so I
ตึง
don't
เลย
think
นะ
they could push
ทีวาน
even
โอ้โห
further. Yeah, I think Lazyfield just
คือ
wanted
เก
to
ม
be
นี้มาตึง
cautious
เล
there,
ย
but
คือ
the
แบบ
team
ไม่
I think
มั่ว
was
ไม่
pretty
อะไรเลย คือแบบ
confident
พยายาม
they're
ตั้งใจ
not
แบบ
gonna do anything, post Shockwave without Trundle ultimate. And
ตามเมื่อกี้เอ็นหลังตานี้หลังตรงทุกคน
Lazyfield, which is relevant for sure, but will not be able to take the fight or the dragon. KRX are not doing anything with this advantage they
ปรับเป็น
gained,
3 ดาวทันไหม
so it looks like T1 will just be +1 flash.
ไม่ถึงขนาดนั้นเนี่ย2 ดาวถูกแล้ว ถูกต้องตามที่แบบ นั่งดูเลย
with the control of the lane he has now, especially with Lazyfield not having flash to close the gap. He just can't reach the Ziggs.
and carry up a rare sighting in the bot lane. Maybe he's just here to get some XP. You know, he's like, well, I shouldn't.
ตะกี้มันที่เขาไม่เข้ากันเพราะว่าแบบ
on level.
ไประยะไม่ถึงครับ
some XP and then go
ไม่ใช่
top.
ซิกระยะไม่ถึงคือมันไม่ได้โป๊กแบบจนทำให้ฝั่งหนึ่งเลือดโลอะไปซิ่งเมื่อกี้ก็คือเจอแบบลีโอนา
Mike is so squishy. You gotta be
เดี๋ยวเจอ
careful about,
ลีโอนาพุ่งเข้ามาอีก
tossing these out into
พุ่งมาจากกันตีแบบ
Kalista and
Kalista
Leon. Like if you get stunned and Lazyfield gets on top of you, the Fate's Call follows up.
มันโยน
Like,
มา
you
เนี่ย
have no
ลำบาก
flash right now as carrier. You're down a level.
แต่เคเลีย
About
เล
to
เวล
hit
น้อย
level
อะ
5, but I mean, this is a really risky set of plays here from carrier. He's trying to pull off here, and it's not going to
Call
work out.
Mancala.
It's not going to get punished, but they will get the dragon. As with the prio that Yukal has right now, he could also come over here and help guarantee. And this is a big win
เดี๋ยว
here
มั
for
งกรตัวแรกไป
KRX. Again,
ใจเย็นอย่าเพิ่งโลกครับผม
all
ใจเย็น
three
ครับ
games,
ใจเย็น
double
ใจเย็น
dragon.
ครับ
And
ไม่มีอะไร
it
ค
looks
รั
like
บ
this game, at least half of that will go over. Is it going to be 3
ต้อง
Ocean Souls
รอ
in a
เลเวล
row?
6 ครับ ทันโด
Yeah, could be.
ถึงจะเก่ง
And you know, it's kind of interesting because game 2 was a little bit of a weird one, right? Like T1 definitely were happy gaming early on. The game got out of hand. Willer got super fed, just kind of took over, and that's kind of the. I'm gonna have to hold that thought as Ondel's just gonna flash away, but yeah. But that was kind of like the free
เป็น
game. that they
ป่า
gave
ที่แบบ
away,
เรียก
but KMDRX
แฟดได้ดี
always
มาก
get
เลย
like
ทัน
one
โด
standard
เสาแม่ง
game as well.
น่า
So
รำ
does
คาญ
that
อะ
mean that they just get a
ไปมา
standard game here?
แต่ไม่
It's kind of exciting to think
เอาจริงเหรอ
about. They might get it as
Shockwave.
that combo
Oh.
not gonna work out, but Yukal does not have his flash, so he's just dead still. First
โอ้
blood.
มันมาแล้วว่า
Lazy
ทันโด
Field
ตาย
Yeah, Lazyfield's here, and owner in a bit of trouble.
โอ้
as the substitute
ได้หนึ่ง
does come in.
สวยครับผม ได้
And they do
2
get
ครับ
the
ที
kill
วัน
to Ondil, but a kill also goes over to Lazyfield.
So
ทำไม
Mike gets
คี
a
เลียเล่น
kill,
ดูง่ายจัง
Trundle
วะ
gets a kill, but
ไปอะ
Kalista gets a kill in return.
คือ
Still
มัน
feel
ดู
like
แบบ
this favors T1, but
เออ
you know it's not as good as it could
ตะ
have
กี้ข
been.
นาดแบบ
Shockwave combo, you
Kalista
mentioned
มาช่วย
this,
นะนะ
but wasn't that important in the
มัน
grand
ดู
scheme
ฮุ
of
ก
things.
ง่าย
They
อ่ะ
still have the damage. As this matchup's getting a little bit trickier for Doran here.
แต่ว่าโดรันบาดเจ็บอะตรงนี้ไม่มีใครมาช่วยเลย
He's trying. So
I think he'll
funny.
get it, yeah.
But it's going to cost him some health.
โอเค
That wall
ได้ครับผม
placement.
แต่เสีย
Very
กราฟ
scary there,
เสีย
actually,
มังกร
for
ว่ะ
Doran for a moment, but he is
ช่วง
fine.
นี้
So here
พยายามตัดการเงินอย่างเดียวก่อน เอาชิดทิปยังตัดยากอ
already
ยู่
has flash, right? Doesn't have anything he can
ไม่
really
ได้
do
ดึง
here.
แบบ
Tries to keep owner at bay. And Yukal just drops his ultimate.
คือได้คอมโบ
Tries to
ช็อคเวฟ
back
ได้
back.
เมื่อกี้มันจะสวย
Baseball comes over,
มาก
moves
ๆแต่ว่า
here.
แบบ
They know they can
แค่
turn
นี้มันก็
this.
สวยแล้ว
Even without Ondil's flash, he
อุ้ย
will
แล้วดึง
die
มา
setting
อีก
this
นะ
up, but it's worth it, I think, in this second exchange to make sure Lazyfield gets the kill. And he's also about to get his first item. Pays already has his Ludens online, and this game it's pretty interesting. You know, I do think that it's very, very close. Even though it's 1,000 gold to lead here for T1, a lot can go wrong in these early team fights into a
แต่
Kalista comp.
พี่อยากให้ได้ออดเอาเอเวอร์ฟอร์ดกลับมา
Yeah, you gotta be careful for your Ziggs
พี่ว่ามันเท่มาก
Oriannas
เอเวอร์ฟอร์ด
online.
อะ
A lot of their 80 damage is going to come from the Jace, but also the Pike for T1, especially in the mid game. But if this goes very late, I'm curious to see what could
ไป
happen
มา
in
ครับตรง
that
นี้ไม่มีแฟดแล้ว
scenario. As
ไอ้
Rich
มันยังมี
under
แฟด
a
อยู่
little bit of pressure here, but just
Oh,
drops
oh,
the goalie
oh.
wall, and now we got a TP coming in. No dash available for Carrion, but he's
ได้
just
TP
very
ครับผม
fast on the Pike.
Ondil has ult, so they have to be really careful about trying to push any further, but they do have the numbers advantage now with Pays also showing up here.
Just gonna send it for another
ดึงได้ไหม
opportunity here, as even with the pillar, Carrier not able to land that one.
ไม่เป็นไรครับ
But he has his dash this time. 4 members of
อุ๊ย
T1 on top.
สูตรมาแล้วอ่ะเพสมาว่ะเพสมารับเพจโอ้โซล่าแฟร์แล้วเปิดว่ะโดรานกระทืบครับผมแล้วออกมาได้ด้วยอันติตรงนี้พยายามจะเคลียร์เวฟ
From Pays, as this is 2v4 for now, but here comes Yucal looking
โอเค
to
โอ
get
เนอ
in
ร์บอกตาย
on
อี
the
กแล้ว
party as the stun is there.
โอ้โห
He's just gonna flash out of that one. Kill does go over to Rich though.
Very messy fight. Felt like for a moment there that T1 were just going to have out-rotated KMDRX as LazyField walked almost all the way up and then went to mid to answer that
แล้ว
wave
ซิกที
there.
พีล่างครับผม
There in time. I thought
โอ้
T1
โห
were just going to get out
น้อง
for
เพล
free,
ส
but ultimately they are able to, with some weird shenanigans here, get something back. As in live, bit of an angle onto Faker as
ตรงกลาง
low
ฟิกเกอร์
mana.
กำลังจะโดนเฉาแต่ว่าเข้าป้อมได้
This ult here not great, and then Ondo gets subjugated, and LazyField is just so far away that initially it looks like this is kind of doomed. But eventually, Yucal is able to run up here. Cassiopeia with boots, I guess.
พอไม่มีตัวแบบเซตอัพให้มันก็ซิกก็โยนอันติยากนะ
Carrier is able to escape before anything else can happen, and Doran does get out as well. The kill goes over to Doran. Sorry, to Rich.
ทีวันเงินนำ1,600ครับผม
And
ตื่นเต้น
still a very close game
เร้า
here,
ใจ
but that didn't really
Wheeler
move the
โห
needle that much
เดินไล่ทันเดิลเลย
overall
ว่ะ
in this one. I think if LazyField
ทัน
was
เดิลอันติ
pushing
ไม่มี
solo somewhere else,
มันแทร็กปะวะ
this could have been much better.
แท็กกันติปะ
A kill
รู้ได้ไง
onto
วะ
Faker,
ว่าไม่มีอันติ
in the mid lane, which they did not. They didn't even get his flash there.
เสียปูไล่อีกแล้ว
Something good for KMDRX, but ultimately really just an
อุ๊ย
even
โอ้โหดี
trade
จนหมดเลย
at this point.
You can see they're trying to set up vision and position here on this
ไม่มีดึง ไม่มีดึง
A lot of members
คิเล
of
ดึงไปแล้วเมื่อ
KMDRX
กี้
trying to clear out vision and just potentially
มาอี
fight
กแล้ว
for the
ดำน้ำมา
second one. Hook is going to come in. Ondil feels like he's really not that tanky just yet. There's been a couple times where he just gets subjugated and dies, but even the damage from the pike
เมน
feels
เก่า
like
จริ
it's
ง
sticking for now.
And I wonder,
ดีเลยครับคุณเคเลีย ถ้าเกิดสมมติคุณเมนเก่ามาไหมครับ
will
ข้างบ
Carrier
น
be able to utilize his 500 gold lead? Like, will he continue to
ไม่
actually be
มา
able to
เหรอ
make
ครับ
these
ไม่เป็นไร
proactive
ก็ได้
plays?
ครั
We've
บ
seen a lot of games, including one from Carrier
มัง
earlier
กร
this
จะ
year,
เกิดแล้ว
the
เข้าใจ
D+,
ได้ครับ
where the pike just falls off later on, and you continue to try to be aggressive because you're
เฟก
really
เกอร์ยังไม่ได้
the
ชิ้นแรกเลยว่ะ
secondary form of engage next to this Orianna, who
มัน
only
มา
has
แล้ววะ
an ultimate. to
เกิ
set
ด
that
เล่น
up.
แบบ
You do just die if you get caught, right? And there's so much CC here.
Aggressive จ้า
Speaking of, Baker
โอ้โหล็อกหลบ
sidesteps.
ใช้สเต็ปสวยมาก แล้วมาแล้วผมตรงนี้
To lock the Orianna down with all
พอ
the
พอ
movement speed.
เอ้อ
Shot bait
พอหรือ
comes
ไม่
in.
พอ
Willer just gonna
พอ
throw a Crescent Guard in and avoid a lot of that
ได้แค่นี้ครับ
damage. Ondil though, once again just being shredded in the
โอ้
front
ไป
line
ไป
as
โอ้
Carrier
โอ้โอ้
looking to chase but not going to find
ไม่มีอันติ
anything.
Two pushing waves here though for
ได้สอง
KMDRX.
แฟช
Can they get Ondil?
Oh, that's the max range
Are you
on
kidding
the
me?
hook as with the ignite you thought he was going to get the kill but not
Oh.
quite the case. Yucal
อ้าว Yucal
looking to get in there as well but now
จัดการมัน
head to head
กัดมัน
against the Trundle not a great spot but here comes LazyField as the kill goes to Willer and LazyField kind of trades positions with Carrier as he
โอ้
goes
โห
to
แล้ว
his
แอนดรู
team.
ไม่ตายด้วย
I think if LazyField keeps pushing mid, it might have actually
อีกไหนมันเบาอะ
ultimately
เล
been
เวล
better for him
น้อย
there, but wanted to come down and help out the plays. They were super committed to that. You can see how Willer was waiting for his wind becomes lightning across on the edge. As this all starts off
ตรงนี้
with,
เหมือนจะไม่เอาอะ
Willer
เดิน
looking for
อ๋อ
this
หลบ
play
หลบ
here. The
โคเนอร์
shot
หล
blade
บ
comes down. Wasted ultimate here from
หลบ
Pays.
E
As Ondo does take some damage, right? Yucal takes some damage.
Crescent
but he
Guard
locks it
มันแบบ
right
อย่างเงี้ย
into
แหละ
the Crescent Guard there. I think if he had just waited and used it later here, could have actually been way higher value. But he's more interested in the turret as the rest of the
ไม่
team
ได้
is
ตี
thinking
ที
they're
นึง
going to
เว้ย
get this kill on the Ondil initially, but Yucal has a great ultimate, forces Carrier to flash, and owner's damage here needs to be respected, but then LazyField goes over the wall and forces Carrier away, and we end up having that trade to come through. As in live, we have a
ตรง
big
กลางตรงกลาง
fight here.
เกิดอะไรขึ้น
Yeah,
อะ
LazyField is forced to flash away. Carrier, you
โอ
know,
เค
he's not
เลนซิฟิลเกือบ
taking
ตาย
over
ผม
the
เสีย
game
แฟด
per
เสีย
se,
บา
but
เลีย
he's still getting tons of value out of the pipe.
ทีวัน
I mean,
ไม่
the
เสีย
amount of
อัน
times
ติ
he's
อะไร
hitting
เลย เพราะว่าไม่มีอะ
the
กูดาวอยู่
skewer into forcing flashes or forcing awkward moments for members of KMDRX who
เล่นเฉาแล้วเจอแบบว่าแต่ละคนไซส์สเต็ปอย่างนี้แม่งยากมากเลยว่ะ
So that's going to be
โยนแบบ W ให้โดนแม่ง
LazyField
ยากนะเว้ย
saying,
แชท
now we're gonna just take the
ดู
straight
ดิ
for the team. See that they're trying to go up to the top side here.
คือแบบ
Yeah, I do see a
LS
bit of
กัน
a
มาก
group
อ่ะ
for Herald, and that'll be their
แต่ว่าเสีย
attempted
Herald
cross map, but the timing is a little bit awkward here. Doran gets the
จ
TP
ริง
back.
ๆ T1
The rest of the team is
Herald ดี
coming
กว่า
up.
วะ
Pace has his ult back up. I
โอ้
think
แต่มังกร
T1
Hextech
are
ก็
happy
ดี
to
นะ
deny this and
มัง
go
กร
for a
ไฟ
quick test. I mean, there is
T1 ได้ไปคือ
arguably double
ชนะ
spike
ไปเลย
here with LazyField, but this is not a stable position for Kiwo.
ถ้าได้นะโซล่าแฟร์ยัดเน้นๆครับผมไปก่อนแล้วโอ้ช็อคเวฟพยายามจะผมเมอร์คิวรี่มาแล้วครับผมโดรานสวัสดีครับเมื่อกี้ผมแบบร้อยคุณโอเนอร์แบบเปิดโดนทุกอย่างแล้วผมก็ค่อยเข้าครับผมพี่กีฟ
They find themselves on the bad side of that one as Ingo's carrier gonna miss kind of
สุดนี้
But that is okay as Rich
มาจากตรงนี้ครับผมแล้วก็นี่ครับผมพี่กิ๊ฟนี่โอ้โหอ้อมมาไกลเลยครับไม่ตายแน่นอนครับผมคำนวณไว้แล้ว
Let's just say a cacophony of errors here for QMDRX on this one
เก็บ3ไม่เก็บ2แอสซิสต์1ตรงนี้คือโอเนอร์เนี่ยโดนคนเดียว
But everything is spent on blowing
ว่าเวเลยแล้วดูโดราน
doing massive damage on the left side, and there's just so much burst AP damage on the right side.
ทุกคนพยายามเบิร์สใส่ Thunder ไง
But used everything, and you cannot win the subsequent fight anymore. When the Kalista is dead, the fight is done. As Rich really kind of reaching here to try to put some damage back onto Keria, and Doran is
แต่ว่า
able to clean
Faker
up without a hitch.
รวบสวยครับรวบแบบขัดจังหวะทำให้มันตายยากขึ้นแล้วทำไมโอเนอร์ออกเป็นวอร์เดนมิลอะไม่ได้ออกเป็นในนั่นหรอไอเกาะวิ่งเร็วอะเดดแมนอะ
Yeah, because this is kind of a done deal. I mean, Willer's nearby. You know, maybe they
โดนลางกันเลยโดนครับ
kind of pick on
เขาเห็นนะ
someone, but shockwave available once
แฟ
again.
ตออก
Doran just has to
โซล่า
flash
แฟร์หลบ
away.
ไซส์สเต็ปเป็นสวยจริงครับทีวัน
Ando went super deep, trying to follow up.
โอเนอร์คุณโอเนอร์คุณก็เลือดเต็มอยู่แล้วแถมมีเลดบัฟบูบัฟด้วยคุณจะเอาไปทำไมครับผมในส่วนของฮันนี่ฟูดครับคุณโอเนอร์ผมเลยต้องวาร์ปกลับไปในคุณโอเนอร์
I think at this point, as QMDRX, I know you're playing a comp that has the Kalista element to it.
โอเนอร์บอกว่ากูไม่ได้เก็บแต่ว่าคือจะเดินเข้าไปสู้กับเขา
Orianna, and you have a Cassiopeia. I think you can kind of just slow the game down a little bit here.
น่าจะออกโฟร์เซนฮาร์ดเคาน์เตอร์คาริสตาไม่ใช่ออกโอเมนงานนี้
You don't have to fight these scrappy fights where T1 are arguably at their strongest right now and keep forcing. Might just be too little too late at this point to try to slow the game down with the lead that T1 have, but I don't necessarily think they had to send it on Herald by any means.
เอามาสโลว์แหละ
Oh boy, he is very close to dying.
เลือดเหลือประมาณ15เมื่อกี้เศษดาเมจแต่เกอร์เริ่มแรงแล้วครับรูเดนยุ้ย
He's still chasing. I mean, he has flash, so
เห็นข้างล่างโผล่เยอะไง
would have been able to trade
แล้ว
it.
โดรานตายไปเนี่ยพยายามวิ่งหนีอยู่สวยมาก
And also has got Pillar Peel from Owner. Love a little Pillar Peel.
Pillar peel.
Yeah, he peeled them away with Pillar. And oh, he's fine. They were like, we're going to catch this Jace. And
Pillar
like,
Peel.
Oh, it would be pretty unfortunate. There's a pillar in the way.
Yeah. Let me just summon my Trundle over here.
และตรงนี้ครับเพส
And Paige is going to take this turret out. Oh, I guess he doesn't have Satchel. There he does. He's just trying to use the turret to deny CS while he does it. Maximizing value.
Yeah. Kind of difficult when Lazy feels
3-0 กับน้องเพส
but, you know,
Cool idea.
I admire the effort.
Maybe he'll cancel an auto or two. And the
Yeah.
turret will get the job done. Anyways, this game has very quickly
โอเค
lost
อีกแบบอึกใจเดียวทีวัน
potential QMDRX
ที่
upset
ปวด
I
แบ
still
บ
think there's a few
ปวดท้องฉี่
angles
ยัง
back
ไม่
in,
กล้า
but
ไป
it's gonna take a long
ห้อง
time.
น้ำเลย
So a pretty late rod here for UCal. So
กลัวมากเลย
he's
ตอน
getting
นี้
a lot of value out of the
ไว้ใจ
transformation.
อะไรไม่ได้เลย
And you know, Lazy Feel building a little bit defensively here into all this AP. I like that.
มีขวดใกล้ๆไหมพี่
Done some
อย่างน้อยๆขอแบบว่าได้มังกรไฟแล้วแบบน่าจะได้ไปเข้าห้องน้ำอีกแป๊บนึง
This is going to be another one of those more defensive item sets. But again, late game, he absolutely can pop off. If we go like 35 minutes
5,400
in.
อ่ะ T1 guys
I feel like the biggest thing
Guys,
for
haven't
Kalista
seen, guys.
is you just need as much time as possible. It's part of why Renata is so good with the Kalista is you just give her a little bit of extra time.
ไม่เห็นนะไม่เห็นโอเน
Land
อ
a
ร์นะ
couple
เลย
more sticks and
ไป
get
รอ
a
ครับ
big
เคลียร์ไปรอ
random
ให้
and maybe a reset.
อ้าว
So
แล้วเดินออกนอกพุ่มนิดนึงครับเมื่อกี้โอเนอร์
might be the
วิลเลอร์เป็นสะดุ้งเลยอะ
get some more.
พยายามจะมุดด้านนี้มาฝั่งของ
It is
KRX
Infernal Soul, very
ให้อันดิว
much a
นำหน้ามา
very relevant soul, unlike our last two games.
แม่ลิโอ
to
น่า
fight for,
จ
but
ริงๆลิโอน่า
it's
นี้ก็ไม่ค่อยดี
just
นะ
second
พี่ว่าพิก
dragon
เนี่ย
piece for either of these teams.
เพราะว่ามัน
I think for
กด
QMDRX,
W แล้วแบบ
find an angle
โอเนอร์
they
มัน
should
ข
go
โม
with,
ยได้อะ
but trying to hard force, not necessary. As Doran is just getting a lot of value topside.
โด
Now
ราน
he's
ที
gonna
พีมาผม
TP
เฮ้ย
in. See if they can
โอ้
rush
โห
this
จะ
out.
ไฟ
I
ท์แบบ
don't
นี้
think
วะ
so.
แต่ว่าที่วันได้พุ่มบานาน่าอาจจะทำให้โป๊กได้ดีกว่า
Combat power.
แต่อาจจะ 50-50 ไปดิเพราะมันโป๊กแต่ว่าวิลเลอร์มันคงไม่สนนะ
Away, but they're so far
นอกจากจะโดนแบบนี้ นอกจากจะโดนแบบนี้ลิสพยายามอ้อมมาครับแอนดริวเข้ามาใกล้แล้วเคเลียต้องถอยเข้ามาพุ่มนี้ยึดไว้ก่อนยึดพุ่มนี้ไว้ก่อนแล้วทุกคนต้องออกจากมังกรเพราะโดนลิชไล่เลซี่ฟิลโดนไปครึ่งหลอดเสียมังกรอ๋อยูเคลเอนเกจเข้ามาวิลเลอร์เคเลียจิ้มแบบนี้บารอนได้ไหมทีพีมาแล้วครับผมเกอร์เพสแม่งต่อให้หมดเพื่อบารอนเสร็จเกือบได้เมื่อกี้แต่ว่ามันโฉกว่ะเพสพยายามแบบเล่นกับบาสโคนอ๋อลิสมันดูดเลือดเลยถอยดีกว่ามั้งไม่ได้ว่ะคือเป็นสูตรอะไรไม่รู้นะคือเพสทีพีมาดักใช่ป่ะแต่เฟกเกอร์ทีพีโดนไปเอาเพจสูตรใหม่โอ้โหแล้วโยลิกมาแต่ว่ามีแฟดครับเฟกเกอร์หลบอีแล้วล็อกเก็ตเบลหลบกูรีวอลแล้วก็ต้องแฟดลาดีเกอร์ตึงจัดอุ้ยคาริน่านี่ถ่ายโฆษณาทุกเดือนเลยได้ปะ
Another one of those fights, a little awkward, but without lazy field here, I think maybe KRX should just back away. In that last scrap where Hayes wasn't able to hit a lot of his cues, that's I think the first symptom of what could happen in a 35-minute plus game is okay. Doran also gonna have to flash. Of like what could happen with lazy field popping off in a late game team fight where the Ziggs just can't match his damage output. Keria, he's careful, man.
Yeah, he was hiding behind them. I also saw a Ziggs bomb get thrown over the top on the mini-map, so did a little bit of damage to Willer, I think, but Willer is Xinjiao, so doesn't really care too much about that. Still very strong, though, is the Ziggs 3-0-4. Has the biggest lead on the map right now.
I mean, he absolutely will pop off if he hits his targets. As Ondil
is actually going to have to go on in, and the shockwave comes through, and Ondil dies. Subjugate once again, huge value against the Leona. Willer as well, just going to essentially fall over like a house of cards, and okay, they're trying to play here, but the stun comes through for Keria, and he will be able to save it. Only UCal getting the one, but it's still a team fight win for T1.
That stun from Keria. I mean, without that, there was a chance that maybe
แบบได้ยินเสียงแบบช็อคเวฟแอนดิวตายโอ้นี่คือย้อนมาไกลมาก
As we are way back.
8 years ago.
Yeah, this happened
this
like
fight happened.
I think in 2022.
years ago.
Yeah. This is when Lazy Field was like 15 years old. Actually younger than that. As I don't want to get too into the weeds of breaking this one down because it is a very long fight and we're probably going to jump out of this. Yeah.
ในช็อตนี้
talk about this fight
ดึงโอ้โหดึงข้ามเข่าด้วยแล้วอ่อนเนื้อมันเลยอะดึงมาคือแบบกดอันตีก็คือบางเจี๊ยบลีโอน่าวิลเลอร์ก็ไปต่อ
They actually have a little bit of wiggle room on the left side because Owner doesn't have subjugate anymore. He doesn't really have buttons, so Lazyfield is ripping through the health bar. The amazing stun there, and UCal then falls as the rest of the team collapses.
ไม่ติดทีมชาติให้มันรู้ไปอะดูทรงตรงเนี้ย
If this game was closer, you know, like this draft could work. But they just lost so much control of the game.
คิดดูอ่ะคือชาติที่จะมาเจอกับเกาหลีแม่งต้องแบนบาร์อีกอ่ะแม่งจะแบบตามมายันแบบในทีมชาติอ่ะ
These players know what to do is my main point. But T1, I think the circus is maybe about to end.
เซอร์คัสอีกแล้ว
Well, they're gonna go deep
ตรงนี้เงินนำเยอะมากกายสบายๆเงินนำ 10,000 แล้วโอ้เฟกเกอร์โดนแต่ว่ามันแรงเหลือเกินยูเคลบึ้มครับผมโอ้เคเลียโซโล่คิวแต่ว่าตีไม่โดนกดอีโมดยืนนิ่งตีไม่โดนแล้วก็ยืนกดอีโมดแล้วก็ยืนเฉยๆไม่ต้องทำอะไรแล้วมอบ
actually pull off an upset. I saw the angles.
Yeah, no, I kind of saw them too, but it just didn't work out. Like The amount of times they took 4 fights with 4 setups to give T1 so many angles, and how well Keria played this spike out of the laning phase as well. Just call
12,000ครับไม่น่ามีอะไรผิดพลาดครับทีวันก็จะสามารถที่จะเคลียร์วินไว้ได้นะครับผมไม่งั้นนี่แย่แน่นอนทีวันตอนนี้ก็จะคะแนนจะเป็นจริงๆต้องรอ KT คู่2ครับก็ยังอันดับ3อยู่ยังไม่เลื่อนครับตำแหน่ง
As Keria takes his hands off the keyboard here and says, well, it is what it is. And then moments later, as we roll a clip forward, Lazy Feel will do the same. As he's like, it is what it is.
Yeah. He did a little circle there.
Yeah. Nothing really he could do is there's a Ziggs bomb behind him. Okay, Yucal.
โอ้
Flash 2
ต้องแฟดหลบช็อคเวฟครับผม
Now what's he gonna do?
12,000 เงินตอนนี้มังกรอะไรไม่สนแล้วเฟเกอร์โอ้โหหลบแฟดได้ด้วยเมื่อกี้เฮ้ยแต่ว่าลิชมานะโดรามาเหมือนกันโอ้โหเคเลียแล้วไม่ตายเคเลียไม่ตายจริงดิโอ้ my god เคเลียไม่ตายด้วย
And Rich, the last one here that will go down
โอ้ยโดนดึงทุกทิศทุกทางGG ครับผม 2-1 ครับ T1 หลังจากแบบคือเห็นว่าแฟนๆง่วงไงคือแฟนๆ T1 เนี่ยเขาจะตื่นขึ้นหลังจากที่มันเป็นเกมสุดท้ายมันจะเป็นมันต้องแบบชนะหรือไม่ก็ห้ามแพ้มันจะตื่นเต้นไหมเขารู้ว่า T1 อ่ะแฟนๆนะชอบความตื่นเต้นเขาก็เลยจัดให้ครับจัดให้แบบสุดยอดไปเลยครับ
KRX gave it a good crack. I thought game 3 was pretty good draft.
เวลาถึงครับเวลาแบบสามารถที่จะเลิกงานได้แล้วก็จบเกมนี้ไปได้ครับจริงๆแล้วที่วันนี้เซ็นสัญญากับไลออดว่าแบบต้องทำแอร์ไทม์เท่าไหร่ต่อสัปดาห์นะครับเหมือนพอมินิทวอชมันขาดก็เลยต้องเป็นอย่างนี้ครับ แล้วแฟนๆที่ซื้อตั๋วเข้ามาดูเขาก็แบบมันก็ไม่ได้เลยมันต้องให้คุ้มนะดูแฟนๆทีวันด้านหลังเยอะมากเกมก็ลุ้นครับลุ้นที่2ครับทีวันว่าจะทำได้ไหมในซีซั่นครึ่งซีซั่นแรกนะ
I think much like the T1 players, I would like to pretend that Game 2 did not happen. And just, if I had a vote, base my vote on Games 1 and 3.
That fan sign said Paze was POM, so I guess we're kind of linked up. I think she probably wrote that before the series started, but
ใครที่จะเป็น
maybe she just wrote it real quick right there.
POM.
It's certainly possible. Or maybe after Game 1, she was like, oh, he got Lucian.
ใครวะ
You guys notice? By the way, Faker bows to everyone.
แต่เกมนี้ต้องให้เคเลียจริงนะ
He's so professional. He's like, oh, I missed one camera right there. Bowing there as well.
Yep.
The pinnacle of just showmanship, or not showmanship, sportsmanship, but also sometimes sportsmanship, showmanship. Wow. Falling apart. After Blackfire, Torch, Touch, all of that, man, everything gets ruined for me.
โดนเกม 2007 อ่ะมัน
It's a torch. Right? Like it's an item, it's a torch. And then the touch is the death fire, like you're feeling the fire.
Yeah. Death fire, not black fire.
ตอนนั้นมี
not white fire or anything else. Even though the torch is purple, by the way.
เหลือ3คนนะเฟเกอร์เกมแอนนิเวีย
It's part of the purple set of items alongside Ludens. And
กับเคเลียยากจัง
and some other ones, no doubt.
มันเด่นกันคนละเกมอ่ะ
Doran just solos him in the mid lane. We didn't really get a full shot of that earlier, but now watching that happen as he TPs in.
พี่ว่าเฟเกอร์ว่ะ
Is he calling for a penta?
Not sure.
I don't even think it was possible.
No.
Maybe he was saying something else.
Yeah, I don't think so because Doran got the solo.
Yeah.
So Keria was unhappy with something.
Yeah.
But I didn't quite catch what it was. Ultimately, a bit of a frantic call here for T1 in this final game. I think they knew they had this game won, but still scary with a Kalista on the other side. But Lazyfield got shut down too many times. Keria stunned in that final real team
โดรัน
fight
ดาเมจ
where
เยอะสุด
still
อะ
very low chance of winning it, but maybe there's an angle. He just gets shut out. I would not be surprised if Owner or Keria get this one. Pays, though, did a lot of boom boom and is probably front runner. Hard to say.
Yeah. I mean, even at the end of the day,
Faker เป็นไง
or Doran could pick it up as
ทายแม่น
well.
ไหม
Fakers and Nivea, fantastic in game one.
It
คื
was
อ
just like,
เกม
again,
ที่
if you
3
just
มันก็แบบ
remove
เขา
game
เน้น
two
แบบ
from
ไซ
your
ด์สเต็ป
mind
แล้ว
because
พี่
kinda
ช็อตช็อก
everybody
เวฟ
got equally
แบบ
stomped
ทำให้โอเนอร์ตายช้าก็มีผลเยอะ
on the side of T1, except Paze, I guess.
เกมแรกมันเด่นจริง
Which maybe that was your angle.
เกม 3 เคเลียเด่นกว่า แต่ว่า เฟเกอร์ก็ไม่ได้แบบ
I think
ไม่
like,
ใช่ว่าไม่เด่นเลย
if you're a palm voter, most of the time you should vote for the winning games only, but sometimes it gets in your head. Sometimes I can't vote after what I saw.
Well, if there were like two players that played really well in both of their wins, but also one of them had like an awful third game or whatever, then I think, that makes it a little bit easier. Maybe then you kind of factor in the third game,
Yeah, but that didn't happen for this third game.
It was an equally bad game from all of them.
Faker had two great games, so did Owner and so did Keria, but
แอสซิสต์โคตรเยอะเลย
it probably is a split vote, but it feels like this might almost be the when in doubt vote Faker angle, similar to Chovy, because
Or Keria.
he's a god. There he is, literal god.
Actually, he's a demon king.
Yeah.
Unkillable.
Demon King
Also, I thought, no, he didn't. Well, I was like, I'm also bowing to this camera guy as well right here before he does the interview to be very polite and respectful because he's a great guy. And I don't know, I will always glaze Faker pretty much forever.
Yeah, you and a lot of us. But guys, we do have the interview for the POM who is Faker. I'll hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Faker on the side of T1, who just got a 2-1 victory.
เย้
Congratulations!
2-1 victory ครับผม เฟเกอร์
Well, you clinched Legend Group and also secured your 11th victory. How do you feel? I don't think we had a great result and outcome during the early season, but just being able to confirm Legend Group and winning today makes me very happy. And KMDRX was quite resilient too. And with the 3-game series today, what was tricky about them? I think for game 2, the enemy was playing quite aggressively. And I think they gave such unexpected they took unexpected pathing that actually worked very effectively, so those were quite tough to deal with.
อืม
And in
มัน
game
มีแพท
1,
การ
we
เดินที่
got
แบบ
your
ไม่คาดคิด
and
นะ
all those
ทำ
wall
ให้แบบ
plays
ว่า
must have been so
เกมมัน
frustrating
ยาก
for
ขึ้น
your
มากครับ
opponent to deal with.
น่าจะพูดถึงเกม
So
ที่
what's
2
your
วะ
method of piloting Anivia? Nothing
คุณเล่น
special
อนิเวียเก่ง
really.
นะเนี่ย
I think for walls, I think you just have to put it in the right place at the
ก็
right time.
เล่นอนิเวียวิธีเล่นให้เก่งก็คือต้องวางกำแพงดีๆครับผม
Pace got a pentakill.
ใน
And
เกม 1
the
เพสเพนตาคิว
entire team worked together
แล้วก็
for that
ทั้งทีม
pentakill
เนี่ยพยายาม
when
ที่จะ
you guys could have
ช่วย
easily
เหลือให้
stolen
เพสทำได้
away. So why was that?
ทำไมถึงเป็นอย่างนั้นกันได้
The right answer is always to yield the pentakill. That should be
ก็
the
เป้าหมายของเรา
norm.
ก็คือต้องการที่จะ
And,
ให้
you know, in the past,
ได้
I
เพนตา
have
คิวให้ได้
gotten my pentakill stolen before, and just seeing Pace take the pentakill,
ก็พยายามทำให้
like
เพ
he
ส
got it so
อยากให้
easy. It was
ได้
really
เพนตาคิว
fun.
ครับแล้วผมก็โดนขโมยเพนตาคิว
And
ไป
in
ก่อนหน้า
game
เพส
two,
เสียดาย
the
มาก
enemy Lee Sin took fast tempo early with roams, making the game
Con
very
Lee Sin
challenging for you guys. So what was the
ที่
feedback
แบบ
like
เล่น
that loss? I
แบ
feel
บ
like our
ลี
team
ซินที่
did
มันรวยมากแล้วก็ทำให้ทีม
the best
ลำบากในเกม
that
2
we can in the given situation, but I think it was just that the early game snowballed way too
มัน
fast
เป็น
against us.
เรื่องของสโนว์บอลครับเกมนั้น
And in
คือ
game 3, you
ลี
guys
ซินมันได้สโนว์บอล
really
แล้วก็
shook
เขาทำได้ต่อเนื่อง
the
ก็เลยทำให้
enemy
เกมมันลำบาก
So in game 3, what was the heart of your team's macro? I think for game 3, we had
เกม
actually
3 เป็นอะไรเป็นปัจ
invested
จัย
a
ทำให้
lot into the
ทำให้คุณชนะ
top side and the mid. So
ก็
I
พยายาม
think
เล่น
those
ท็อปไซ
were
ด์กับมิดค
quite
รับ
effective that
ตามสูตรของ
actually
ซิก
let us take a smooth victory.
เป็นสูตรในการทำให้เกม
You got a POM today, Faker, and actually
3 ชนะ
there was a fan who said that if Faker gets a POM, they'll do the catch dance. So do you want that, Faker? Would you like to see one?
คืออะไรวะ cash
I guess for myself, I mean, if you make that promise, I'm sure you have to carry through with that. Okay,
그
let's go. Oh,
แฟ
he
น
is
ๆครับ
standing up. He's serious about it. Can we give him the rhythm and
คือเขาเขียนว่าถ้าเฟเกอ
can
ร์
we give him some
เป็น
encouragement?
POM จะ
Fighting.
เต้นครับเฟเกอร์ถามเฟเกอร์ว่าอยากเห็นไหมเฟเกอร์บอกก็ดีครับก็ถ้าเขาพูดไปแล้วก็ให้เขาทำก็ได้ครับ
We're so
Let's figure
excited
it out.
about your POM and they all send you that energy. And with T1 being on a 5 winning streak momentum, your next opponent is
Faker ก็
Hyunjin
ควักลู
Breon,
กตา
who
แล้ว
is
ก็โยน
actually
ทิ้ง
also
หยอกเล่
is
นนะ
on great momentum. So what is your read on Bro's performance? You know, going into round 2, their performance has been very great. And
ก็ในราว
of
สอง
course,
พวกเรา
they're not an
performance
easy
ก็ดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆครับ
opponent. I think
แล้วก็
no
ไม่ได้
matter which
เจอ
team we are
ไม่ได้
against,
ง่ายๆ
we
เลย
always have
แต่ละทีม
to
ที่
be
เจอก็
on alert
เราก็ทำได้
and
ดี
we
ครับ
want to make sure that we are well
แล้วเราก็
prepared
จะ
for our next
ตั้ง
upcoming
ใจที่จะ
match
ทำให้
as well.
เราชนะต่อไปครับ
Congratulations
ก็
once
อย่าลืม
again. That's
เชียร์
all
กันด้วย
from
นะครับ ขอบ
Faker
คุณ
and
คาริ
back
น่า
to
ด้วย
the
ครับที่
space.
ถ่าย
Thank
โฆษณากับผมครับผมผมมีกำลังใจเล่นเกมขึ้นมาเลยครับ
Thank you so much, dear Ayaya, as it is a
ไม่ได้
2-1
พูดนะนี่
victory for T1. That game number 3, not in doubt.
บนไงพี่ก็บนบ้างสิ
Well, why are you still nothing, man? You're the one that said it. Ox Sussin
คาริน่าคะ
more of the best league in the world.
Again, not 3 games. And, you know, 3 games.
แป๊บนึงนะแชทของพี่เดี๋ยวมาแป๊บนึง
I'll take
แป๊บ
it.
เดียว
I'm happy. You know, we got what we asked for. Yeah, exactly. And I think
ลองเทสอีกรอบ
And then like put his glasses on, but the headset was too bulky, so he took it off, and then like there's a lot of things going on there. But he figured
This
it out at
is
the
a
end, and it looked like
subscription
Effort was
test.
having a little bit of a giggle as well.
I think there are certainly some nerves. When he did play in the Kespa Cup, it was in the online portion. KT was eliminated early and did not make it later on, so didn't have the opportunity to play
This
in
is
front of
a
a crowd like this.
subscription
So
test.
probably
มันพอได้ปะวะ
excited and nervous to prove himself here against Diablo. Someone who he and everyone in the world is very familiar with as an aggressive AD carry.
ได้ปะเหมือนเส้นก็ไม่ค่อยหายนะเฮ้ยขอบคุณครับคุณ
First opponent here for an LCK rookie.
ซิลดาส1206ด้วยครับ17เดือนครับ
Finner had his glasses off again. He was trying to put them on again. Poor guy. Effort's laughing at him the whole time. Maybe the whole situation will, lighten the nerves a little bit, ease the nerves a little bit as we do go into this one. So Varus is going to be banned away. Oriana. I don't think we're going to have as crazy of a situation like we had in our first series where all sorts of things were getting through, like the Rumble, the Varus. Probably just more standard bans.
See what the next ban will be here. After Varus and the Jarvan, the Rumble.
มาแล้วว่ะเลแฮนคัมแบ็กแล้วว่ะเฮ้ย
So they could ban something else. They can even ban
เอ้า
like it's in if they are really wanting to even out the jungle. They'll ban the Karma.
Where's aiming
I thought they were in a position to say if you ban Rumble, then we get
เลแฮน
the
กลับมา
Karma, and otherwise, and then look
อยา
to
ก
ban
ให้พูด
trade
ชม
what
ที
they
หนึ่งด้วย
prefer,
ไม่ได้
but
เหรอพี่ลูก
ultimately
ตัว
they
ต
will
ลก
leave
เมื่อ
it to
กี้อ่ะ
Nongshim to likely ban the Rumble.
อืม
Cassiopeia being banned is
มัน
pretty
ทำได้แหละ
interesting, as
เฮ้ย
that's
ไม่
very
ค่อยได้
much
ไม่ค่อยได้
a
ไอ
new
ตัว
trend of being first pickable, and I think PDD
มัน
is
จะ
a
เจน
great
อะไรที่เป็นแบบพวกโล
Cassiopeia
โก้
player.
ยาก
And
อ๋อยังไม่
Lucian
ป่วยเหรอครับ
will go
อ๋
to
อ
Finner. I mentioned this before. The pick I associate with him, even though so far this season in
ถ้าอย่างนั้น
his
นงชิม
academy
ก็มีโอกาส
squad
ที่
is
จะชนะสิ
0-2
นะ
on the pick.
รับทราบแล้วนงชิมช่วยจัดการให้ด้วยนะ
And they
ขอ
also
ร้อง
leave over the Ash.
ชนะ KT ซะทีวันจะได้เป็นอันดับ 2 ของกลุ่ม รับทราบแล้วเดี๋ยวทางนงชิมจะจัดการให้เอง
No. I feel like if you're Nongshim, the option is maybe you take Melio away, but they might just fight fire with fire, get a good bot lane for themselves, and try to get Ash Seraphine, as you were talking about.
I think Ash Seraphine is playable
Or
in the Lucian
not.
lane, but this is a bit of a change up.
เฮ้ย
A significant
นั่น
change
ทำไมใน
up,
เว็บมัน
in
ขึ้น
fact.
ทีวันแพ้เมื่อกี้
Bard is available.
เฮ้ย
So I
เดี๋ยว
suppose
Wikipedia
that's
มึง
what they're thinking about here.
ทำไมมันขึ้นว่าทีวันแพ้
Lilio
วะ
will definitely go over to effort here. Keeping the lane simple, that's for sure. But
Huh?
again, a lot of power in this 2v2, especially into a non-Ash Seraphine lane.
ตรงนี้แพ้
As they're using this
อัน
time,
นี้
I
ช
think,
นะ
to think about what they want to do for the counter pick here for BDD. It might just be a Nivea, but a Nivea Lucian doesn't really spark joy unless you can really hit those walls. Like if you wall constantly perfectly and set up the Lucian in the mid lane to get those picks, it can work, but it's otherwise kind of risky and your damage profile gets weird. I much prefer this, which is just a little bit more firepower. You already don't have great engage because you have a Emilio comp. This fixes that problem. Ah, yes, the Nami Ezreal. It's kind of rising up a little bit.
Yeah. Might just be the choice. It gives you a bit more lane presence compared to something like a Nico, who can do a little bit of damage but doesn't offer a lot of sustain and can sometimes just get collapsed on and die.
There's a lot of power with Nami bubble into Lucian because
นี่
when
คือ
you
ได้
get
ได้
the
ได้ได้
Lucian lane when he's up there,
nice
after he dashes, you
nice
can place the bubble really wherever you want. It's unique in that way since it's not like a lined skill shot. If you place it
พี่ซั
well,
สซิไดตั้ง
you
ผิด
can
แต่
force a
เดี๋ยวไม่น่า
flash, you can get the
ไม่น่า
Lucian
ใช่นะ
you know, knocked up
เดี๋ยว
and then
พี่ซัสซิได
follow
เลยเหร
up
อ
with the jungler there. So it's very good into Lucian, not to mention of course Nami's synergy with
อันนี้
every
ได้ของ
carry and how she
LCK ป่ะ
powers them and the sustain that's provided. Wukong, Annie,
มันเป็นอีกไทม์ไลน์หนึ่งอ๋อเข้าใจแล้ว
Nongshim Red Force do not want to
เอาว่ะ
experience.
KT ได้สู
So
ตร
they will ban the Wukong away.
Yeah, Wukong piloted to great success by Owner in game number 1 of the first series. Definitely feels very strong on this patch. Vi gonna be taken away. I wonder if the Lee Sin also gets taken away from Cuz. Any Lee Sin, tons of pressure. Lee Sin very strong as well on this patch.
We'll see if the final ban here is also towards the jungle here for Nongshim Red Force. So the jungle pool might get thinned out pretty heavily here. Will be the Pantheon, which is great into Ezreal. Point and click stun going to connect if you can line it up before the shift goes off. And is great with Lucian Milio in the 3v3 on the bottom side. So do we ban a strong blind top pick or we go deeper into the jungle? It's going to be the Gnar. Game 1 drafts fairly predictable here in the LCK. I think the Ezreal Nami was a little bit of a curveball, but otherwise everything here makes sense. Lee Sin,
เอาลีซินมาก่อนครับ
the most flexible jungle pick left available, strong with the Rise.
Yeah, and you gotta deny it as well. I think the second they don't ban it and they ban Panth, you just gotta take it away.
So what are we picking here? Obviously you have the jungle answer, but you will have to blind the top lane. And with the Gnar ban, I thought maybe Perfect was just going to play Renekton, but it will ultimately be the Scion ban. So just looking for a bit of a front to back here with the burst damage of the Annie and the Lucian. And the Scion is great into Ezreal because it just takes so long to take him out. And with no Lulu here, even they're just looking for the Fury pick. It's great into Ezreal because you can follow him and get on top of him. Also great into Lee Sin.
That feels pretty strong. Didn't want to just pick like a straight up into the Lee Sin.
แม่งเห็นนาฟิลี่ก็ไม่อยากเลือกเวน
Definitely one of those picks that's still relatively meta. That would work well.
เอทอกวัวทาอีกชิ้นแรกเอทอกวัวทาอีก
See what the answer
โชแกตเอทอก
the Gnar band away.
โชแกตกินหมาแม่งเลย
He's gonna play Cassante. I was like, you can go 2 ways, right? You can match tank, or you can play something like a Renekton. Try to put the pressure on, try to get some early leads up there, and be an additional CC threat. Both of these comps ended up being a little bit weird because
โอ้แกไม่มีเอทอกเลยอ่ะเดี๋ยวนะแกมีเอทอกมั้งบอกว่า
with the Annie setup, so it feels really easy to play.
แกเล่นเอทอกไป1 ครั้ง
It's kind of at odds with it a little bit because
แล้วก็
setting up a
ไม่
front
เล่
to
นอี
back
กเลย
that I
ใน
think most
ซี
of the
ซั่น
time you're
นี้
not really looking for KT, but it's also in its own isolation good into the Ezreal. Rise Lee Sin, fairly strong. The Cassante here isn't going to lose lane or anything like that, probably, unless an accident occurs. To the Scion, so fairly safe pick. But front to back with the Ezreal can always be a little bit awkward when there's a tank in the front line. But they have the Rise to shore up some of that extra damage. It's going to take a while. Like the Ezreal 2-item spike doesn't hit as hard into a Scion, but when the Rise 3-item spike comes through with Actualizer, it gets a little bit more interesting. I don't think this is going to be a one-sided game unless something goes wrong on the 2v2. I think this could be a longer game. I think this could be a back-and-forth game where the gold lead stays relatively low here. Both of these comps are trying to do similar things.
Yeah, very curious to see how this one is going to go. I'm also big fan of all the Cassante coming back after some of those indirect buffs over and over. He's feeling better and better. So we see a lot of prio there. And also excited for Fenrir. First game here at the LCK. We'll see how he does as we hop onto the rift for game 1. All right, here we go. Game 1 of match 72. And Lucian is definitely a pick. You know, we saw Peas just like straight up flash on his opponent Lazyfield in game number 1. Playing Lucian, I feel like it's a pick. You kind of have to play with confidence. If you're sitting back and you're just, you know,
ไม่สบายครับใช่ครับ
them, you like throw in a W and maybe you dash in once. I feel
แต่
like
ตอนนี้
you're not getting
เข้าไป
full
ในแบบ
value
Facebook
out
ก็
of
คือ
it, so
เถียงกันเรื่องซับนูริก้าฆ่าปลาได้ไหม แม่งกลายเป็นแบบ
which will be on the Lucian.
I think that there's a
คือหน้าฟีดไม่มีแต่เนี่ย
playing Lucian Milios specifically as we're going to see someone
หรือเป็นแผนการวะที่แบบโปรโมทซับนูริก้าได้โดยที่แบบ
Not respecting the damage out of Ezreal and Nami just yet.
โอ้โห
Especially
Diablo
with the lethal tempo, effort, and Fenrir are going to be pushed out of the lane.
I think when lethal tempo is the
เดี๋ยวนะคือ Lethal Tempo มันขนาดนี้เหรอ Ezreal อะ
It's really tough to actually look for those trades. I think I almost got caught off guard by the exhaust. And once the lethal tempo starts
ลูเซียน
stacking,
นามีนะ
you're just taking damage as you
ไม่
run,
ใช่นั้น
as
ลู
we
เซียน
saw.
มิลิโอ
And
พูด
it
ผิด
might
นะ
have even been
ติดปาก
worth it to flash to, you know, get away from some of that damage. We're only at level 1. Fairness going to get a lot of this health back, but
คือถ้าเกิดมันจะเป็นแนวแบบว่าสำรวจฆ่าไม่ได้เลยมันจะเป็นเหมือนในเกม
who went for this early Lucian pick in the first place.
ไอเกมที่มันสำรวจอวกาศอะอันนั้นนะพี่เข้าใจได้อันนั้นมันคือสำรวจแบบสำรวจจริงๆอะมอนมันแทบจะไม่ได้อะไรกับเราอะ
Yeah, it's just another episode of Let's Bully the New Guy.
Yes.
This happens all the time at the LCK, and you're playing Lee Sin, so if you're not doing it, it's a mistake. Coming down here, let's see what Sponge can manage. Effort trying to block the Sonic Wave in the front. The barrier comes out, Fenrir flashes in, trying to trade on the left.
Oh my god สวยจัดเลยว่ะแล้วเป็นเดียเบิลฆ่าได้ครบสูตรครับผม
I think he was likely dead in every situation, but wanted to go for the kill there as the aggro was being
เอา
juggled,
จริง
but it's
ผ
just
ม
not enough
อยากให้
damage.
สู้ได้เหมือนเอาจริงพี่อยากให้แม่งไปเจอแบบเหมือนสัตว์ประหลาดใต้น้ำอะแล้วเราสร้างหุ่นยนต์ไปสู้ได้อะแบบตื้อดึงดึงดึง
And it's a 21-9
แล้วก็คือ
score here.
ขับแบบขึ้นไปขับกัน4คนอ่ะคนหนึ่งแบบขับยาละ2คนอ่ะ
Got him.
I mean, Fenrir's back, so this is
โดน
actually
คนหนึ่งเดินคนหนึ่งแบบ หมุน
Fenrir needs that
หมุน
cue,
ต่อยอ่ะ
and then Sponge goes in, and there's so much damage is absorbed here by Lehens. He flashes.
แปซิฟิก
that
ริม
last shot. Diablo also flashes, which arguably not 100% necessary there, but does it just to be safe. 2 and 7 on the Ezreal, a crazy number considering how good he is at this pick. That's actually almost hard to believe.
Yeah, he didn't join Nongshim that recently, but also being KRX were struggling before he left, so
บางทีการแก้ปัญหาบางอย่างแม่งเป็นการแก้ปัญหาที่แบบเป็นการแบบใส่นิสัยให้คนแบบโดยที่แบบมันไม่ได้แก้ถูกจุดเท่าไหร่อ่ะพี่คิดว่านะคือถ้าจะช่วยแบบเรื่องปลามันไม่เกี่ยวคือคนละคนอ่ะมันไม่ได้ฆ่าปลาแบบคือไอ้พวกทำอุตสาหกรรมปลาฆ่าปลาเยอะคือไม่ใช่คนทั่วไปที่แม่งฆ่าปลาเยอะแล้วแบบทำให้ปลาแม่งนึกออกปะคืออุตสาหกรรมต่างหากที่แม่งมีปัญหาเว้ยแต่ว่าเอาแนวคิดนี้ไปใส่กับคนที่แบบคือคนแบบทั่วไปอ่ะและเกมเมอร์อ่ะพูดตามตรงนะเกมเมอร์ลองไปถามเกมเมอร์แม่งมีกี่คนที่ตกปลาแบบฆ่าปลาจริงๆอ่ะ
wait for it 850 gold down.
We're just gonna go down now.
At 4 minutes.
Because he's gonna get these minions.
Yes. But for a moment there, it was a very large lead.
Also, plate goes over, so it's like actually still close to 850.
คือพี่เห็นเดอะเบลส์ไปตกปลากับเล็กเลสป่ะคือมันเป็นภาพที่แบบทุกคนแบบเชียร์ว่ะเกมเมอร์มีมุมมาตกปลาด้วยว่ะคือมันเป็นภาพที่หายากอ่ะ
I'm glad I abandoned that life long ago.
You know, we had a good run. We had a good run for like the first half of the year, first 5 months or so, right? A lot of cool.
แล้วปัจจัยในการที่ทำให้ปลาหรืออะไรพวกนี้มันจะดีขึ้นอ่ะมันน่าจะเป็นแนวแบบว่าวิจัยให้เราสามารถที่จะทำเนื้อสังเคราะห์ได้แบบจนเนื้อมันไม่ต้องฆ่าสัตว์แล้วอะไรอย่างเงี้ยน่าจะดีสุดน่าจะแก้ไขปัญหาได้แบบยั่งยืน
I just feel like the second you buff Doran's helm, it was already so good for this champ. It's like a little bit troll if you're not gonna pick him more often.
Yeah, no, it's really good. Cassante is just in general really strong, and every top laner has great mastery of him at this point, so I think it's always a safe pick. A little bit awkward in this draft, but it is going to
พี่ว่าถ้าจะเอาดีสุดนะเกมซัมซูริกาถ้าอยากจะแบบกึ่งโวกนะน่าจะเป็นแบบถ้าเราดรอปไอเทมในน้ำอ่ะเราจะมีปัญหาอะไรบางอย่างอะไรอย่างเงี้ยพี่ว่าอันนั้นมีผลเพราะว่าคนเรามันแบบบางทีแบบมันไม่รักษาน้ำแบบทิ้งของพวกพลาสติกอะไรใส่น้ำอะไรอย่างเงี้ยอันนั้นสร้างทำให้คนแบบเข้าใจอะไรแฮนตายใช่ไหมสร้างมลพิษในน้ำอะไรอย่างเงี้ยนะแต่แบบห้ามฆ่าป่าโรไอ้เหี้ยป่าเป็นมิตรถ้าป่าเป็นมิตรจะไม่ว่าป่าสวัสดีมาจากไหนเนี่ยโอ้มาจากดาวนี้เหรอได้เลยนำตามฉันมาสิแต่ฉันจะพาไปตรงนี้เอง
Like you should know this, right? Because you're a wolf.
Well, I mean, just because my name.
อย่างเงี้ยไม่ต้องฆ่า
You know about all the wolves, like yes.
I mean, like I'm a little bit more well versed about like Cerberus, but Fenrir. I mean,
yeah, like what's the
it's like a fire canine type thing is my understanding.
I thought that was Cerberus.
Cerberus is a multi-headed.
Oh, is that just like the dog from hell or something?
It's like I always thought Cerberus was like the three-headed dog in Harry Potter, basically. Like that's what that's what that dog is based on, is Cerberus. So
is it not?
I always thought Fenrir was specifically attached to fire, but that might be like a Final Fantasy thing. As we have a bit of a gank here.
Yeah, Sponge on the Lee Sin lands the kick. Fenrir is still going to flash on in and die. Now, after getting over to BDD,
KT.
Going to drop the bear. Will BDD. Here comes Cuz.
มาแล้วผมหมาผู้มาสปอนโดดออกอ้าวคิวหลบได้ด้วยสปอนตายว่ะแต่อันนี้8 วิป่ะอันติไม่รู้ว่าใช้ได้อีกรอบป่ะอันนี้
Yeah, I think this is definitely pretty heavily in favor of Nongshim here, as see if Cuz can.
กลับดีกว่า
First, I was gonna say stop these backs, but maybe he doesn't want to. Maybe he would prefer not to interact with them, as I don't know if he likes that 1v2. But they
คือ
won't commit.
สภาพตอนนี้คือมันต้องเป็นแบบ
And he's
มันต้องแปซิฟิกริมแล้วอะซัมบูริก้า2อะมันต้องแปซิฟิกริมแล้วแบบแล้วแม่งแบบทำหุ่นยนต์ไปแบบต่อยกับไคจูใต้น้ำได้อะแม่งจะเป็นเกมที่แบบว่าฟูล10 เต็ม 10เลยอะแต่ถ้าแปซิฟิกริมนะแบบว่าเป็นเรือก่อนนะแบบเป็นเรือก่อนได้แล้วพอไปถึงปุ๊บแล้วโอ้โหกัก
Nobody says that. I think you just created this right now.
No. Long. I want out. I want out of Finals.
แม่งจะยิงโคตรเท่เลย
I didn't sign up for this. I didn't study my mythology before I came to LCK today. And anyway.
แต่แค่นี้ก็ขายได้เยอะแล้วซัมบูริก้าเพราะว่าเกมภาค 1มันแบบคนซื้อกันเยอะ
Flashing and still not finding what he was looking for. A bit of a messy one in this fight. As Fenrir is down his flash, for a second time, and it's a dangerous place to be. Yeah, see, it's an idiom. Belong in the tooth. When it's being
แล้วคือแบบเขาไปเปรียบเทียบกับซันน์ฟอเรสต์อะคือไอ้นั่นซันน์ฟอเรสต์อะมันคืออันนั้นคือมันแบบมันไม่ใช่อ่ะอันนั้นมันคือทานคือเอาจริงอ่ะพี่ว่าซันน์ฟอเรสต์อะมันพี่จริงๆพี่ก็ไม่อยากฆ่าคนป่านะแต่เขาทำเป็นแมคานิกแบบไอ้ที่คนป่ามันเหมือนเป็นเวฟมาบุกเรื่อยๆอ่ะแล้วมึงต้องสู้อ่ะอันนั้นฆ่าไม่ได้อีกก็คือมึงจะทำไงล่ะเล่นไม่ได้แล้วเขาต้องการเหมือนให้มันไปอินเวดบ้านเราต่อแม่งโหดจริงอันนั้นแม่งฆ่าแล้วแบบปักอะไรแบบมันโหดจริงลงคลิปที่ว่าไอ้คู่เมื่อกี้ไม่ได้ลงครับคู่เมื่อกี้บอกเวฟว่าไม่ลงเดี๋ยวไปรอดูคู่แบบโบรแท็กเลยครับทีวันโบรแท็กมาดูว่าวันนี้เป็นยังไงกับโบรแท็กเฮ้ยแต่โบรแท็กพี่ดูไหมพี่ไม่ได้อยู่ดูนี่หว่าเฮ้ยอยู่ดูลืมจำมันผิดแล้ว
That's crazy. I didn't know he had a son.
Well, the Aegis don't line up.
Yeah.
As Exhaust again, and Cuz is here.
Yeah, it's just another bait to try to get in on this one.
เรียบ
No
ร้อย
flash
บ๊ายบายครับผม
available. He is
4 ตัว
so super giga
ดันกลาง
dead.
เลย
I don't even think the TP is necessary, but BDD does come down and helps out, I suppose.
ผมไปถามว่าน่าออกแบบเกมเพลย์เห็นพี่เห็นพี่
It's kind of like boom boom
ไน
dash.
ท์โดนแล้วเอาไปถามว่าแก้ยังไงไอ้เรื่องปลาดักเกิด
If you just say things more, it just like
I think
doubles or triples the effect.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you mean. Like, you basically mean they had no escape. He wasn't going to get out there no matter what. Like, he's 100% dead. There's like no chance for him to survive. Because I think like with death, especially in League of Legends, which is literally 1s and 0s, it's either you're alive or you're dead. I don't know if you could be like more dead than dead. Like Giga dead and dead are the same. But in this case, when he was alive, he was extremely soon to be dead.
Yeah. I
So
mean, that's
soon to be is
kind of what I meant, you know? It's
okay,
like
just making sure.
he's definitely going to die, you know, as opposed to he's got a chance to escape, which he didn't. He didn't have any chance to escape.
No, he
so
didn't.
he was super giga dead.
Yeah, he was super giga dead. I see what you mean. Okay, got it. Well, he's as you said, super giga
เขา
dead
คือ
here.
เขากลัวว่าเราอ่ะจะแบบจะคาบมีดคือจะเอามีดในบ้านเราแล้วก็แบบฆ่าปลาแบบอะไรเงี้ย
He wanted to be giga omega dead.
แต่เข้าใจแล้วเขาไม่อยากให้แบบเราทำร้ายแต่สัตว์โลกด้วยกันแต่จริงๆอย่างที่พี่บอกครับถ้าเป็นแบบเป็นแนวมลพิษทางน้ำเลยดีกว่า
BDD smart to it. I mean, there's actually a decent amount of vision that Cuz got in their own jungle. So he's like, well, they're
เขาบอก
not
จะลดความก้าวร้าวของปลา
deep, so they could be very close. So good respect from BDD.
Sponge is he's like, now it's my turn to hide where BDD can't see. BDD has vision on the top side, but Kingan's coming down. He's so aware.
Yeah, BDD in a lot of trouble, but here does come the Sion.
BDD ตายว่ะแล้ว Sion
I mean, the damage they have underneath the turret was actually absurd. As Cuz is like, well, I'm no Fenrir. I'm just a small dog here compared to that, and he's going to have to
เคซันเต้ตีเป็นเพียวดาเมจแม็กซิมัมเลือด
and Diablo and the Hens do collect that kill.
So how dead was BDD in that moment? From your,
it was kind of similar. I mean, he didn't have a splash at that moment. I don't believe. I'm pretty sure he didn't.
He also knew. Yeah, he did not. He also knew Kingan was coming down.
This is also super giga.
แล้วพี่คิดยังไงกับมี ZFCK แต่ไม่มีโอหรอคะ
This is like the worst part of this is Perfect actually also commits his ult to try to turn this play around. Like he's like, maybe I can figure this out because it seems like Kingan is definitely coming, and then
อย่างที่พี่บอกไปแล้วเรื่องนี้ก็เข้าใจโค้ดเขาได้ว่าแบบ
and then Finnerer is like, he can't even get to his turret.
คือแคนยอนอาจจะเป็นคือเรื่องของการพูดคุยของแคนยอนอาจจะเขาอาจจะดูว่าไมค์พูดประมาณไหนด้วยมันมีทั้งการเล่นแล้วก็การพูดคุยกับเพื่อนร่วมทีมด้วยแล้วก็เมนทัลด้วยสำคัญนะพี่ได้คุยกับคือพี่แบบพี่ไม่ได้รู้เรื่อง e-sport แบบในทีมแข่งเยอะแล้วพอได้คุยกับไฟก็ทำ e-sport อย่างเงี้ยทำเป็นโค้ชอยู่ใช่ป่ะเรื่องเมนทัลจิตใจแม่งเยอะมากเลยไหมไม่รู้ว่าแข่งของแคนยอนมันจะมีผลด้วยหรือเปล่าแต่โอเนอร์ก็คือก็เฮฮาปาจิงโกะอยู่แล้วมันไม่คือโดยสรุปคือมันมีหลายเรื่องที่เขาเอามาวิเคราะห์ของจิตใจของการเลือกตัวยังไม่ได้ดูเลยอยากดูมากเลย
Absolutely. I really think Ox was telling the fib earlier. I just don't think the Aegis line up. I don't think that could be possible.
Yeah, Loki doesn't seem that long in the tooth.
No, certainly not. He's quite short in the tooth, actually.
มาดิใครสปอยคือมึงแบนเลยอันแบนแบบไม่มีอันแบนด้วย
Okay, so BDD jumps out of the brush. They get a kill to Fenrir. He is getting closer to relevance in this game, but like I said, he's going to need a lot more than that. A few more of those.And this comp can burst people down.
ไปจบแล้ว KT
comp here that has the Nefiri, who can, if you get that first kill, obviously kind of pop off in a team fight. But they're so far behind that it's hard to find those moments where you actually can pop out of a bush. Instead, your jungle is getting taken away because you are pushed in under tower by an Ezreal. Cuz is just not able to farm the jungle right now.Oh no!
วิ่งเดียโบวิ่งโอ้โหพระเจ้าโอ้ไม่ไหวว่ะเอมิงไม่อยู่อ่ะ
And yeah, just like that, I mean, they were kind of the wardens.
กำลังมีปัญหาแล้วอะ
Now they're gone.
โดนรับน้องแล้วเดียโบแบบดุจัดอะ
Yeah, they were all that was left to defend as BDD's also so far behind here that he's like hiding behind his turret, hoping that they're not going to make a pass on the top lane. As Diablo just comes in here and presses his buttons, hits everything. The barrier looks like it's not even real. And then Kingen just also pops out. And Finneru is dead. But if he was playing more safe there, he'd be even more behind CS. Like, he'd be like 60
และเอมมิ่งมันไม่สบายตอนนี้แม่ง
a Flame Horizon might be on the cards. So you got to farm where you can. Like, that's the last bastion of hope. Was like, I got a little turret here. Maybe I can. No. They said no. And this game is well and truly off the rails. Lehens, a little bit squishy. They're trying to find kills for Fenrir.
Yeah.
เฮ้ยนี่เป็นข่าวดีแบบมากเลยว่ะดูดิคณะทำในตัว Open World RPG หลอมเดลิง Kingdom Come ผู้พัฒนา Kingdom Come แล้วมันน่าจะเอาตัวแมคไคตัวซิสเต็มของ New World มาใช้ได้ด้วย
Yeah, it's kind of been the way it's gone for Finneru mostly in this game, where they found success. And yeah, Scout's like, no, I'm the raid boss. You guys don't have enough damage. You don't have tibbers.
He's super giga omega alive.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, that's well said, Wolf.
So you're gonna. Oh no! A tragedy. Yeah, but it doesn't.
But it was a tragedy. Yeah,
it doesn't count. Yeah. Sponge didn't fully drive it in.
Yeah.
Do you ever like play F-Zero? You retire like at the last 50 meters of the race.
Yeah.
First place. In F-Zero 64, if you retire, if you crash your machine before it explodes, you can actually get a speed boost.
แต่นี่คือชนไม่โดน
Get across the line there. Maybe that's what Sponge was going for.
Yeah.
แต่ว่ามันทำลายป้อมได้
He crashed the car right in front of the turret. I mean,
มันน่าจะมีแชมเปี้ยนอยู่ในระยะป้อมมันคือมันสามารถที่จะไม่ต้องชน
That's what it means.
ไอ้แมคานิกเนี่ยพี่ก็ยังไม่ค่อยเห็นเนี่ยแบบมันจะเป็นแบบชนศัตรูในป้อมหรือชนมันมีแชมเปี้ยนอยู่ในระยะป้อมมันจะสุดท้ายมันจะหม่งอีกที
Fictional sense as if he's Loki, the player who's about the same age as him, son. Because he is 2-4 in this game and 2,500 gold.
ไม่ค่อยมีใครเขาทำกันแบบคือแทนที่จะชนป้อมใช่ป่ะก็ไปชนแชมเปี้ยนในป้อมได้แล้วพอชนเสร็จปุ๊บมันก็จะลิฟต์มันก็จะชนป้อมอยู่ดีมันก็จะแบบ
a competitive game, and if you're just tuning in, Aiming had an emergency health situation, so they had to emergency sub him in. He wasn't ready for this. No one was ready for this, but Diablo, I guess, because he's having a great time. And KT are trying to hold this dragon here, third of the game. Perfect.
Definitely still okay, and it's going to go the way of Cuz. That's actually an objective bounty. Kingen is really trying to go in. He's quite tanky, and he's just trying to keep them around, essentially. The culling doesn't do a whole lot as the bubble finally comes in. Perfect has to flash with the McHales. And the stun not even really going to do much, and they can't even chew through the Kazate. They can't even get through the first part of dealing with this team fight. And okay, here we go, Sponge. He's got the lineup.
Oh, damn, Sponge. Shit. God damn it. Oh my god. Cheer. Oh, never see that before.
I love how we are like
สวยโคตรคุณผู้ชมเตะไปเมื่อกี้แล้วก็เป็นอะไรที่แฟนๆทีวันอยากเห็นมากครับผมอยากเห็นเกทีแพ้เพื่อจะได้แบบแต่ว่าไม่ได้แช่งนะก็แบบถ้าแพ้ก็ดีแต่ไม่แพ้ก็เพราะเดี๋ยวโดนแฟนๆว่าครับผมมีแฟนเกทีในช่องเดี๋ยวเขาจะว่าเอา
And this makes it very difficult to retreat as the Kazante is still running towards them, right? And then Sponge is able to hit BDD and watch this kick angle.
ชื่อแล้วเตะ BDD
At least Fenrir is able to get out, but that's only temporary.
At least it wasn't the dead body that he kicked. We didn't get to see that.
ถ้าแมตช์นี้แพ้คือถ้าแมตช์นี้แพ้ทีวันขึ้นอันดับ2 Yeah ชวนขึ้นอันดับ2ได้ถ้าทีวันรักษาฟอร์มได้เรื่อยๆและไปชนะ KT ไม่แพ้ KT นะก็จะอันดับ2ครับผมไปเจอ Howard Light ใน Road to MSI ครับผม
Yeah, Nungsum were pretty deep in the jungle.
โหชิดโหชิด
KT were like, you can't do that. Nungsum were like, oh, okay, well, we're not going to overstay our welcome at least.
BDD.
All right.
โอ้บังให้อย่างงามผมเย็น
Went a little bit too far forward. The Sonic Wave not going to land. There you go. BDD throws everything at Diablo, but he does survive.
A little bit facetious. Okay, hold on.
ไอ้ก่อ
I think the
ไม่มีแฟด
exhaust on BDD, right? Got the stun there onto
Scoutมา
Sponge. And
Oh.
now they're just chasing them down again.
Really
Very
wanting
difficult to get away from this composition.
Ah.
But Perfect's still going to live somehow. So maybe they run at the Baron
Baron,
instead.
Yeah, I think that's likely the situation that we're going to have on our hands, especially with Realm Warp available. They just go
Realm Warp
straight
เลยเหรอ
to it. And because he has Smite coming
ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่
online, these health bars are fairly low.
น่าไปเอาแล้วเรียมวอล์ก
It's
อ
a
อก
little
มา
bit risky, but I think they have enough front line.
อู้โอ้เละ
Had so much, you know. I don't blame Cuz. Nice try.
ฟองดักกับ
Yeah,
W
that angle of approach.
I'm ready
Oh
to play
my
too,
God.
Valdez.
Yeah.
I'm
เลแฮนกลับมาว่ะ
noises I can make in this cast here.
Still thinking about Carrie dying on the Tom Kench.
เอาว่ะแดนดี้เริ่ม อย่างนี้แดนดี้
Okay,
ไม่โดนด่าแล้วนะ
it's done. We'll see what else Fenrir's got.
I'm gonna try to wall one in. I'm gonna try to wall one in.
His best pick this season.
Yes, just fight.
That would be
Just
the
fight.
Ezreal,
Hit
which
the
is
turrets.
down for
The
this
turrets.
event, so that's
The
not
turrets.
great. But
Nice,
Yunara,
nice E.
maybe
Jinxie, E.
on the cards,
E.
Yunara Lulu
Jinxie, hit
lane,
the turrets.
no Lucian anymore because he played it game one. Maybe you could stabilize there. Yeah, some okay moments, right? Mechanically, but it's just the snowball that was rolling. And Lens is a veteran, obviously, of 2v2 lanes, and Diablo feels like he practically is. He's just so good right now. He was forced in challengers.
Max, no, Jinxie, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Jinxie, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
Except I don't think they're already on the KT roster. They're kind of shaved off already.
No Alistair either. Oh, so it is what it is. You know, can't always get the horns. Sponge is just mid. It's like this is where I'm going to push. As they're
พี่
trying
ถึ
to
งจะ
get
เป็นแล้วอยากเล่น
everything to
กับ
scout,
เพื่อนๆอย่าง
he
นี้
just
มากเลย
goes golden. Diablo pretty low though, but a lot of CC over the wall. Cuz barely going to survive that. But a nice little angle from KT at least.
Scout just not even really under any threat. Despite the attempted pick on him, he's just so tanky, as we've talked about all game long. But at this point, it feels like it's not even a meme. He's just extremely alive. As Scout is going to now help finish off
ซีมา
perfect.
อ้าว
All right, actually gonna
Lehans.
blast him here. Lehans
Okay.
goes down. The kick doesn't really do anything. BDD going to survive. And now in goes King, and
ว้าว
he is
โห
quite
คิงเย็น
tanky,
เกือบจะ
but
พิดิกได้
can't take everything up. Sponge now going to get the execute on the Scion as
โอ้ที่
everybody
เงี้ย
follows
ตาย
up with that. And
อ๋อ
one
เดียโบ
mystic
จัดการ
shot
เนี่
is
ย
going to take down Fenrir. As Diablo puts him in his place. Cuz
โอ้โย
also
น
gets
คิว
followed
ดัก
up there very nicely. As the cleanup from Lee Sin,
สปอน
Ezreal
คือ
and Rise
เข้า
is
โซนแล้ว
always
ว่ะ
going to be fantastic, especially from this far
ความ
ahead.
มั่นใจมาแล้วอ่ะ
Knowing Sim dominate a game number one, and it wasn't very close, Wolf.
No, it certainly was not. Again, for Lehens, hard to quantify.
แล้ว
what
เอ
it
มิงไม่อยู่
means
วัน
when
นี้
he's
คือ
back
เป็น
when
วันที่
won a shaky game against BNK yesterday, pulled that one off, beat DNS
Emming.
the series before it,
โอ้ย
and
พอดี
now
ครับ
is beating a substitute here for KT. But you know what? The consistency is definitely feeling like it's there a little bit more with this bottom 2v2 right now. And Lehens and Diablo were the main characters of this game. Sponge helped propel the lead they set up into such a massive one that
ฝรั่ง
Fenrir
เรียก
was
บอส
just
บอก
out of
ไม่
the
เรียกสปอน
game.
เหรอ
We watched the top lane a lot for some reason, but that really wasn't what this game was about until Kingen started jumping through walls and killing BDD in the mid lane, and then getting on top of Fenrir again. It was just a composition that was kind of a dive comp, but it just turned into one when they got a lead, and they just constantly forced. And Fenrir was just not allowed to farm. I don't think he got Flame Horizon technically, but it got a little bit close there at the end. As you can see, Diablo very clearly the highest dealing damage dealer on the Rift here in this first one.
Yeah, he had a fun game. I think straight from the get-go, level 1, they
อ๋
took
อ
an
เดี๋ยวนะมัน
aggressive trade
empower เดียว
that
ฟิสิกส์ดาเมจ
apparently
ไปพี่ตอนแรกพี่นึก
Fenrir
ว่า
and
เพียว
Effort were not aware they could do.
คือ
And
ใน
Ezreal
อ อ่ะ
you
คือ
gotta
basic
respect
attack กับ
that,
ability
especially
damage อะ
very early on.
Empower
They got very far behind. And it was
เป็นแบบ maximum target HP แต่ที่จำได้มันเป็นฟิสิกส์มันเป็นเพียวดาเมจไม่ใช่เหรอวะว้าวนี่คืออะไร
fan character I'm always down for a new regular who's got great signs.
Mustache man, I've seen him around recently. He's always lurking somewhere.
He's still here.
Yeah.
He's a fixture as I think he's mastered the glasses now.
I don't know. He's still working on them.
Well, he's cleaning them to make sure he can see properly.
Again.
That's important. It's important. You got to see. You know, glasses are foggy. You got dust on it or something.
Yes.
Why not dodge
You know,
those?
I'm not a
focus.
believer that it's actually dirty though. I think he's just doing it out of habit.
เฮ้ย
Well, I mean, it's a good habit to keep your glasses clean. Valdez.
You see Perfect working on his glasses. I don't see him cleaning his glasses 8
He's trying to
times.
say
He's
you're
high,
nervous,
oh.
Valdez. I think he might be nervous.
ที่ไทยเหรอครับ
Which
Now-
makes a lot of sense. If he wasn't, that would be weird.
This is a pretty dire situation for KT Rolster after
ต้อง
giving
ไปแล้ว
all
วะ
the draft
ถึง
resources to
31
their
สิงหา
Lucian
ต้องไปสักรอบ
in game 1 to their rookie Fenrir and then getting
พี่
blasted
เจน
in
จี
lane.
แฟนต้องไปอะ
You know, I think these bans make sense, you know. Maybe I don't want to deal with Diablo's Caitlyn push in. Might have to ban Bard as well. In fact, I might have preferred a Bard ban over Caitlyn in general, but we do still have the Rumble
พี่
situation.
กิฟทำไม NS เอาเลแฮนกลับมาเล่นอพี่ไหนๆก็โดนรอบลาแบบนี้โค้ชที่สั่งดรอปไม่เสียมาเหรอพี่
Pushing lanes.
ไม้ดรอปนี่คือดรอปไปสร้างนิสัยหรือเปล่าอาจจะแบบเลแฮนอาจจะเล่นแบบไม่ตั้งใจอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
Rumble's
ก็เลยดรอปไป
probably
พอดรอป
banned
ปุ๊บ
in
ก็
this
แบบ
final spot.
โอเคโค้ชผมตั้งใจละ
Unless
ผมจะ
you
กลับมา
wanna,
แข่ง
you know, roll the dice
คน
a
ก็ให้
little
ลง
bit, which we've seen some teams, aka T1, do. They are going to ban the Rumble.
I wonder if there's any way to play like a Vi comp here for KT and put the attention away from the bottom lane. They'll pick the Jarvan instead. So Vi is available here potentially for Sponge if he wants to play it. Pantheon's still a big threat. Ryze is fearlessly banned. Cassiopeia is gone. So maybe it's just... Okay, it's a Inara Lulu angle. That's what I was kind of hoping Effort and Finn were going to play at first. We were talking about that a little bit in game 1. But it is not going to happen because they picked first pick to get Jarvan.
Which is fine, but
There's no Lucian into this anymore.
there's no Ash
แชทแต่
Seraphine, there's no Corki Nami.
แต่อย่างแบบสงครามเมืองทอยเราว่ามันเป็นเรื่องจริงปะ
There's
อ่ะพี่อยากรู้
Now
อย่าเล่าคำตอบนะทรอยอะ
Played
ทรอย
later. Yeah, no,
สงครามทรอยอะ
he's already home.
ที่มันเป็นแบบ
Actually,
แย่ง
he's probably
แม่นาง
like
เฮ
doing
เลนกันอะ
press interviews
เรื่องจริงไหม
and stuff like
จริงกด
that.
1ไม่จริงกด 2
Oh,
อยากรู้ว่าแชทรู้แบบ
okay, so we have official
อยากรู้ว่า
confirmation.
So this was pretty
จริง
obvious.
กด 1ไม่จริง
This
ก
is
ด
like the
2
only Nautilus lane that's left you can play this.
ไม่รู้
into.
กด
And
3
honestly, it's kind of the only Nautilus lane, generally speaking.
ไม่รู้นี่คือไม่รู้จักเหรอหรืออะไร
Third pick here will
อ๋
be for
อส่วนใหญ่ก็
Sponge.
ไม่จริงแล้วก็
He
ไม่
gets
รู้
the camera shot. Had a great game in game 1.
Dao.
Probably leading Palm attention right now in most people's
Toy หน่อย
minds
พี่
after that
Toy
performance of the Lee Sin. The Xin will come through.
ทอยได้ถูกครับ
And so now we have our bottom 3v3 all locked up. So we're going to ban some safe top laners, you know? Especially for those on the KT side of things who don't have counter pick because they picked first pick.
ม้าโทจันอะ
Maybe a Gnar.
Yeah, perfect.
ม้าโทจันอะอังนี้คิดว่าม้าโทจันมีจริงไหม ม้าโทจันมีจริงกด 1ไม่จริงกด 2 ม้าโทจันอะ ไม่เคยเห็นเหรอม้าโทจันอะ
On this pick, especially with Lehen's rejoining the roster. King and making the calls
โท
on the
จั
top
นฮอ
bans.
ส
Takes away the Jace
เนี่ยม้า
first.
โทจันเนี่ยคือเนี่ยเรื่องอันนั้นเนี่ย
And we'll see if he's the one who's saying we're getting counter pick for Scout. I'm gonna
จริงกด
blind,
1
so
ไม่
I
จริง
want
ก
to
ด
be
2
protected. And as the lock comes through, it will be perfect Zahin. So two great perfect target
อ่ะ
bans
จริงกด
here.
1ไม่จริงกด
Zahin a little bit less
ม้า
common
เมือง
when
ทรอย
the Cassante and the Scion are already gone though. Usually that's what you end up picking the Zahin into because you get the free laning phase. So
We've seen
ส่วนใหญ่
some
คิดว่าจริง
Zion
ว่ะ
into like Renekton. I think we saw that recently where it was like, we're not sure about
คำตอบ
this
คือไม่จริง
matchup. It
เลย
ended up being
ไอ้เชี่ย
okay.
เป็นไปได้ไงไม่รู้
So maybe that's what he wants to go for.
Azir taken away from Scout did have a really good performance on it yesterday and has been one of the mids who plays Azir more than anyone else. The Renekton does come through after said Zahin ban, so Scout will get to have counter pick here. But now we're going to find out what BDD wants.
3 ชนะนะพี่เอาใช่เหรอ
Like this is a very HLE
มาแล้วออโรราว่ะ
to be honest. Like
BDD
it all lines up. You got the Nautilus Misfortune set up with the Jarvan, the Aurora Burst, and the Nara to come through for the winning matchup. And the response will be a victory here for Scout. And this game
ไม่
is
จริงได้ไงคอมโดนไปหลายรอบ
they trusted Fenrir a little bit in game 1 to be like, all right, let's give him the Lucian pick and let's see what happens. They found out what happened, so this time they're like, all right, we're going to put you on the simple, easy mode comp setup here where you're playing the Misfortune, you follow up, de-engage, position well.
Yeah.
And, you know, they trust that he should be able to get that done, but the main characters here are going to be the mid-jungle. They're going to be the support setting it up. It's going to be perfect trying to win this top lane. It's a good draft here for KT, but we thought that the draft for KT in game 1 was definitely playable. It's just the individual play we saw in the bottom lane from Fenrir was a little bit off, and they messed up the timings there. Then they got dove by Sponge repeatedly, and it just very quickly became a non-game.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens in this one. Maybe KT could bounce back. I mean, they need to if they want to keep that second place spot. Otherwise, they drop down to third behind T1, but will find themselves at top 2. Crazy.
Yeah. Zander says, I was waiting just for you, Lehens. There were some signs when he was gone asking, where is Lehens? And, well, he's back. And things have been going decently well, at least so far. As we'll see what happens here as we hop onto the rift for game number 2 of Nomshim up against KT Rolster. Let's do it.
KT ฟอร์มหลังๆดรอปมาครับแล้วก็วันนี้ไม่มีเอมมิ่งด้วยจะเสียอันดับ2หรือเปล่าถ้าแพ้นี่เสียอันดับ2ที่วันจะเป็นอันดับ2ครับแต่ก็ยังพี่ว่าเกมนี้ดับดีนะ KT
game 2 on the cards. Still a chance of a game number 6 if KT are able to put this game into the win column.
แต่คือนงชิมก็อยากไปลุ้นไป MSI ครับก็ต้องชนะรัวๆช่วงนี้ถ้าชนะรัวได้ก็ได้ไปรถทัวร์ MSI อยู่ก็จะอันดับ6น่าจะถึงได้อยู่ครับแต่ก็ต้องสู้กับโบรนะซึ่งโบรถ้าพูดตามความเป็นจริงโบรเนี่ยอาการหนักอยู่ครับสัปดาห์เนี่ย2 สัปดาห์สุดท้ายอาการหนักอยู่เจอ T1 Gen G ฮาวาไลท์แถมเจอ DK เพราะฉะนั้นนงชิมมีโอกาสครับถ้าสามารถชนะ KT ได้ วันนี้มิตตี้ไหมครับวันนี้ไม่มีวันนี้พี่บิ๊กไปบิ๊กบ่วงเป็นพอดแคสต์
and land that root and now we got a dredge line to come on in trying to aggressively trade I would expect for Cuz to come down. That barrier doesn't get a whole lot of value as now we flash on in and they're gonna get the flash and barrier out of Diablo already and guess who's bot lane?
Here comes Cuz.
There's the hook. It's very close to the turret. And it's on to Lens, the guy who still has flash. So unfortunately, not really what you were looking for. Also, Cuz is still level 2. And now Sponge is here.
เดี๋ยวนะสปอน3นะเคิร์ส
Gonna get flashed on.
โอ้เคิร์สตายอ้าวยกตรงนี้มาได้เดียโบเลือดเยอะตีเอฟฟอร์ดโอ้เอฟฟอร์ดไม่ตายแต่ว่าฟินเรียฟินเรียถ้าเดินแตกมากเลยอะบาเรียก็ไม่กดด้วยเราก็ไม่ได้ยิงเดียโบด้วย
So much opportunity wasted in such a greedy call. Like so many things are wrong here right now. Because is halfway to 3.
เทพหมาบอกใช่ป่ะแชท
Everything that happened before this was great. And then Cuz is like, well, let's hold our advantage.
เอาบาเรีย
Just take the advantage you've got.
บาเรีย
This
แล้ว
is such a bizarre season for Cuz.
เฟลเลีย
He's
นะ
either like the best jungler in the LCK or he is just flipping a coin. And guess what? It landed on Sponge. He was there. He's going in again.
Yeah, Scout does not have his flash, but unfortunately with a nice stun that does come in.
ไม่อันนั้นคือเดียโบไม่ใช่ในเลนใช้เดียโบไม่ใช่
Scout does get away though without having to use it and without much of a hitch either.
At least this is not one of those
ถ้าใช้เดียโบใช้ตอนที่แบบโดนมิฟอร์จูนยิงคิวมาก็เลยใช้แล้วก็เลยโดนแฟดเปิดของเอฟฟอร์ดแล้วก็เลยเป็นเพลย์ after ก็คือเคิร์สไปเวทเลเวล2เจอสปอนเลเวล3จบเลย
Again, very strong pick. I don't know if this game right now is looking like it's going to be about him. Like the misfortune situation in the bottom lane is all
BDD โอ้ my god ต้องแฟดอันนี้
not enjoying his life right
ต้อ
now.
งแฟดครับผม
Sponge doesn't have flash though. But the situation in this game for KT is like, okay, the misfortune's 250 gold behind, right?
แต่เมื่อกี้เดินตัวติดด้วยไงแบบโอ้
but as it crashes, you'll see that number change again. The deficit in experience was there for Cuz, right? He's caught up a little bit there with a little bit of the skirmish we had, but he's very far behind as well. And the game state for Nongshim is like, okay, as long as we get through the mid game here, we've got a Yunara victor.
จริงยิงมินเนี่ยแล้วยิงป้อมนี่น่าจะ
It kind of feels
แจ่
like
ม
there
แล้ว
isn't a mid game
ไม่ให้
for
เพ
KT
จ
anymore because this Yunara is already ahead, and the victor is scaling. So now you have to figure out how to like continue to put the pressure on, but not like run it down because you no longer have the power you once did, but you need to find leads. So you have to finagle your way back into this game. And we're talking about this 4 minutes in, right? But it is such a tough situation now for KT. And the person you're trying to play through to set up for doing the damage, right? It's simpler. We talked about with the comp. Is still a rookie player. You make it a little bit too jumpy or might miss position at any moment in time where you're already in such a tough spot. Now, measured play like this for Cuz, where you just threaten, can be good, but this is a 3v3. They are aware of it now, and they'll back away.
เลเวลห่างกันอยู่นะสปอน5แล้ว
Cuz thankfully gonna spot him there with the control ward. Taking a long look at the
แบบ
top
นี้เอา
lane actually perfect.
กบ
Did
กับ
just hit
ปู
level
น่าจะได้เลย
6
มั้ย
and a bit
ส
of
ปอน
pressure onto Kingen, but at the end of the day he
TP.
gets the plate.
Yeah, Kingen gets the plate and Perfect like loses some farm to chase him, but Kingen's just like, well, I have teleports, so I don't really care.
ปูร่างพอดี
If Perfect had been able to set up a mega there.
มาครับผมปูร่าง
He gets it now. We'll push this back. Maybe he gets a plate in return.
โอ้เปิดมัง
CS
กร
is
เล
going
ย
to
ว่ะ
be back in Kingen's favor once this wave hits. Nongshim are going to
ถ้า
grab
ได้
the
มังกร
first
กับปู
dragon
ร่าง
of the
6
game,
เลย
which will be an Infernal this time around. As
แล้ว
there's
ไม่มี
maybe a late
ตี
contest from
ดู
Cuz.
เห็นแล้วครับ
No, Perfect.
แต่จะบวกล่างละตรงนี้
He's getting pressured a little bit. Here we
โอ้
go.
เปิดใส่เลแฮนเลแฮนโดน
Very nice
เซตเดียวตาย
Good setup here from Effort.
เรียบร้อย
Sponge in a lot of trouble. He's gonna go down.
เสียมังกรกับปู
Two kills to
ทุกอย่าง
KT just like that.
KT ได้หมดเลย
As Nongshim maybe just thinking they'd get the Drake for free.
And we need to see
เลแฮน
exactly
เดินไป
how
จะ
that went down,
ทำอะไร
but it
ไม่รู้
just
เมื่อ
simply
กี้
looked like Cuz
คือ
was
จะเดินไป
lurking
ยึด
on the
พุ่ม
edge
เหร
there.
อ
They have Effort go in.
แล้วเจอแอฟฟอร์ด
And they
มา
end up
เลย
getting the kill over to specifically
Oh my
Fibber. So he ends up
god.
getting a gold lead himself.
อ่า
BD already with the advantage as well after this play.
แล้วสเกาก็มาช่วยไม่ได้
Just really nice setup there, and I don't think this fixes all of the problems for KT by any means, but it's a great step right back in the right direction, especially with the Dragon secure going over as well. And we were watching the top side play, maybe that was going to be the most important part, but I saw on the minimap Cuz was lurking on the left of the Dragon here. I thought he was just going to go for a steal, but instead they actually wrap around. It's a hex flash engage
คือมัน
here
ไม่เห็น
from
แอคแฟด
Effort.
ของ
And Defender gets the kill, and Lehen's is just caught completely off guard. Then Sponge
เล
here
แฮนเล่น
bursts
แปลก
down
มาก
by
เลยอะ
BDD,
คือตะ
and
เกีย
they
มัน
cannot get
ไม่
the
มีแฟด
Dragon
มันไม่
in
ควรเล่นอย่างเงี้ย
time. So they really just didn't think KT
สู้
were
ไม่ได้
going to
ถอย
send
ไป
it
ไป
there,
ขวา
but
ยัง
the
ดี
X
กว่าเลย
flash was an X flash,
แต่พี่
right?
ว่า
From
จ
Effort.
ริงๆแล้วสปอนก็ไม่น่าคอเอามังกรเลย
It looked like he was channeling that
มัน
one
น่า
out.
เอา
Now
ปู
he's
ก่อน
looking
เว้ย
again.
ถ้าเอาปูมันสิเคียว6ป่ะ
Walk that
เอาปู
one
ดูด
off,
เวลกลางแป๊บนึงแล้วค่อยมังกรอะไร
He
เงี้ย
just dies,
มัน
even
6
with this
ก่อน
flash available.
เคิร์ส มันน่าจะเล่น
Either way, definitely playing with fire. Again, it kind of felt like Nongshim didn't check all the boxes, and they didn't expect a Nautilus to come flying over the wall. You know, they saw with a ward exactly where Cuz was, exactly where Fenrir was, and they were like, oh, we're safe. Okay, we have a little bit of time before they engage. And then all of a sudden, Effort's just right on top of your Lulu, and I think it just kind of caught them off guard.
And of course, looking at Effort's summoners, he just has his normal flashback now. It threw me off guard for some reason. But yeah.
พี่ลืมย้ายตำแหน่ง
We did just watch it, and Lens's back will be temporarily stopped. The fact that BDD gets a lead here is really huge because this comp still needs to be able to win team fights and burst through targets through this mid game. And having a 120 gold lead over the Yunara feels nice in isolation, but everything has to work together well in order to actually get this comp off the ground.
แท
The
น
fact
ที่
that they
อา
have
ร์เซ
the
นอ
first
ลจะ
dragon
ยอ
is
มเป็น
also
ยาม
really
เข้า
helpful
ถ้วย
because
อี
it
ก
means
ปี
that
เพื่อ
there's
ให้คน
potential
ล้อ
for them
แต่
to
กลับ
actually
เป็นแช
force
มป์
fights that are
อาร์เซนอ
uncomfortable
ล
for
ช่าง
Nongshim
คน
to
ร
take.
อ
Whereas Nongshim would otherwise like to just opt out of a lot of these fights if they don't like the setup. Nongshim felt
ยินดี
confident
ด้วยครับ
themselves on that
Arsenal
previous dragon, which was kind of an incorrect assumption because of the Hex Flash over the wall. But if they don't like the next one, they can just be like, let's scale. Gaganara Victor. Effort
oh
is
boy.
right here.
Yeah, they're baiting Scout into this one big time. As the depth charge comes in, straight into
โอ้โห
Fenrir,
เจอ
who's like, oh, hello.
ฟินเรียมนี้
Might just enjoy myself a nice little snack of a kill. As Fenrir going to pick that one up, and Nongshim not really showing a lot of respect. Definitely going very aggressive, and KT called them on their
ส
bluff.
เกลแปลกๆจริง
Like
แบบ
for a second, I thought I was second guessing
มันแปลกๆอะ
myself.
ได้เคาน์เตอร์พิกด้วย
Like when I saw that flash from a scout, that the Jarvan was, I was like,
ตอนแรกนำเยอะมากเลยนะ นงชิม
Why is he flashing though? It's a pretty bizarre location for Scout to try to run away to. I don't think they expected Fenrir to also be heading over to the mid lane, but he was, and so it's a lot of extra damage. But they gifted the kill to him as a result of him heading over there, and now he's got 2 on the board. So KT maintain this gold lead, see if they can turn it into something bigger, as it's still much better for them, much better than it was early on. Boomerang.
Yeah.
That's very funny. We just like walked over there, the camera was
เมื่
like
อวาน
showing
น่ะ
them.
ถ้าเกิด
Doesn't catch it.
ถ้าสมมติว่า
Perfect's
แบบ
not
แมน
having a
ซี
very
แบบ
fun time up here. As you
ไม่
can see, he's been
ที่อยาก
down
ให้แมน
like
ซี
half
แพ้
a
ว่ะ
level.
จะได้
Gone
ลุ้น
up a
ลิเวอ
little
ร์พูล
bit now, but he's been behind a level a couple times
แต่
I've
ว่าเขา
seen.
ไม่ตีเสมอได้พอดีเลยหมดลุ้นเลยคือมันก็ลุ้นได้แต่มันลุ้นยากแล้วมันเป็นไปไม่ได้ปอดมันจะชนะแบบเยอะๆมันเป็นไปไม่ได้
Ooh,
Oh,
okay.
that's a really nice
โอ้
hook
สวย
on
มาก
a
อันนี้
Diablo, gonna find
เกม 3
him
coming
right
soon
through the minion wave.
เนี่ยพี่บอกเรา
Now,
ดับดี
flash on in, one more auto. Fenrir sees blood in the water and picks up the kill. Diablo doesn't bother to flash, just goes down.
Sometimes I also see blood in the water.
เนี่ยตอนนั้นก็เหมือนสปอนก็จะช็อตไป
I don't know
ดื้
why,
อๆเลย
like, for some reason, when you said that, I just instantly thought of Air Bud.
I'm like, all this talk of dogs and wolves and stuff.
There's nothing in the rule that says an academy player can't emergency sub into this roster. Fenrir is going to flash for this. I was surprised he waited so long to do it, but he actually has the speed up here as well. And the heal comes through, so he secures that final auto to take Diablo out. And now it's 3 kills to Misfortune. And I think, at this point, I think I can confidently say KT have enough of a lead to where this mid-game should be playable. And I'm surprised by this, but it has worked so well for them. An effort just barely getting that dredge line angle is enough to turn the tides and turn the fate of this game. There is a flash used on Fenrir, right? An 80 carry down flash is punishable, but at this point, moving into second dragon, I think they're very happy with the exchange. Kingen does have TP advantage if Nongshim wanted to send him down here, but he does not have control of this lane right now, so kind of feels like Cuz and crew are looking for double dragon.
Yeah, might be able to set it up. I mean, at least they're going to posture for it. There is a ward that is teleportable behind them. And we are going to see
ใช่ครับ
Swans go
ซับ
in
นูริก้าพรุ่งนี้ครับ
pressure them out. No big fights
วัน
starting
นี้
just yet.
แบบ
Kingen did not elect to
podcast
TP yet either. Scout's going to TP in a mid. So now the hook's going to come down once again. They find Diablo as the wild growth comes in, but he just dies anyway. He gets hit by everything, doesn't flash. And Fenrir pretty low. But yeah, that's another big pick as Cuz also going to go in. BDD is on the
วิ
chase.
กเตอร์ไม่มาช่วยแล้วลำบากวันนี้
Once that wave hits, Sponge and Lehens are going to have to do some fancy footwork, or they're just going to leave. Effort doesn't have his ult, so I guess they decide it's not worth trying to force this because there's no way to deny Dragon, and if they fail it, not only will they give over some gold, but they'll waste a lot of time, and then Diablo will come back. I like this call. Speaking of time, I mean, TP is in for King. I mentioned if he wants to contest, he can, and he will.
เกิดออกได้
Yeah, looks like they've done enough damage to KT just to zone them away from the Dragon.
But Perfect gets the win
day,
out of this on the top side. You know, Diablo's rushing up here to try to handle this, but there's a dragon apiece between them, but Perfect is going to get a lot of money, and now
ต้องระวัง
has
นะเนี่ย
the teleport,
Diablo
well, the faster teleport coming back.
โผล่ไม่ได้ว่ะ
Okay.
โอเคโอเคเห็นใช้สกิลแล้ว
Walk right by him. See you later, nerd.
Yeah, I guess so. Excuse me, just trying to time in my roll quest.
Yeah.
This fight here, just another hook from Effort. He lines it up. The wild growth is just not going to turn the tide. He gets the triple knockup, but he's already taken the brunt of the damage, so just dies afterwards.
เดียโบตายแบบหายไปเลย
We won't speak of what we heard.
Yeah, some noises there. Just feels like, you know, this is the power of Nautilus. If you don't fall behind, you have kill threat and you hit some hooks.
Kingen is that kill they're looking for now.
Yeah, depth charge in 5, so kind of waiting for that. Effort's gonna tank up the turret for now, and now he's just gonna hook away. A little bit of damage.
โหดบาสว่ะเอฟฟอร์ด
Diablo is getting a lot of value here on the top side of the map at the same time.
โหเฟนเลียแบบ
As Perfect is going to head down here, they're going to
Come
reset
back
these lanes, it looks like. BDD doesn't have teleport, so kind of awkward, but will ultimately still be a fine situation here for KT, but it would have been, I think it's kind of slightly net negative for them, but if they got the kill, fine. They will get first brick here, actually, as I guess this wave wasn't as big as I thought for Diablo. Thought he was going to get that. Well, just barely not. Maybe if Lens was hitting it, they might have actually won the race. Either way, KT do make it worth it, despite some lost time there, and they kept Kingen off the turret.
Yeah, pretty interesting spot now. I mean, KT do have this lead, and decent amount of their gold is in Fenrir, so I feel like, you know, with him on a relatively easier to play champion in the MF and this lead, I think he'll be able to utilize it a little bit more. Also with effort hitting all the hooks makes it a bit easier. Went for the big green belt item.
Protoplasm harness. I usually don't say the full names, but in this case, like since you said it that way, I feel obliged. As Sponge is in Zhao, so maybe forced to ult here.
โอ้ยหนีเร็ว
He's just gonna flash away, but I think
Lehan
quite as lucky as Wild Growth himself. But he doesn't have
Tาย
his flash, so he's just gonna die. Cuz picks that one up, nice TP behind, and now should be the Rift Heralds.
The thing about Misfortune comps often is if the Misfortune is ahead, that feels nice, but if the rest of your team is behind, you can't really do anything because you're Misfortune. But if everybody's ahead, it just becomes really easy to be set up for success. And he has ult here, so Diablo just cannot even really be near this turret. If Effort hooks him, he's just going to die. Will be a little bit of extra damage done here to Effort, so Effort's not interested in that right now. As we do have Scout also in potentially a lot of danger. Oh, Gravity Field is well placed.
Yeah. Because lands that Cataclysm, probably would have gotten the flash at a Scout, but Scout has
จริง
Rocket
แล้วมันควร
Belt.
จะสู้ได้ป่าวะ
And,
คือเดียโบมันได้
it's gonna
แบบ
get him
รู
out
รู
of
บัฟ
danger
ด้วย
this
ถ้า
time
มันสู้ไม่
around.
ได้วะ
So we have a
ดาเมจไม่ทันอะเนาะมัน
rotating up Sponge. I think Scout wanted to try to
ไอ้นอติลู
bait
สมันถึก
something
อะ
there, but Perfect is just going to walk away. I kind of, like on one hand, I thought this game was so done early when we had that big skirmish, but I have to give it to KT. They found angles back in this game. They had that great punish, but this is like such an effort game. Like he is, it's been a
คือ
few
จะบอก
of
ว่า
our players
KP
like
แบบ
effort
หาจังหวะ
blends
แบบ
to a
ดี
lesser
ทำให้
extent,
น้องชิม คือพี่ว่าน้องชิม
some of
ประ
our
มาท
support
เว้ย
players have been pulling out
นำแล้ว
fouls,
แบบ
but
ว่า
Effort
ไป
is so known for his Nautilus.
ไม่น่า
have really made me feel like Nautilus is actually broken. Like we should
แล้ว
just
เลแฮน
always
เดิ
be
นไป
playing
โดน
range
แบบ
supports. I mean,
ไอ้
obviously Nautilus
เฮกแฟด
Misfortune
อี
is
ก
one of the simpler
บึ้ม
ones,
มา
but
ที
we've
เลแฮน
seen
โด
it
นดึงตายเลย
and other comps too, where
ไม่ได้แบบ
that
ไม่ได้
engage
แบบ
is so
ยื้อไฟ
important
อะไรเลยแบบ
when you
มัน
have it. It
มัน
almost
ตรงนั้น
throws
ตายเลย
teams off guard because they're so used to the
แล้วปูกำลังจะเกิด
Karmas,
ร
the
อปูก็ได้
Seraphims,
ปู
the
แม่งเกิดตอน
Lus,
มังกรตีไปครึ่งหลอด
where there's
The
an Hex Flash
Melios,
over the wall, yeah.
The Namis.
Melio is not going to Hex Flash over the wall and lock down your AD carry, you know what I mean? So it's kind of this
ไอ้ตรง
X
มังกร
factor
กับ
to
สอง
it
ปู
when
นะ
you're
ไอ้
this good at
มัง
it,
กรกับ
like
ปูนั้น
Effort
มันหนัก
is.
จริง
It warps the entire game. He's
Yeah.
brought them back into
เป็น
it.
นั้นเคิร์สคือแบบ
Really has. I mean,
ทำอะไรไม่ได้แล้ว
kind of the way you have to play the Nautilus, as we're even going to get a high value charge into the tier 2 and mid. KT really doing a good job of trying to further their lead. You know, sometimes we even saw like KRX take quite a while to win against T1 in game number 2 earlier on today, but KT are like, no, we gotta hit like all these timings. We gotta make sure we're pushing mid right as the Drake is about to spawn.
Ranking King in here. I don't know if it'll mean anything, but
I think it's a
something to
little too
consider.
late. And
Yeah,
can just ult Diablo as well. They're just going to throw everything into hands. Might as well. No wild growth usage from him. As Perfect's getting pretty low, though, as everybody's kind of in the AoE of the Renekton and the Victor. As Ingo's Cuz looking for the kill on a Sponge. At least we'll be able to help trade one out. Perfect on the run here. Diablo as well on the
วิ่ง
chase.
ตามไม่ทันเอ๊บ
As the slow comes
ได้
through.
ไม่ทันละ
As he's got a barrier, but the Slurkle is just a
slow
little bit too good, I think, as they're going to throw everything into
ได้
him
ครับ
and eventually take him
เฮ้ย
down. Meanwhile, down on the bottom side of the map, Perfect thought he was safe,
โอ้
and he was
คิงเอ็น
not.
แบก
Maybe he might be able to punish at least.
He
จะ
doesn't
ตายครับ
know,
ผม
but I
ช็อต
think
นี้
he has the damage.
อู้
Okay, this is
วุด
starting to get a little silly.
Oh no.
โอ้
I kind of
มี
feel
บาส
like-
โคนพอดี
Is it just me? I think it was really close, but I kind of feel like Fenrir could have almost escaped there, but he kind of just was like, oh, I can't get out, and he turned around, and then he died for sure. As the dragon is secured by KT, so much is spent onto
เลฮัน
Lance,
หายไป
which I
ก่อนเลย
don't think does them
แต่
any
คิงเอ็น
favors
แบ
when
ก
this
ไฟนี้ครับดูดิ
flanking Renekton
คิวทีหนึงคือแบบ
absolutely
คือทุกตัว
gets
คือ
value.
ครึ่งหลอด
We're
ดาเมจ
sure
คิงเอ็น
we're
น่าจะเยอะ
like,
มาก
maybe
อะไฟ
too
เนี้ย
slow, a little bit too late. Fenrir's able to flash over the
แล้ว
wall
ไล่แบบ
here.
เฟนเรีย
They
แบบ
take out
ไม่ได้เล่นเลย
Sponge. But then here, Diablo uses the trinket so they can make sure he can line up this slow. And Fenrir stops
เดียเวอ
walking.
ร์สโลดีครับ2สโลอะ
And I kind of feel like if he went up there, maybe Diablo still gets him there, but it felt like a little bit strange to just somewhat give up there. Maybe he re-angles the death ray if he keeps walking. Either way,
That's what I was expecting.
It looked funny for him to just kind of concede the point.
Yeah. Well, when you get hit by the Slurkle, you just lose all will to live, so that's kind of the way it goes.
Yeah, when I hear the word Slurkle, for me, I pretty much feel the same way as well.
Makes
ไม่
sense.
ได้มังกร
Yeah.
แต่ว่า
I don't know what you're talking about,
ส
though.
กัมมิช
That's a great word.
ชนะอยู่
I know how you feel about it, but I'm a big fan.
Arc of Ruin, man. I don't know. Sounds
คือถ้า
great.
เกิดนงชิมชนะ 2-0 KT ได้
It's
จะ
not really an
มันมี
arc,
ผล
so
ดี
it
กว่า
doesn't make sense to me, but
จริงขอแค่ชนะก็ยังดีอะ
KT still
แต่ถ้าชนะ
maintains
2-0 ได้คือแบบ
gold lead here, but it's a little bit more fragile than it was
มัน
moments
จะ
before.
ทำให้ทีวันแบบ
If they had lost the dragon,
อันดับ 2
it would have
ช้ำๆ
felt
เล
a
ย
lot worse. The issue is Diablo, right? Like Diablo's getting big. And yes, he's 800 gold behind, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about him compared to the enemy AD carry. I'm just talking about him on his way to 3 items, where he is going to be a huge threat. If KT spend everything to kill Lulu, and then there's no CC for Diablo, that's where you have the problems. Especially if there's a flanking Renekton. Diablo also might just die.
Okay, just gonna run straight into the Nautilus. He does dash
เลฮันโดน
away.
แล้วกูอะ
So
โอ้
baited, I
พลาดอย่างแรงเลย
suppose,
3
but
ที
it
แรก
goes
ที่เหลือคือ
eventually does take him out, but that's a
เบา
trade of 80 carries. Which isn't that bad for Nongsum, especially with this big Renekton, because has to back away.
ไม่มี
He's still
ADC
cutting it
นะ
out. Doesn't really
ทั้ง
have
คู่
the
นั่นแหละ
mana either. That Gnar kind
อุ้
of
ยนะ
pitiful at this point.
ส
Doesn't
ปอน
really
ก
do
ระ
a
ย
whole
ก
lot to save him.
โอ้โห
And that should
โดน
be
กับ
the
วิตี้ฟิว
perfect
ต่อ
as
อีก
well
นาน
on the
แม่งค้างเลย
backside
ที
of
นี้
this fight. So Nongsum actually trading up.
I think that KT, a lot of
มัน
the
ดีว่ะ
fights, the scrappy fights they've been taking recently, they're playing as if they need to force their way back into the game, but actually they were
ยูเนล่าตอนแรกพอตี 3 ทีเดียวบัมบัมบัมเชี่ยนึกว่าแบบแย่แล้วอะแต่พอตี 3 ทีหมดปุ๊บก็จบเลย
โอ้
สเกาไม่ตายว่ะ ได้ไหมไม่ได้ครับ
I mean,
กาวิตี้ฟิว
Yeah.
like it's both Scout and now Diablo. They've thrown everything into not gotten the kill, and then they're realizing their comp doesn't really do damage outside the initial salvo. Like so, this
Do
is
my
that
app
situation
Diablo
on the initial salvo. where
Vanilla
it's like,
3
oh,
ที
Diablo. Oh no, I'm caught. I definitely don't have a Lulu with me with Wild Growth, and he just kind of gets
Yeah.
over the wall
Bum,
here,
bum,
and then he's
bum,
like,
bum.
I do Giga damage, and I have an Erectin. He does ultimately die because BDD goes in on him, but now you don't have any way to win this fight anymore. And it's so
นี่คือถ้า
desperate
เกิด
for
มีคี
Perfect.
อีก
He's just trying to appeal
25% น่าจะ
for
แบ
the
บ
rest
มัน
of his
เลย
teammates to get away. He's like, get away from my teammates! And then he just slowly dies because there's nothing he can do here. And so they just gave over a bunch of gold. And then here, it's the same situation. Like, that's a Rocket Belt victor. He doesn't even really
มาน้ำหมด
get
เมื่อกี้ถ้า
that
บีดี
close
มี
to
คิว
dying.
อะได้
Yeah. Yeah, it just feels like, you know, as you've been talking about, like the KT comp is very burst oriented. They threw all of their burst into one target. It was a good target, but in the extended trade against like a Shinjao, a tanky Victor, or an Renekton, like they don't
เออ
really
เงินพอๆกัน
have
ละ
that much sustained damage.
That's why, you know, I
เฮ้ยแต่ว่า
mentioned before, the problem
มิดฟอร์จูน
is
มันบิวนี้เหรอวะแชท
if you get to a
คือ
stable state as Nongshim,
สโคบเหรอ
it's really easy to win the game, and they earned it back.
Yeah. As we're going back in on an effort this time, the
คิด
Nautilus
ว่า
with
ฆ่า
the
ได้ 1 ตัว
aftershock
แน่นอน
going
อะไร
to
เงี้ย
help
ไม่มี
out
ใคร
a
ขัด
bit in tanking.
แล้วก็คือแบบ
But eventually,
ได้ลำต่อ
no, they're just going to let him go. Spun says, I don't quite have the damage to chase.
Still a huge win right before Dragon here for Nongshim, as Perfect is now on the wrong side of this fight and may just have to sacrifice himself. Maybe he can do the long wraparound here and buy some time for his teammates, but there's no Nautilus ult.
All right, well,
it's working.
สโคปเก่งพี่เหรอ
yeah, I feel like they could have kept perfect at bay and maybe started up, but maybe they didn't want to get flanked by Meganar. So at the end of the day, they're just like, you know what?
ต้องดันกลางก่อนนะ
We're just gonna run away now. And Diablo's like, no. I'm
เอฟฟอร์ดกับนาไม่พร้อมเล่นเลยก็น่าจะได้มังกรนะอันนี้
So I think KT just have to give up this
คิงเงินใจ
drag.
เย็นนะคิงเงิน
Maybe Cuz can look for a
น้องๆเขามาเอานี่อยู่
funky
ครับ
steal or something like that, but they don't even really have vision here.
นอกจากเคิร์ดจะปาฏิหาริย์แย่งโซพอยต์แต่ไม่น่าได้ละ
So I think this is the right call. It's just without the Nautilus ult, that's most of your combo, right? Then you have the Cuz follow up and BDD and Fender
แล้ว
press
ชิ้น
for
สองก็
ultimates
ไอชิ้น
in
สาม
the
ก็
bad
ไอ
guy's
อะไรอย่าง
direction.
งี้
But if you don't have the combo, then whoever gets dredge lined, if they even
พี่
do
จะ
get
ชิน
dredge
ตากับ
lined, just
แบ
kind
บ
of walks
บัตร
it
เติร์ด
off,
แล้วก็แบบ
and the burst can't follow
คอลเลกเตอร์
through.
อะไรเงี้ย
Dragon gets taken, and now we are headed
คอลเลกเตอร์
to
ไออะไรเงี้ย
a
นะ
bit of a mid control
โอ้
here as BDD is looking for
ดี
Diablo.
เล่น
I
เพล
don't
นี้
know about that.
โอ้โห
Yeah, just a
เข้า
little
มา
bit
เสียง
of
ดาเพราะว่าไม่มีตัวอะไรขัดได้เลย
shenanigans. Saying hello.
นอกจากเลแฮนจะแฟดมาแล้วก็
Lance
แบ
has
บ
been doing a good job
Fab.
of standing right next to Diablo at all times. He's like, I know what this guy is like. I know what my job is. I will stand next to him at all times.
I just empower your main carry, and this composition
เฮ้ยนาได้
does have Diablo as
Still
that
like
main
that.
carry. Victor for Scout here, a secondary one, even though he actually has the
Ui,
gold lead
Diablo
right now.
มาแล้ว
The
ส
Yunara
โค
is
ป
the one with the 3 items. The Yunara is the more consistent damage
ยูนา
threat.
ร่า
But there are two
ยู
of
นาร่า
them,
สโคป
which is why now, even if you do kill one of these targets instantly with your combos, you have to deal with the other one.
มาดิครับ
And
คุณ
as
ส
in
โคปผมก็สโคปเว้ย
16 Renekton, which is why at this point I
ไอ
really
อี
feel
มา
like
แล้ว
KT's gold lead is pretty fake.
เฮ้ย
It has shrunk
เฟลเลีย
as
คือ
well.
ตอนนี้ออนไลน์แล้วนะ
I think that they are no longer in control of this game at all.
ตอนนี้คือ
And if Mountain Dragons
แบบ
start coming through, they already have one.
มัน
But if
แน่
they
น
get
อน
another
อะ
one and even the soul later, that burst potential gets even harder to pull off.
มี Shadow Flame ด้วย BDD คือ Burst แบบ Diablo น่าจะระเบิดอะ
And like he can sort of front to back, but he just gets run down if they don't get that initial kill.
Yeah,
Lehan
the
มีแค่แบบ
beginning
ไอ้
of the
นั่นเอง
fight
อะ
needs to be really decisive for KT. They need
ไอที่แบบเพิ่ม
to
Enhanced
essentially
Speed
blow up one target without losing too much. As just gonna ult the wave here, it looks like.
Oh.
Sponge trying to just get straight under the turret and nearly died to
Oh,
it.
heal
As
ma.
that last shot nearly
Diablo.
takes him
Oh,
out.
Diablo
And now the
ตายแทน
death charge in on a Diablo who's just left by his lonesome is eventually
เฮ้ย
gonna go
นา
down.
มา
Of course, Perfect does have to
คิง
flash
ก็แฟด
for
อีก
it.
ไอ้
But
เหี้ย
very
มั่วสัตว์เลยตัว
wonky
นี้
trade. Maybe KT can make something of this, but it's so hard to kill King in. Like, they just don't quite have the damage, but I guess when you dive into 4 people, they do. As eventually he does go down.
Weird
พระเจ้า
exchange. I think very fortunately for KT and very unfortunately for Nongshim, the
ใครเขา
timing
ไป
at
ขอให้
which
สปอนตีตรงนั้นวะ
Nongshim
นะ
decided to
ไม่
go
งั้น
in
คือ
was
เดีย
right
โบเมียน
when
ตีลูลู
Fenrir
เนี่ยจะ
pulled the
มันเลย
trigger
อะ
to clear the wave. So they actually took way more damage, I think, than they otherwise would have when they went in there. And then they were awkwardly stuck, committed to the engage. This turret
ปอน
is
ก็
so
ทำอะไร
healthy, by the
เขาดู
way.
รอบตี
It's
หล
a
บ
little bit
อ่ะ
risky
โด
to
ด
go
ใส่
in
เฉย
like this. Diablo isn't layering
อ่ะ
damage into the
โด
back
น
line. Sponge is
ครอบ
here
แฟดออก
alone.
มา
And then
เสีย
Diablo
ฮิว
gets
เสียอัน
ulted
ติ
because he's in basically melee range with the Nautilus. It's
ไม่
really
มี
easy for
ภาพ
Nongshim
เลย
to
อ่ะ
follow
ส
up
ปอน
here.
ไม่
The
มี
burst
ภาพ
comes
ตี
through
เลย
BDD.
อ่ะให้ตายพระ
And
เจ้า
then King is trying to make something of this.
คือเดียโบยังไงแม่งก็ต้องหลบอันติมีฟอร์จูนเว้ย
So they can eventually take
คือ
him
ไม่มี
out.
ภาพ
And
ที่ส
in
ปอนตี
live,
แล้วมันจะมี
KT
ดา
are
เมจ
doing
จาก
the Baron.
จาก
Fenrir
เดีย
did
โบ
his
เลย
job
อ่ะ
well here. Flash is here as well when he does get a little bit too close. See if Sponge can do something about this. He does not have Flash. His ult comes up in 5. TP commitment. And KT say we are not sticking the Baron.
Yeah. Definitely a good idea, especially Sponge.
เหมือนเมื่อกี้เขาดู
is,
สปอน
very
มันก็แบบ
healthy
ปล่อย
at
จ
the
อยอ่ะ
moment. Crescent guard up could also get over the wall because he's Xinjiao, but yeah, they just. I think they feel now they're like, okay, we're not in that big of a lead. We can't do crazy things, and our turn isn't really in a good
เดีย
spot.
โบก็ไป
So
ลึก
let's
ถอยช้า
go
ตลอด
for this
มัน
one and
คือ
maybe
เดียโบแบบ
go for a
เข้า
bit
มา
of
ปุ๊บแล้วก็แบบ
reset. Nongshim are
เฮีย
like,
ทีม
you
กู
know
เกิดอะไร
what?
ขึ้นวะ
We could do the Baron.
คือแบบหันมาอ้าวเดี๋ยวเลแฮนเราจะบวกว่าเนี่ยเอาแม่กวนตีกับฮิวใส่สปอนไปแล้ว ซึ่งสปอนทำอะไรไม่รู้กูก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันวะสปอนมันเพลนนะเราก็ต้องทำอ่ะโอ้เหมือนว่าไม่มีแฟดนะคิงเงินโอ้โหช็อตนี้50-50เลยว่ะคือเดี๋ยวนะคือนงชิมมันเหมือนจะนำดีๆแล้วมันเกิดอะไรขึ้นเนี่ยสปอนกดติ
They take out the Xinjiao,
แล้ว
and
น
the
งชิม
MF
ก็
ult is very nice as well, but it is going to get interrupted by the Victor. They take down the Renekton.
ไม่รู้ว่าทำอะไรอ่ะ
Basically on one health, just has
จบ
to
เลยวะ
run away. Flash on by effort, taken out, and might just be the clean ace for KT as they take them down on the Baron.
My God, that was a decisive fight, Valdez, from KT, and Cuz and crew are focusing Sponge down. Cuz gets the
อีกาสปอน
secure
น่ะ
They burst down the jungler and the MF ultimate as well. Even though it doesn't kill everyone, it's not one of those ults where you end up getting a triple. It's interrupted. It prevents any sort of follow-up from Nongshim in the interim, as Perfect also does so much work on the left side of the fight at the same time. But look at how decisive they are. By the way, again, with an 80 carry,
เล่นได้ถ้าเกิดสมมติว่าคิงเงินมีแฟตเลยสปอนมีแฟตอะไรเงี้ยเล่นได้อันนี้คือคิงเงินก็ไม่มีแฟตแม่งไม่รู้จะเข้าไปยังไงอะ
He has to leave the fight, and maybe if he's one step closer there, while that Renekton is healing up and trying to hit that Q, maybe Diablo can get a kill there, and maybe this fight looks playable. Even almost looks a little playable there for a second. So flashes on him and says absolutely not. KT Rolster turned their 1,000 gold lead that we were saying was fake into an 8,000 gold lead. And this game has been anything but standard. It has been anything but clean, but Nongshim are got to be kicking themselves after that dive in the mid lane attempted by Sponge just gives KT all the momentum, the Baron, and everything that comes with it. Because I think before that moment, Nongshim kind of had the game in their hands, just like that.
มังกรตัวแรกบวกปูบวกครูแล้วก็มามันมีเดี๋ยวนะขอนึกก่อนนะมังกรแรกบวกปูแล้วก็คือมันเป็นเลแฮนเดินเข้าไปก่อนแล้วก็สปอนคือตาเนี่ยพี่ว่าสปอนกับเลแฮนคือจัดหนักอะ
one. Now in hindsight, we know that was a good call, at least, as they're going to go in on an effort, as there is the bullet time. Tons of damage in a scout. They take out the Lulu. Might be going down here, though, to the Storm, but they get the flank in onto Diablo. And it looks like we will be going to a game number 6 here once again, Wolf. I mean, KT have done it.
They have. Back-to-back Sixers. You called it out early on today. Thought maybe it was going to be the case. We didn't even know about the substitution at that point, as the last kill will go to Fenrir. 8 to his name, the most on the side of KT Rolster and in the game. As he and effort, they played the simple MF Nautilus, but they made it look super clean. BDD also very decisive on this Aurora. And KT Rolster get it done with a defensive play on the turret and then go straight to a Baron, warp the fight around them. I think the reason why Nongshim felt like they could do that Baron is because they're like, okay, we've got this big King in Renekton. He's going to be able to prevent them from getting in, and he did his best, but Perfect was just able to push him away. The range advantage there. But the execution of that collapse onto the Xin Zhao Sponge just didn't have a chance. And KT Rolster win what, for my mind, felt so unplayable. I mean, look at the gold graph here. Early on, you want to be way more ahead as KT's composition. They were behind most of the game. Sorry, most of the early game. Got a little bit ahead, but it wasn't enough. And then we're able to, at that, you can see the point where the turret dive happened.
จบนี้พี่คลิปลงไม่ครับเดี๋ยวนั่งเล่นเกมต่อ
Nongshim, I feel a little bit rushed. You know, there were definitely ways for them to win this game, but we didn't quite see it play out that way. As there was a sign out there that it says, it takes a village to raise one Fenrir. And I suppose it's true. Had a much better game here in game number 2. As we have a series on our hands once again. We'll be back after the break.
And Bard is available. This doesn't feel that strong.
I mean, I suppose they'll just play Jin Karma, but
มันได้เคทลินว่ะ
very
เคท
strong
บา
team
ท
gonna back it up.
แล้วก็ TF
also quite scary to play on stage in this situation for Fenrir. It's similar. I mean, it's similar to the misfortune in that you're kind of following the play. This is a little different.
เอาอีกแล้วว่าสูตรแบบว่าเอมมิ่งว่ะ Silver
Jarvan's just not in the picture here.
แต่ไซออนไม่มีแล้วนะ
incredibly well with Karma, even though we haven't seen this lane work as well as it has been discussed so many times to do.
เจสนี่โคตรดีเลย
because it has great wave clear all throughout the
จริง
game.
ๆน่าเลือกเจสตรงนี้เนาะ
He has played 1 game of Sivir this year. Just one. 1-0 though.
I mean, he looked pretty okay with it. He's like, yeah, this is, give me the
เลแฮน
Sivir.
ไปอีกแล้ว
That was his first
ว่าเพิ่งเห็นว่าเลแฮนไป
as well. Not played it in season 16.
พี่ว่ารายละเอียดเมื่อกี้น่าจะเป็นเลแฮนจะแบบ
taken away here from the Twisted Fate.
บอกให้เปิดมังกรอะไรอย่างงี้ป่ะ แล้วก็เดินไปโดนฮุกแล้วก็ตาย
I think the Vi is probably the next option I'd be most concerned about. They banned the Ahri. Still think Vi very good with this draft here for Nongshim Red Force. Very simple to play, very single target focused. Jace, however, there is, you know, a high priority on range top laners right now in Game 3 of Fearless, just because it's more stable.
Also, final counter pick to KT, so don't want to give a stable blind pick here to King, and I suppose.
Yeah, there's
แบน
no
แจ็คว่ะ
Sion, there's
อ้า
no
ว
Cassante.
อย่าบอก
There's
นะ
no
ว่า
Varus, so the Jack span is a little surprising.
เวนช็อปอะ
Is it going to be BDD pulling out his pick here, and then we get like maybe perfect getting the Zahin angle at the end or something like that? Feels like where we're headed. The Talia feels really good in this draft because you have the Pantheon already, so you have double global, and you have so much speed as well with Karma and Sivir to run around the map. Makes the Zahin pick feel even stronger. Is this going to be the blind Yorick?
ฝนตกเหรอ ยอริก
Okay.
And then Sponge's jungle pick will be the final choice to come through here.
Kind of the big mainstays already taken away, including a couple of bans. Skarner.
Skarner does kind of... Skarner's combos with Tempered Fate, if timed correctly, can be incredibly strong. See Skarner's win rate. He hasn't seen that many games yet, but it's rising up right now. It's at 70%. This seems so obvious, right? Because it's perfect. It's one of his best picks. Works incredibly well with Pantheon, Sivir. You just go in,
ตัวถนัด
and
ของ
then the Sivir
Perfect ครับ
follows up. But the Sivir can also speed you up, so you can get on top of the targets you want to get on top of. There's one true damage threat here for Nongshim Red Force. It's the Caitlyn. A Twisted Fate will do some damage, obviously, in the right circumstances. Yorick will as well. Even if you hit a multi-man Skarner Impale, you know, it's one Q can AoE through that for Diablo, but he's otherwise just single target AD carry trying to pick people off. I kind of like the draft here of KT much more if they can pilot it well, if the laning phase goes in a stable way. Sivir also great into Bard because she can spell shield the Tempered Fate in the first place as well as his binding, so...
Or the gold card.
Gold card. I think KT have almost all the answers here. They just need to execute. I'm going to enjoy this Nuggery.
I think BDD has gone off the rails with that one. Boiling the... boiling the raccoon a little bit too far. But it does make sense. As BDD back on his Talia Pantheon. The combo coming through for these two. And Nongshim going to pull out a great pick comp and some great side laning.
ความหวังของ T1 ครับผมตอนนี้
Diablo to do some carrying here in the damage department as let's jump onto the rim
ต้องการให้
number 3.
นงชิมครับ ชนะ KT แต่ KT ก็เหนื่อยต้องไปเจอ Gen G ต่อครับ
Alrighty. Game number 3 on the cards. Game number 6 of the night. You know, he had such a long streak of 2-0s back to back. So many days in a row.
Almost had a full week of 4 gamers.
Yeah. And then DRX won game 1 against HLE.
Which was crazy, but that's what they do.
Yeah.
Maybe we shouldn't have been surprised.
แต่ว่าตาเนี้ย
Much
เท
like
พเจ้า
T1
เคิร์สเขาเล่นแพ
like
ดิ
to
ออน
drop
เลย
games here and now. You know,
เทพเจ้า
DRX
เคิร์ส
likes
เขา
to
น่า
take
จะ
games then and again.
จัด
So
การ
kind of makes sense when the two of them faced off that we were going to get a 3-gamer.
Well, when I saw the news right after the first series that Fenrir was playing, my first thought was, because we've had this kind of ongoing, where are the 6 gamers? Where are my friends' eye drops?
Yeah.
Does this make it more or less likely that we have a 6 gamer? And I was kind of leaning towards more, because I favor KT heavily in this matchup, but with a rookie AD carry in, you never know what's going to happen. And I think that kind of came true, right, with how Game 1 went. But Game 2, they simplify. Game 3, they have a great draft, but it's going to be about the execution. And so far in this lane, Blood has been finding his electrocutes pretty well here. If we're just waiting for his next mantra. Ooh, spell shield here for tempo. Will not really work out.
Oh. Nice combo here from BDD. Gonna find Scout
ไม่
in
มี
an
ใครเลย
awkward
อ๋อแต่เลเว
spot.
ล 3
Doesn't quite have kill pressure because, well, he's Talia and He's eventually just going to walk away. Well, Scout should be okay. But yeah, I also heavily favor KT's comp. I don't think that, you know, essentially one threat compositions are really a thing
ดู
unless
แล้ว
you're
ที
going
ม
to run
NS มี
like
โอ
a
กาสแพ้สูง
Cogmaw.
เล
I
ย
know
นะคะ
that
พี่
Caitlyn
กิฟ
late
แต่ก็
games
ทำ
have
ให้
been
ทีม
insane
หนึ่งได้มี
nowadays.
แอ
We
ร์ไท
just
ม์
saw a
เพิ่ม
great
ขึ้นด้วยค่ะ
example
พี่
of
กิ
it
ฟ
with Pays against Gen G in a 50-plus minute
ยั
game
ง
where he essentially, you know, he was 6-7 item 80 carry.
He was
and really
6-7
popped off.
item.
They're going to have a gank up here on the top side. Perfect, trying to get to his pass.
เรียบร้อย
They're just going
ครั
to
บผม
flash away and let Cuz handle it from here. I think Kingen has also kind of accepted his fate. Still going to try and
อย่าบอก
fight
นะ
him. And
ว่า
a lot of ghouls are coming out here. So cute to miss. And Kingen's like, oh, maybe I can make something of this. That's not going to hit as well. A lot of things are just straight up missing, but the knockup comes in, and first blood is given over to Cuz.
Really easy for Cuz to get that empowered Q there to finish as well. Pantheon's so strong in the early game, especially when he could proc his maximum range or maximum charge abilities multiple times in the fight. Talking about his burst damage with just one of them, but in the 2v1 where he can do it multiple times, feels much better. As we do see the call to come through here for Fenrir. Same for Diablo, who actually has boots advantage. Here, coming into the lane. The leader back timing. BDD got that early shove, but wasn't able to turn it into a tangible advantage here. And
หนึ่งปู
naturally, Twisted Fate
แลกกับ
will get more money with his passive.
ชีวิตของ
But
คิง
hasn't
เงิน
happened really just yet.
แต่คิงเงินเผาแฟดไปได้2คนนะถือว่า
And
แบ
I
บแกน
think
แบก
for
นะเมื่อ
KT
กี้
Rolster, just like game number 1, the main thing is just don't fall too far behind. And in game 2, it was like make sure you're ahead the whole time, and that didn't
คิดถึง
happen.
แพท
but they
ที่โช
were able
วี่
to
เล่นการ
wrestle
เล
it
น
back.
กลางว่ะ
It just feels like some of the rules
ไม่
will
น่า
be
เลย
broken
อยากให้มันเป็นอย่างนั้น
in a series that is this
เพราะเดี๋ยวนี้
wonky.
คืออะไรเพตา
Got the subbed in kind of newbie 80 carry, totally new to the LCK, even totally new to challengers this year. As you mentioned, he played in Kespa Cup.
แล้วพี่ก็ชอบแพทแบบเคซันเต้กลางเลยมันสนุกเลย
when he was playing and just doesn't have a whole lot of stage experience compared to some of the other
Faker
guys on
Nasad.
the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, I want to remind people that like back in 20, you know, basically post-franchising and with the challengers system that was updated, you weren't allowed to sub challengers players in unless they were part of the official roster for so long. You had to submit them. You had to wait till round 2 in the old LCK system. Now you could do it any time. And it's only very recently that teams have been willing to actually play these musical chair sub games. BDD does not have both. He is up here with his passive.
เอาเราเว็บ
Surf
ดันนะ
around
คิงเงิน
King
ไม่
and
รู้
has
ว่า
no
เรียบร้อย
flash.
Yeah, he's gonna miss the
Don't
shove,
ding.
but Perfect is on top of Kingen, and that Ghoulie Wall doing a lot of
Ala ka
work
ding.
against the Talia, but eventually Kingen gets pulled
อ่า
back
โด
by
น
the
ลุมมา
Zion.
คิงเงินน่ะยอริกจน
they're gonna
ไม่
skip the
เวิร์ก
kill
เท่าไหร่
over to
โอ้
BDD.
Cuz is going to defend mid. Now Sponge is getting this dragon. But
Hex
Scout
take
shouldn't be able to get
มังกร
too
มันก็
much in the mid lane. Actually, doesn't even
คิงเงิน
get
แก
that
ซื้อ
play.
เคิร์ลแบบฟาร์มแม่งเลยเล่น
Maybe eventually gets it. Oh! I think he got it.
เฮ้ยแล้วสเกลตายไปแล้วตรงกลาง
We're seeing
แก
this
ไปโดน
bottom
ป้อม
lane
ตี2
very
ทีไว้สเกลอะ
stable. Diablo a slight lead,
เกือบ
Oh, he lost his flash. BD got his ult. He hit level 6. And
but did he get the
คือ
play?
ตะ
Yes,
กี้
he
แก
did.
เดินไปหวดใส่เคิร์ดแล้วโดนป้อมตี
Okay,
2 ที
gotcha. I was kind of thinking about like the value of Twisted Fate's flash gold card potential, but you put me in my place, you know? It's the plate value. That's where it's really at.
Yeah, even if he died.
By the way,
matter.
you know, 0-0-0, gold lead because of the plate.
จะไปเอาน้ำมา
And
จาก
it's
ไอ้นั่นเหรอ
massive, but
There you go.
because of the plate.
Because of the plate. That's really all that matters. Scout
Speaking
knows where his bread is buttered.
Yeah, speaking of gold leads, this Caitlyn lane is kind of pushing. And they did. That's the one part of this
อื
draft
ม
that
มันเกิดหนูติ
can have problems is the early laning phase because yes, they got the Karma and the Sivir, but there's a Bard lane here, and their jungler has been topside for a lot of this game. Has also pretty heavily out-farmed by Sponge in this one since he's been spending so much time going for these ganks.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good idea, especially with how successful that early gank was from Cuz, just to revisit and try to get Perfect into a really good spot, and also just your entire top side of the map into a really good spot, because even if Fenrir falls behind,
Happy
you know,
birthday
he's still
กับพี่
an
เดี๋ยว
80 carry player. He's playing Sivir.
ล่วง
If
หน้า
this goes late, I'm sure he can auto attack some dudes.
เล่นเหมือนกลัวทีวันสวายเกิน
Try not to die.
Did you just
Skarner.
แต่พี่ว่านงชิมอะถ้าเกิดสมมติได้ไปรถทูเอเวอร์ไซด์แล้วตอนนี้ยังรถทูEWC ก็ยังอยู่ในร่องในรอยอะมัน
And even if he's nervous,
ยังได้อยู่นะ
even if he's like not playing his best game, even if he
EWC ถ้าเกิดชนะฮาวาไลได้นี่
to at least be able to do
ลุ้นแล้วนะ
late game saver things.
หนึ่งในสองแล้วอะ
I just wanted to try to make it seem like you were slandering how simple it is to be an 80.
อันนั้นถ้าชนะ KT ได้ก็ลุ้นนี่แบบ
In particular,
ไป MSI ได้ด้วย
that was very funny. In particular, quite easy to kind of scale and ricochet.
เปิดไฟครับบีดีตรงนี้โดนเหลืองแล้วจับลากออกมาพยายามจะตัดแล้วตรงนี้เพต้าเพราะสเกลไม่มีแฟลชตาย
Not even sure why he walked into range of that, but maybe he had to dodge something. Here comes effort. And yeah, they are on the hunt. Nice little magical journey. Spun's going to flash into that one.
That's actually going to cost them some money in the bottom lane, committing that far to try to get the follow-up there. BD waits till the last possible second to flash here and buffers the card, but Sponge is ready. Like you can see, Sponge already expected the flash angle and already had his impale angled.
โดนยกมาเนี่ย
Let's scout.
He got knocked into the turret, actually. I missed that. So that makes a lot more sense than him just walking at the turret.
I don't think he planned on walking in. Just got a little bit knocked in, like you said, and that's kind of problematic. But the kill goes over to the Pantheon, so Cuz is still going to be a menace in this early game. And Diablo got a plate while Fenrir and Effort tried to come up and punish further. Magical Journey got them away,
ยืนไม่ได้ละ
but it was totally fine. Perfect shouldn't be allowed to play Zion. I think teams should be not banning his Jace if this is how it's going to look. The Yorick was blind also, which I think is fine into Zion. Like it's not like the Zion is the counter to the Yorick, but
they been deep left
on what he wanted, which was already so perfect.
ดิฟหนักด้วยเนี่ยแล้วไม่มีใครสู้ได้อะ
no silver ult here. Plut is aware of that.
Perfect จะไปแบบ
So he should be able to get away.
Proxy ต่ออีก
Needs to get some minions. Like more than 72 of them.
Yeah, they're trying to set something up.
เอาแล้วว่าลำแล้ว
Kind of in an awkward spot, but he's just able to flash away. BDD is kind of
จับสองแต่ว่าไม่ได้ว่ะได้บีดีว่ะเดียโบไอ้หนูน้อยใครมาทวิตเตอร์เฟดมาเดียโบมีแฟดกับบาเลียไม่กดบาเลียกี่โมงเดียโบไอ้เด็กคนนี้เอาตอนนัดสุดท้าย
Yeah, it almost feels like Sponge could have been killed there, but
ใจเย็นพี่แบบใจเย็นผมชิล
set up the empowered stun or anything like
ผม
that.
มึงแบบ18พี่
A retreat here.
พี่แบบพี่อายุแบบเยอะแล้วพี่ไม่เข้าใจผมหรอกเดี๋ยวโบบอก
We look at this setup. Initially, it looks like we've got the jump on them. They won't know. And then Putta just kind of walks it off, flashes away. Cuz's ult angle here is not the prio target. The prio target is Diablo.
คัพเค้กใส่บีดี
Diablo is untouched, and he is Caitlyn, so guess what? He's actually able to do a lot of damage over the wall as an AD carry here.
นี่แฟดเลย
And then Diablo also lives because he's able to flash late here in the fight, and when Effort tries to go for it, he has barriers, so it looks
ไอ้นัดเมื่อกี้พี่ว่าแม่งบ้าเกินไอ้นัดเมื่อกี้คือแบบ
Scout was going to kill him.
คือไม่กดบาเลียนี่มันสุดจริง
This time though, no sums here on Diablo, playing a little bit over aggressive. Gonna get stunned and kind of hounded by everybody on the side of KT. Everybody except Perfect, of course. Pledda takes a huge amount of damage as well. But yeah, kind of awkward positioning for Diablo, and that's just going to be the Drake over to KT.
Yeah, Pledda's ult there just wasn't really going to do him any favors because it made sure that
Diablo
get the follow-up shot. There should be one dragon apiece.
พวกพี่ทำอะไรไม่รู้ครับผม
Nothing he can do about this.
หมุนคอแล้ว
Magical journey his way down as fast as possible. Fenrir's getting plates in the mid lane. I've commentated so many Dongshun games recently, and win or lose, the game state is always wild. Like, there's some moments for Dongshun where you feel like they're super calculated, they're playing through Scouts TF, and everything is globally connected. And other times, just people get caught and it looks like there wasn't a plan or the communication was poor on where the enemies are, and you just come out of a replay and suddenly it's like, oh well, Diablo's dead. Weird how that's all going down.
Yeah.
And KT were super far behind in some respects earlier on in the game, and the AD carry advantage for Diablo was so huge, and now it's only 200 gold here. Perfect, by the way, just silently stacking money.
Yeah, he's doing his job. Just sit top lane and essentially use the lead that he has to get even more fed. He's going to be a mid-game powerhouse. He and the Pantheon, I suppose. Taking a lot of damage.
ปาไพ่แดงแรงลิดไป1 ทีแล้วตายไปเลยครับผมเขาเปิดประตูหนีกันไปแล้วแต่อันนี้เขาจะได้พยายามจะช่วยเดียโบ
Yeah, that was very
ยิงเงินเวลตาม2 เวล
Like both teams have globals, but KT have 2 globals.
ฟื้นกี่โมงวะเนี่ย
So I guess I should say both teams have at least a global. Clutta
กิก้าแบบสุดๆแล้วอะจบว่ะพี่ว่า KT 2-1 ว่ะมาแล้ว perfect
Diablo still doesn't have flash, so I'm sure he's going to be asking himself that same question. And yeah, perfect comes on down from top lane.
This
seemed like a very natural time for him to show up.
This is like what happened in game 2, except like a little bit early, where Nongshim just keep going to KT's side of the map very deeply. And KT very deeply wants them to do that so they can actually get back in the game and force these fights with all the CC they have. So starting with this one, like we're deep on Krugs. Look who's in the mid lane. BD has Weaver's Wall, and Cuz, who's a Pantheon, and Scout is between turrets, and the rest of the team is like, oh, I guess that's probably not a thing. And then over here, we're just like, they're like, well, we got to keep forcing and take everything we can on the map. And I understand the theory. I understand the fear.
ภาริยามันเคาน์เตอร์ Magical Journey ดีเนาะ
so good in the late game. We've already discussed all the reasons why, so they feel like they have to force, but it's constantly way too far forward. A Zahin walking out of the jungle is probably something that shouldn't be happening as
Clutta's caught here once again. Not sure how he managed this. I mean, there's a lot of vision set up around here for KT. And there's not even a Drake about to spawn, so I feel like this is kind of a straight up mistake. We'll have to wait and see. I don't even know if we're going to be able to jump into a replay with how many things are going on.
I gotta live in the present a little bit here. Sponge is not that tanky, given some time here for Fenrir, but does have a smite button. Kind of feel like right now for Nongshim, as painful as it is, you're probably going to look for pinch plays only.
We're going to try to go for BDD.
ขับรถไปรับปูมาไปหา BDD
They don't have the damage to get through because Diablo's the only source of damage. And now he's kind of isolated up on the top side here. Rest of Nongshim trying to get away. Perfect is level 12, and he is ready to throw down. Spun's going to get through the wall, but TF and Bard can't quite do that. TP is going to come in. Grim Deliverance going to take out the Bard here once again. Fenrir looks like he got pretty well on the left side there. Not sure exactly what happened, but
TP kinging in. I thought the whole thing about this fight for Nongshim was maybe we get a pick, otherwise we buy some time and our Yorick gets bounty gold on the top side. But I guess they had other ideas because there's a massive wave that's going to go into that turret on the top side, but it's not going to be given place of bounties over to the side of Nongshim. They're all here.
ต้องฟื้นก่อนเลยเราค่อยคิดเรื่องอื่นเลย
I think this is desperate shot calling here from Nongshim.
จบเลยทิ้งเงินไปประมาณแบบเยอะ
I'll tell you my opinion because I don't know what's going on internally in this roster, but
เนี่ย
I
คือ
feel like when Lehens is in this roster,
คือ
sometimes they send it a
ติ๊กว่า
little
แบบ
bit too deep, but it
ไม่
feels
ไม่
like
ไม่
the
ไม่
overall
ไม่บวก
messaging
คือ
for
ทิ้งเงินแบบ
their dives and for their map
โค
movements is a
สุด
little
ๆแล้ว
more
อะ
clear than what I'm seeing in this game
แต่
here.
สุดท้ายก็ทีพีอยู่ดีสุดท้ายนงชิมไม่ได้เลยเฮ้ยตรงนี้
Sponge is going to come over here and try to peel a little bit. Mikhail's just come down. They're going to
บีดีก่อนไหมไม่เอา
BDD into the impale as well.
ได้หมด
They do a
เห
shutdown
ลือง
there. This time it's KT's
ส
turn.
วยว่ะ
Descended a little bit
โอ้
too
บิน
far.
มาทั้งแบบ
Here
สตัน
goes Pleta on the chase.
ซิลเวอร์มาว่ะเฮ้ยสปอน
And killed. Not like this, Fenrir.
และซูมไม่น่า
Now
พ
the
อ
ult comes in, but he will survive. But yeah, KT, what are we doing?
I don't know what is going on.
Please analyze.
Well, we've been every time we come out of a replay, all the critical information has been missed, so I don't know, but we'll see exactly why they were this far up. Okay, so they were trying to ult Scout. BDD doesn't have ult though, so he can't get here fast enough. Sponge and Pleta come over.
ก็มาไม่ทัน
And there's so much time buy in this Skarner and this Bard. BDD gets caught.
จะไปเฟด
And now they're
ส
not
วย
winning
ด้วย
the numbers game the way they were. Really easy to follow up with Skarner, like we mentioned on the Twisted or on the Tempered Fate. And with a single target like that, and you have the answers there, Fender I think should have left long ago.
แล้วเฟนเรียคือมาช่วย
when he should have been like, I'm sorry, effort. I know you're my new best friend. We're lane partners today, but I'm gonna have to let you die. But instead, he dies.
เดียโบไม่มี
effort
ไอเนี่ยคอลเลก
miraculously
เตอร์
survives, but okay. So when the dust settles, Diablo is kind of
กลั
getting
บ
out
มา
of the trap. He has
สู
his
สี
ID.
แล้ว
He has 1,200 gold ahead.
ยกเว้น
The BDD
คิงเอ็น
lead
ที
has
ก็ยังไม่
shrunk
ฟื้นนะ
massively, and it's
ที่เหลือ
really
เขา
only
ซัส
Perfect
เตน
who has
กัน
the
ได้อยู่
big
แบบ
lead here for KT.
พอๆกัน
I
อะ
still think functionally
แต่
this
คิงเอ็น
comp
ตัวนี้คือแบบหลุดแล้วอะแล้วมันไซเลนสู้ไม่ได้แล้ว
easy to play in the late game.
เดินไปก็คือ
From what I'm
ไม่ไหว
seeing
อะ
on that top side play, maybe a little bit
โมเมนต์เดียว
more
คือ
finesse
คิงเอ็น
is
ดันบนไม่เก
required.
แล้วได้แบบได้ป้อมเลยนะเว้ยไม่ใช่แค่ได้เพจอะได้เพจครบพร้อมป้อม จะฟื้น
It can get a little murky as to whether or not you want to fight for those or whether you're going to be setting up for those. Empowered recall
ไปตี
here for
ไปเรียก
Sponge, who does have Herald but doesn't necessarily want to use it.
สปอน
I don't know, it's just like amongst all the action, stuff like that happens. It's just such a silly game so far. Trying to back in front of the
อ๋อหรือว่า
Gromp,
มันต้อง
just like,
มัน
no,
เยอะ
what?
จะมีโล่ขาวรับอ่ะเหรอ
Gromp is very protective of his area.
Yeah.
I still feel like KT should be okay.
I think
แต่
so.
ข้อดี
But
ของ
like, I
เกม
feel
นี้
like I don't
คือ
know
เพอร์เฟก
anything,
ยัง
right? I
ซื้อ
feel
เล
like
มานัสไฮด้า
That's why when I was like,
คือ
analyze
พอเป็นอย่าง
Wolf,
เงี้ย
I
มันก็ไม่มี
just,
สไตล์เบรกเกอร์
I
เว้ย
really just don't envy your
มัน
position.
อาจ
Because
จะ
there's nothing really to break down.
ไม่มี
It's just chaos.
ไม่สามารถสโลว์ได้อะไรเงี้ย
I think KT are in a good spot. We mentioned in the
ยัง
draft.
ถือว่าเป็นแบบ
And I thought that if we
จุด
were at
ดีอยู่
18 minutes and they only had 1,000 gold
สำหรับนงชิ
the
นนะ
lead, they'd be in a better spot. I thought if they were 1,000 gold the deficit here, that wouldn't be enough of a lead for Nongshim, but I'm not sure anymore. As Perfect is
ถ้า
probably going to
Perfect
get
ตายตรง
temper
นี้นี่
faded
แย่
here.
นะ300 นะ
TP is going to
ชัด
come
ดาว
over.
อ๋อ
He
ไม่
might
โด
have
น
to flash it.
Nice.
Don't fight,
He's been dodging quite a lot.
Oh,
I mean,
DD มาช่วย
he's
ว่ะ
not quite able to build up this passive, just trying to dash out of this one. It's going to go
โอ้
Grim
โห
into the
เมื่อกี้
sky.
ดีๆกำลังรับให้
But it doesn't even commit
Maiden.
the tempered fate there. Perfect doesn't have to flash. He does lose his ult. Thing is, there's no objective, so with his teleport available, I don't think he really cares that much. In fact, he's going to look for a flank to try to punish Scout and Diablo. The Herald will charge, but will they be able to get out safely is the question. Cuz has his ult as well.
เฮ้ย
Here
เพอร์
comes
เฟกต์มาด้านหลัง
BDD.
Just going to be looking for
เดียโบ
Diablo here.
แฟด
Trying to get him out, but the
ไม่ใช่เข้า
flash,
จะนี้
but
อ๋ออีกเชี่ยเข้าไม่ทันอ๋อบ้าเพอร์เฟก
So perfect. He gets the
perfect
assassination.
Just
And that's
play
gonna be the end
perfect,
of
ว่ะ
Sponge too here in the mid lane.
The denial of the magical journey coming through. Perfect saved his flash.
เอา
And now Cuz is going to try to
วาร์
catch
ปได้
King
นะ
here.
ถ้าสมมติ
Perfect's
ตัด
going
แล้ว
to be mid lane. He's going to be bot
ถ้า
lane.
เคิร์สสั่งเนี่ย
Just got to get over to Perfect as the Glop is going to hit him and Kingman takes him down. But
เฮ้ยคิง
keeps
เงิน
him
ได้เงินเยอะ
position for long enough for Perfect to finish the good job, I suppose. As now this Zahin is gigantic.
He already
2,000
was.
gold ahead.
Already was pretty ahead.
Yeah.
But yeah, he is starting to really hit in these team fights. This Ravenous Hydra.
ใช่ใช่
So,
ไอ้ท่านตี
I
ขอ
don't
ง
even
ซาเฮ
want
น
to
มัน
blame Nongshim for this because
Lord
it's a flank
damage.
ward
แต่
that was set
ดี
up
ๆรับได้
way
ไงเมื่อกี้
earlier on that Perfect is able to get on. And then Diablo thought he's safe because he's got a bard, they got Magical Journey. And Sponge is just left out to dry.
ไม่ได้
None of
เทมเพลต
this
เฟ
is
ด
his
เลยนะ
fault, really. This is a really good punish here from KT. This, you know, little bit. I think he was hoping that maybe they could save the turret there. But if he just waits until Perfect is closer, they get the kill and he doesn't die. They get the flash out of Kingen as well, so.
เอาจริงๆตรงนี้ถ้าคิงเงินแค่โยน E ใช่ป่ะแล้วแบบแล้วหนีไปเลยอะน่าจะแจ่มอยู่เนาะคือแล้วก็ลุ้นให้ไอ้กูมันไปฆ่า
Assassin Talia. Just get a rocket belt and you can be an assassin on anything, I guess.
Remember Gale Force?
โอ้
Yeah.
ป้อมแม่งละลายไปเลย
We
อะ
just had like people building both. It's like, no, I just have 2 dashes.
ยังไม่เห็นคอมโบแบบเทมเพลตเฟดกับคัพเค้กเลยแม้แต่ทีเดียว
By the way, I don't know if you really touched on this.
No, yeah, just briefly. It's not that important, which is why it's more action sides a lot of the time, but it's not up for 90 seconds anyways, is Pleta.
We can always just K-Ram, you know? Just sit in mid lane and see what happens.
Well, I think if
ไม่
you're
พร้อมนะ
KT,
คิง
you
เงินบอกไม่พร้อม
absolutely
อย่าง
can. You
มาก
have
ด้วย
so much power in this comp right now.
ไม่ได้แบบอย่างเล่นๆนะอย่างมาก
Just
เพอร์เฟก
disappeared,
แบบใจแก
and
ติ
you
ดจริ
take
ง
this turret out. Like, you win the K-Ram, especially when the
แล้ว
Yorick
เชม
is
เท
in
ค
the
โซ
side
พอยต์ด้ว
lane.
ย
That's a 5v4 you'll take every day. I mean,
จบแล้วว่า
also
แฟ
Scout
น
trying to get some
ๆชี
value
วั
on
น
the top side of the map. Maybe given enough space here to get this turret, but it's just too risky with Pantheon and Talia on the other side. So the double globals have been winning out on the map here for KT, but it's been punished plays from both teams that have really been the main story here. Speaking of, maybe Sponge could set something up here. Turret is taken out, and BDD is just going to leave, of course. So Baron is the thing that I think we were most concerned about. Chemtech Dragon, pretty good for Zahin, by the way, but otherwise not necessarily the most important thing on the map. As BDD is still the focus here, as Nongshim are grouped on Baron but can't do it. Like, there's just no way they can start this up. Once Perfect gets TP, he can join if they wanted to. There's a small window of time before he has it, but I think that window is too small to try to set something up. They are clearing the vision, but I think that's the most they can really get at this point in time.
ไม่มีอะไรที่ทีวันได้มาง่ายๆเลย
Because it does feel like even though KT have such control over how team fights can go 5v5,
แต่เงินตามแค่1,900แต่
a lot of this game has
สาเหตุมัน
not been about that. It's been about these
มันแบบมัน
scrappy
เดินมาแล้ว
catches
มัน
of
ไล่ตี
Diablo
เคทลินได้เลย
on
ดิ
the flank or overextensions from Finnerer, or you know, the Pantheon combo isn't working out. Very bizarre, but Diablo is very strong in this game as well. And KT are just going to get this dragon. They have that ward on the Baron, so they know it's not being taken, and Perfect does have his TP back. So they can very easily do this. Nongshim are just, unfortunately, find themselves sitting ducks here. They can't dive BDD, and they can't start Baron, so they just end up losing the objective here.
เลเวลแบบ Diablo Perfect ห่างกัน4เลเวลอะ
Yeah. No, it doesn't feel good to lose a Drake, for sure. And, yeah, I mean, they're just kind of hanging around. You know, in theory, if the Yorick had a better matchup, you'd have, like, a TF in a side lane. You've got, like, a Kingin in the side lane with the Yorick, who's able to win some of these 1v1s, and you would have like a 1-3-1 with the Caitlyn core.
If you had a mid that did a lot of damage, you could do the Baron and look for a turn. Perfect might be too far.
Perfect ตีไม่ได้ไอ้เชี่ยเจอวาด
Disengage cone.
เฮ้ยถ้าฆ่าได้อะเสียบาลอนแต่ว่าฆ่าได้
Big time here, all three.
Baron is on the cards here for KT at the same time.
เจอทีมเมกะบาสโคแล้วเจอแบบแม่งปากขวา
here though, so TP comes in and KT say,
Holy crap, man. That's aแบบ good pay for Peta.
Nongshim's hesitation ended up paying off.
อ้าว Perfect เสียชัดดาวฟรีไม่ได้บาลอนด้วย
After they lose Perfect, but they can't do it fast enough, and
ปากหวานกี่อันวะอยากรู้มากเลยเมื่อกี้
And the push here in mid to take out the inner. This Yorick is still somewhat unanswered with Crystalline here. Kingin's going to get one shovel whack and a lot of money.
แล้วบาดแม่งมาไกลขึ้นเรื่อยๆแล้วแม่งปักขวาไปด้วยแล้วแม่งกดคิวด้วยปักขวาไปด้วย
I thought that the better play than to try to collapse on the Perfect here, as this is, like you mentioned, a great ward. Got him. The best
ปักขวา2 อันไอ้เหี้ยทีหวาจน
Nongshim was
ตีหวาเป็น4 ที
like
อะ
a turn on Baron. Try to force a
ตีหวา
teleport.
4 ที
Instead, they're just like,
Oh
all right, well,
my
looks like Perfect's
God.
not interested in leaving this lane. We'll go to him. And while they do this, they leave the jungler on the other side. And KT are just
มัน
too
ไม่ใช่
timid
กด
to
ผิด
try
มัน
to
กด
start
ยาก
the
มาก
Baron. To try to kill Sponge would just take way too long and mess up their whole setup. So they make the right call. BDD has a Leandries now. He does a lot of damage, and actually has a lot of long-term damage to cut through the Skarner too. But we're really looking for that IE for Fenrir. That's the key piece that's missing for KT's easy-to-execute air quotes comp that we have been talking about so much. He's got Glutinous Greaves. He is going to be such a huge threat once that item is complete, but it isn't yet. Almost there, he's got to be.
Yeah, and I still feel like he can just, again, build some items.
Stand in the right place and click on the enemies and press A and click on the ground.
You're playing Sivir, clear the waves, don't die, and just ricochet your way to victory and allow Perfect to carry you a little bit as well. I think that's fine. You're a new guy in the LCK. Let's just do that. You know, you don't have to put the whole team on your back. Just make sure you're in a relatively safe position, ricocheting. And
I'm not asking that much of you. If it were just in game 3 of a really pivotal game for us, where we may or may not lose second place in a 26-minute game,
ตอนนี้มันเงินมันเท่ากันแล้วอะ
just you know kind of like
แต่ว่าเงินเท่ากันอะแต่พี่ให้ทาริยาเหนือกว่าทวิตเตอร์เฟสนะมันแรงกว่า
and don't get gold carded or impaled or pushed into the wall by the Skarner
ทวิตเตอร์เฟสมันคนรวยกว่านี้
or tempered faded.
Yeah.
It's okay, you got spell shield.
แต่ว่าทาริยาฆ่าไป6
Mikhail's available. Shirelia's.
Flash?
By the way, they got Shirelia's.
ทาริยานี่3 ชิ้นแบบแน่นๆแบบ Dark Seal 7 มี Rocket Bell.
Imagine if it was Cloud Soul.
Yeah.
This team is zooming, and they should be able to get on top of their prio target Diablo if they can get in the position where they can look for a turn, which I think would be
มีเวลาให้
very
แบบ
simple if they felt confident to
ทั้
go
ง
on
สอง
Baron
ทีม
and look for
ทำ
the
วา
set
ด
turn. Instead, they're kind
ไอ
of
ตอนเซต
fighting
วาด
around
นั่นแหละ
river
ก็
here. Perfect is
ใคร
on the
ตาย
flank
ก็
angle, doesn't have
อาจจะเสียมังกรเลย
flash. He's
เพ
gonna
ราะ
find
คิ
King
งเงิน
in.
Yeah, he's just gonna have to flash
โด
out
น
of
ดึ
there
ง
for
ด้
the
วย
pullback
โอ้
once
แย่ละ
again. Flash on him from effort trying to
ต้อ
make
ง
a
สู้
play. And there
Oh
comes
my
the read
God.
as well. BD comes on over. And the whole squad is
ไม่รู้
here.
แล้ววันนี้
In goes the Grim Deliverance.
แต่
Gonna zone away
เดิน
Plata.
ไปอย่างนั้นไม่
And
ได้
the rest
อะ
of the team
คิงเงิน
just pulls the escape
ใครเห็น
hatch.
อ้อมพุ่มหลังมาได้เฉยเรา
Gets out there, but
จบ
now
แล้ว
we
วะ
got he coming in.
จีจีแล้ว
Very
อยู่ๆก็แบบจี
aggressive.
จี
But
เลย
yeah,
แบบ
the
งง
Pantheon able to get on in, scouting a lot
เสีย
of
บาลอน
trouble
เสียแบบ
here.
โซ
As Diablo trying to peel just as much as he possibly can.
แต่ให้ Diablo
Sponge
ยิง
doing
ตร
the
งนี้ตาย
same,
ไม่
but the
ซึ่งไม่มี
knockup
ภาพเลย
comes in into the Talia, the stun from the Pantheon, and even Sponge they're able to get
แล้วมี
through.
มิ
That's
เคล
all they had to do.
Finding a Yorick in the jungle, I guess, was all it needed to be for KT Rolster to start dismantling Nongshim and look for this Baron. And maybe your theory about, you know, just be Sivir and sit back and do the damage was correct.
I think he really
He got the kill.
โอ้ไม่ได้ครับเค้กไม่ได้วะ
He did. I mean, he's doing a good job. He's doing his best. This is going to be the Baron and KT. Surely.
เสียบาลอนครับผม
From
เอามังกร
28
ได้
minutes
ป่ะ
of the
เร็ว
game, your Sivir got your IE.
With the Sivir with IE with
จะเร็ว
Baron,
แค่ไหน
and
แต่ว่ามัน
we had
ปัญหาคือไม่มีไมเดนนะเด็
Maybe
I think
this
we're
might
gonna
just
get
like
the
ได้มังกรแหละ
push
แต่มังกรตัวที่
the
สองเอง
minions towards the enemy base.
ลงชิมได้ไปก็แบบ บอมีอะไร
Obviously, Valdez and I are joking a lot. Nongshim will get the second dragon of the game for them, which will be our 5th dragon overall. It's a solo Chemtech dragon. Chemtech, in terms of the shields, kind of valuable here for both teams in terms of individual dragons. But again,
just
not
like
the
that
big
ว่ะ perfect
story
มัน
here.
ใจ
It's
แกติก
Effort
เกินมัน
flashing
มัน
to
ร
get
วย
this
เกิน
route.
มันแยบแบบ
One of the big difference
มัน
makers
ทั้ง
is
รวยทั้ง
Sponge wants to try to
เวล
turn
เยอะ
this.
อะ
They utilize the
มันเดินไปไหนก็ได้
by space, almost like a Zhonya's here. But there's just no follow-up, and the blast cone retreat is on. And then Scout is left a little bit on his lonesome. Because it's like, well, I still have ult, by the way. I didn't use that to get into the last fight. He gets pushed away. And then Sponge ends up getting caught by the knock-up here. This follow-up from BDD, insane.
I was just watching the mini-map.
Yeah.
Seeing where Fenrir was at. He did get there at the end. And in live, we actually did see
เหมือนพอทวิตเตอร์เฟซมัน
try to go for
ไม่ได้ทำอะไรเยอะตอนนี้มันก็แบบ
perfect of all people in the mid lane. They try to collapse onto him, and he just kind of
มีส่วนร่วมน้อยมากเลย1-2-4
Now
นะ
he's killing
that's all
the
he
third.
had to do. I mean, they didn't even get his flash, so
แต่จริงๆก็
the collapse
ฆ่าไม่เยอะด้วย
definitely didn't work.
คือมันควรจะ
with the
มี
TF
แบบ
and the
ช็อต
Scar.
ฆ่ามากกว่านี้
It's a little
Look at how
knockback
easy
here.
it is to hit one person and then just chain that CC together. Even Effort's flash route is quite valuable in that sense. I guess they're going to zone here and maybe clear traps. That was kind of an interesting ult there from BDD. Not even going to clear those traps too risky. Just going to keep pushing mid.
ถ้าโดนเมื่อกี้
looking
ตา
for
ย
picks as well. I mean, Sponge is he's trying to set up position where maybe, you know, he can get someone to the wall and an impale, but he's too low.
For Fenris, so he's just making this cannon minion constantly hit the turret. And now a new wave is going to come through. Perfect did enough to where these minions will finish off the inhibitor. The second inhibitor turret is down, and now they can push through the traps. And now the siege is real.
จะเห็นสบายแบบไม่มันได้รับ2คนมาช่วยแกงด้วย คือคิงเกนแบบไม่ได้รับสเกลมาแกงเลยอ๋อ วางแถบได้แล้วจะบีตายแต่เดียโบยังไงเฮ้ยลักใครเห็นมาวะเพอร์เฟกต์มีทีไม่เจอันมีนั่นอยู่วางแถบทันปะแถบทันครับผมโอ้เกือบน้องคนนี้แม่งไม่ยอมตายง่าย
Perfect is good, guys. I just want to remind everyone of that. It's crazy the trajectory of this player. Went from Rumble Udyr to Trick here in the LCK to world finalist to performances like this on a pick that is fringe meta, but it's kind of
แรงจัดอะเดียโบ
Just want to put it out
5-0 on this pick.
5-0, gets the res here, goes for the ult because he's going to die no matter what anyways. It's the Impale first, and hits 4 members. Crazy. While the rest of his team retreats freely, there's no punish. And the game continues. Perfect, by the way, you know, probably a little bit unsurprising.
ไม่เป็น
Even
โม
though
โท
this game and
ไม่
it
เป็น
is
รีโม
31
โมโท
minutes
รี
in.
ไมเดอร์ว่ะ
It's like, nah, it's me.
เดียโบอ่ะ
lost our connection on the global broadcast to the feed for just a moment.
ใครเข้ามาในเครื่องพี่ป่ะเนี่ย
I said it out loud because I panicked.
Yeah, it was a little scary there, but it's okay. We're back in the action. And it's crazy that, you know, KT just took down 2 inhibitors. They got Baron, they got all these things. Still only about 2,000 gold ahead. It's like, just feels like neither team has really been able to make a big gap in gold or difference.
It honestly, I mean, it's all the perfect gap. As Sponge once again, one CC leads to the next as he misses the impale.
And not
โอ้ย
gonna
โอ้ยโอ้อินเมลไม่มีแล้วด้วยอ๋อ3 อินทีว่ะ
zoning up on the top
บาลอน
side. It looks like
เชม
KT
เชม
just
เทค
going
โซ
for the
มัน
old-fashioned take down
มัน
every
ยากแล้ว
structure and win the game.
It's just the way KT have played this game.
บ๊อบ
is like,
แม่ง
just
ไม่
don't
น่า
mess it
เลย
up.
เกม2อะบ๊อบโถ่
Defenders
เอ้
are down,
ย
so we're not going to play through that. We're going to play through this massive Zahen instead. So the game looks a little bit weird, but if Fender just clears the waves and does his job that way, it's enough to open the whole base up. There's nothing left but one Nexus turret here for Nongshim Red Force.
KT now, can they put the nail in the coffin? As they get the knockback there, they have so much
โอ้ย
follow
แรงนะ
CC
ของเฟน
Fender
เรีย
gonna be hit by the tempered fate, but he goes perfect. He says, "Get down,
Perfect
Mr.
โคตรโหดเลย
Fenrir.
อะ
I'll protect you."
สวยจัด
As
เฟนเรีย
they
ตาย
take out Diablo, and that's
แต่
all
เดี
they
ยโบ
have
ไป
to
แล้ว
do.
อะ
Perfect's just he's 1v4 underneath the Nexus turret. Doesn't care at all.
Oh,
It's BDD with a
GG.
double knockback. Beautiful stuff. And that'll be. It looks like the end of this game. Although some health bars getting low.
Hey.
The one person who is not dying at all is Perfect.
วัด
As we still
ยัง
have
ไม่
this
จบอีก
mate that is going to come in.
Yeah,
Ah,
I
jump,
think
man.
there's no way Scout can get anything done here. He is just so dead.
Even in the dying gasps of this game of Nongshim, it's like, yeah, KT just barely get across
เจ้า
the
กำลัง
line,
สับไพ่
but
อะ
it's
กี่ขา
still a
ลูกกี่ขา
victory. A clean
Perfect แม่งแบบ
2-1.
กี่ขาเฮียอะไรกี่ขาอะไรกี่ขาอะไร
Clean 2-1. Nothing to see here from KT Roaster as they take down Nongshim
เอา
with their emergency
ยังส
sub.
กิลที่2อยู่ครับ KT
Is it a
แต่ว่าต้องไปเจอกับเจนจี
perfect
ต่อ
bomb or is it an
แบบ
effort bomb? It is so
เจอ
tough
เจน
for
จี
Fenrir.
ต่อก็บอกง่ายเด้อ
I'm not voting for Fenrir
Hashtag
about that.
justice for Fenrir.
วันที่
Hashtag
22 นี่เนาะ
they brought Fenrir to the Nexus.
ก็คือวันศุกร์นี้
And
ครับ
he died to the maiden in the final moments. It was like there. He's like, I survived through everything and got a giant shield, and then the maiden was just like, he died. But it's okay, because he cleared a lot of minions this game, and that's what he needed to do. And you know what? I am going to vote for Perfect.
Yeah.
I don't care if anyone says the Nautilus game should have been worth it. I think it was, but I watched Perfect literally 1v9 this game. And that, for me, is enough.
Yeah. I think Perfect there trying to give energy to Fenrir, or maybe just the rest of the team. Not sure. But obviously saying, you know, it wasn't all about me. I had a good game, but shout out to the other guys as well. BDD says, I showed up. I did my job. I collected my paycheck.
Hey,
Time to go home.
he did a lot.
No,
in
he
that
did.
last
It's
game.
just his ceremony was funny. It's like, yeah, I'm on KT.
Currently trying to figure out how to put USB dongle back in mouse. Effort, I think, probably deserved a little bit more showboating after that series from him. I think it's, for me, it's between the two of them. I thought his Karma game was incredibly aggressive as well. He gave them no quarter. BD, very good Talia game. Give him that much. Cuz doing a lot of work to get Perfect ahead to 1v9. Could be a split vote ultimately, but Perfect stole my heart again with the Zahen. It's